Straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown? You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown? You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, ooh, us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown? You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for the ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me. I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 stack bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Two spots, three teams, all carrying the hopes of an entire region on their shoulders. Going into the last day, G2 Esports, Evil Geniuses, and PSG Talon are neck and neck in the fight behind RNG and T1. And assuming that T1 get at least one win today, only two of them will make it out. But how do we get here? Well, it all started like many dramas do, with a collapse. G2 went from 4-0 to 0-4 in what felt like the blink of an eye. And now the EU Titans are finding themselves in danger of not even making the knockout stage. The 2019 MSI champions are feeling the pressure. But although morale might be low, their schedule brings hope to LEC fans. A win versus Saigon Buffalo will already bring them a long way. And later today, they face EG in the classic NA versus EU rivalry matchup to solidify their spot. The LCS champions pulled off an impressive win versus T1 yesterday and still hold their fate in their own hands. Impact has been playing like a man possessed and looks to lead the young guns of EG to the knockout stage like he did with Team Liquid in their famous run back in 2019. But NA fans will still hold their breath on this last day of the Rumble stage, as last year we saw PSG Talon crush Cloud9's hopes of making the knockout stage. And today, they could do it once again. The PCS champions lost 2 of their star players before the season, but with their wins over G2, they have managed to keep their dream of back-to-back MSI semifinals alive. They have a tall task ahead of them. Their matchup versus Evil Geniuses will be monumental, but a win there might not be enough. Later in the day, they face the best performing team at MSI in RNG, which could be a do-or-die battle for them. There you have it. The script's been thrown out the window, the stage is set, and everything is left to be decided here on our last day of the Rumble stage. Let the action begin.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
There's nothing you can do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this, set it off like this, set it off like this. Burn it up.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 in Busan, South Korea. Here we'll get a look at G2 arriving to the arena before their crucial game versus Saigon Buffalo, who we'll see for the last time today at MSI. Let's see if they can go out with a bang. I'm Dash, and I'm happy to be joined by Chronicler and Emily for what could be a marathon final day of the Rumble stage. We're up early, but we've got plenty of energy coursing through our veins. How you doing, Chronicler?
Very awake, very energetic,
the
not
delay there
tired
makes me
at
feel
all.
otherwise.
I want 3 tiebreakers. I want to go for the full day. I'm really excited. We don't always get the pleasure of having a Rumble stage where everything is still up in the air until the final day, so wouldn't have it any other way.
That's a very good point. Now, yesterday, the early Rumble overreactions were thrown right out the window with multiple upsets and a big shakeup in the standings.
No, we must decide everything on best of ones. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't been kicked off broadcast or how much I dislike best of ones. But yeah, I mean, like we went into yesterday, me and Dan on Analyst Desk being like, oh man, like we hope things don't just kind of play out as expected, and they didn't. The entire day was massively entertaining. We saw people, changing their strategies, switching up styles, a really interesting team composition. So I was very pleased.
All right, well, let's start with the biggest shocker of yesterday. It was Evil Geniuses managing to take down T1 and making, again, these standings and that race for the top 4 very interesting.
I thought it was great. You know, it
So
helped.
did I.
It helped. Yeah, I mean, I can understand it from your perspective, but I've been very outspoken throughout the tournament that EG had such a nice growth curve even within. We saw them develop, we saw them learn, and their win over T1 really felt like a solidification of the work that they have put in. And also T1 won against G2, so my mood wasn't too rude on the day.
I think I really love this EG team, and when we think, again, about them domestically, it was a lot of ramping up, right? They were very inconsistent, and then going into playoffs, that's where we saw, like, significantly better drafting, in my opinion, like really strong preparation against their opponents. I love the default to like, okay, you know what, Jinx, we're doing a dive, like 5v5 comp, impact on Gangplank with those barrels. One thing that's really interesting about T1's reaction is in that owner interview afterwards, he was kind of like, thanks, EG, because you took the pressure off of us. And then next game, we saw Kuma lock in Aphelios, and suddenly they look a lot more like what they did in LCK domestically. So that was a really interesting thing to happen after that upset victory.
It's a super valid point. We kind of saw it happen in both ways, right? It was EG unlocking themselves to go back to what had worked in the past. They find the victory, and it looks like it kind of did the same thing for T1 in the loss. Of course, we do have to reflect on the fact that RNG has separated themselves from the pack, the only team locked into the knockout stage as of yet at 7-1, but they look like the clear top team at the moment.
From a non-LPL perspective, because I know Emily, and I've talked a lot to Orcs, I talked a lot to Dagda and Lyric, and they're a little bit more skeptical. From a non-LPL fan point of view, RNG have been super fun to watch. I think the way that Xiaohu, and loving that we see some Galio clips here, because the way that he has been able to impact the map in basically all of their victories, which is, again, a lot, has been really, really cool to watch. And then Gala can just blind pick Kai'Sa every single game.
It's Gala's
Yeah,
meta.
as we see Gala just solo kill Danny, kind of unfortunate there. Gala, I know Dan went on his rant yesterday about how much he loves Gala. He's obviously been performing really well. I think this is a really great meta for him, right? And the big thing that I like about him, as opposed to last year where we were really seeing him come into his own, now he is, I think, a lot more well-rounded of a player. He's a lot more responsive in terms of what RNG want to do, and they can kind of just point him in a direction and he can pop off in team fights. His lane partner, Ming, because I feel like supports don't, like, AD carries get all the credit, you know? And I'm saying this is an AD carry main. I think Ming has also been having a really good tournament as well.
Gala, best player at the tournament so far?
I'd say it's between him and Zeus for most consistent overall, yeah. Obviously, after the first 3 days, a lot of people, me included, would lean towards Caps, but with what has transpired, I'd say Gala, yeah. And/or Zeus.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. We'll have more Gala in today's countdown because after 4 days of action, it's high time for the 2022 MSI Rumble Awards live from the Berlin studio. The red carpet has been laid out in honor of our excited nominees while our expert panel is ready to cast their votes and decide who gets to go home with the prestigious trophy. Our first category is for Sleeper Agent, those who started slow but then woke up as the Rumble stage developed. Let's take a look at our nominees, shall we? First up, we have Saigon Buffalo's Froggy for his outstanding Day 4 performance, followed, of course, by PSG's Bay for finding his style after some days of searching. Gotta wake up just in time for that one right there. And then we will close things out with RNG's Way's Volibear, who was hibernating for a very long time, but woke up in time for some T1 dinner.
It's not the Volibear. The bear should go back to sleep because RNG have been really looking really good at anything that isn't Way Volibear. So I'm going to go for Bay. I think he's had a very long gestational period, and slowly he's blossomed in this beautiful player that gets Lysandra, starts every team fight off beautifully, and is not a huge detriment to his team.
He just want to talk about Bay because it's a bridge to talking about LCK challengers. I'm going to go with Froggy.
Okay, tell me why.
Who I think we saw from Froggy yesterday, what we saw from him domestically, right? Where if you get him out of lane, if you do actually, kind of help him through the laning phase, because he isn't as strong of a laner, he is a phenomenal team fighter. He popped off on Ahri yesterday, and that was really cool to see.
Well, a split panel here. Let's take a look at who picks up the honors, though. Congratulations to Saigon Buffalo's Froggy, who, after a short power nap, had an amazing Day 4 performance and led his team to their first win of the MSI Rumble stage. Our next category, though, is an oldie but a goodie for Best Grandpa. And, of course, we're going to start with the boomer himself, EG's impact for being a leader on a young team. Next, though, might be a surprise for some, where we have Danny for embodying complete grandpa energy. When the kids are having fun in lane, you will find him asleep, but he'll wake up just in time for dinner. And of course, finally, we've got G2's Yankos for his grandpa noises, I say in air quotes, in G2's voice comms. I absolutely love that's what they decided it was, grandpa noises.
I just want to know, it's like, oh, like, is it like a stretch?
Falling
is it
asleep
a
in the middle of the, yeah, exactly. A little bit of a grunt.
What do we think?
Yelling at the Zoomers.
Just like I'd say a grunt. Yeah, like I got to get out of bed for this.
So who takes your top honors?
I mean, for me, it has to be Impact. there was an interview earlier this year with him where he's being interviewed and they're like, oh, how does it feel to be the veteran leader? And he's like, oh, I don't feel that old. Like 2 seconds later, the guys are making too much noise. He just turns around and yells at them to shut up. It was amazing.
I remember that. That was a remote interview still, exactly.
I got it with Danny. It's easy to have grandpa energy when you're old, but it takes dedication, hard work to have that energy when you're one of the youngest players.
I like that logic there, right? You have to work harder to get to grandpa energy as a Zoomer. All right, well, let's see where the votes have gone. Congratulations to EG's grandpa in the top lane. It's none other than Impact. It's not easy keeping the Zoomers in line, but thanks to this veteran, they're on their way towards the MSI knockout stage.
Hopefully, that's a curse, actually.
Let me go to the world,
I wanted them to change that copy. You could have just cursed EG.
I don't take any responsibility for that. I just read within the prompter. Now for our final category, and this one's for the kids. It's the Best Zoomer Award. We've got 5 to choose from in this one. What's your feeling when you look at this field?
Already mentioned, in my opinion, one of the best performing players at the tournament. His international debut, called for him all of last year, vindicated, incredible performances on so many different champions, especially with getting very little resources at the start of the split or at the start of the tournament as well. It's got to be Zeus.
So I want to shout out Owner, who had a phenomenal interview yesterday. He is so entertaining. I was so happy that we got to see that side from him because this T1 team is actually like very bubbly, like very goofy. They're such a fun team. He's improved so much from last year. So shout out for having that hilarious and incredibly confident interview.
Yet another split decision. It's time to reveal our winner, and it is none other than that rookie in the top lane, T1's Zeus. I think we have to continue to stop down and talk about this guy because while T1 has had an up and down showing throughout this tournament and the Rumble stage, even within losses, to your point, Chronicler, he has been fairly consistent.
The most impressive part to me, and it's what always has impressed me, we have a lot of players in challenges, but also just in the LCK that are really good at taking wins, but then they overextend. LPL also has a habit of this. But Zeus plays like he has a lot of years of experience, and that is to me the most impressive part, because he doesn't. And like, how much better can this player get?
I think the other thing, too, that we will talk a bit about more later, Emily, is just kind of this change in style as well for T1 and how obviously players like Zeus play into that, but you like to see them living up to it on their first international performance because that can always be a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing I saw from him yesterday is, like, even when Zeus was targeted with the Rumble, he was still making sure, like, he's clearing the wave. He's not letting them get too far ahead. So even though it was a split map situation where he was getting put behind, he still ended up having these, like, phenomenal equalizers later on, and it was just great to see.
I also like that you bring up the Rumble, because we'd be remiss to not give a Rumble award to one of the Rumble players out here on the tournament. Now it's time to turn our attention, though, towards the action today, the final battle in the MSI Rumble stage with everything on the line.
我到现在这个6强，感觉就起伏比较大。
The Rumble stage has been quite the roller coaster.
저희가 이루지 못한 영광을 이루겠습니다.
我觉得在明天的比赛里面，最重要的一场肯定是我们跟EG打。
마이너 지역이라는 소식어를 거부하는 거침없는 팀 PSG.
我们为了打EG会准备跟我们可能打赢G2那种感觉跟角色差不多。
EG 최고조에 이른 그들의 잠재력 이제 밖으로 폭발할 때입니다.
I don't really think like anyone is unbeatable. We're more confident than ever versus G2. We already beat PSG. We just do our thing and I think we'll be fine.
저는 PSG 선수들은 한국 분들은 죄송한데 그렇게 잘한다 생각 안 하고 그래서 그렇게 긴장되진 않네요.
G2 유럽의 제왕.
Obviously it sucks losing, but there's no time to sit down and be sad about losses.
Normally I would apologize for our performance, but I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna show up the best G2 we've seen, and we're gonna take this MSI home.
그레이티스트 오브 올타임이 이끄는 T1.
일단 저희가 좀 플레이에 자신감 갖고 실수를 많이 안 하면서 잘 하면 될 것 같습니다.
RNG한테도 패배를 한번 당했기 때문에 RNG 상대로 이겨가지고 좀 복수를 하고 싶습니다.
RNG.
Clearly the best team at MSI.
我更期待在 BO5 中碰到 T1 吧，然后跟他们打出一场精彩的比赛。
서로 쫓고 쫓기는 이들 중에 최후의 승자는 누가 될까요?
It all comes down to this, the last day of the Rumble stage. And you can follow along with all the scenarios as the games happen. Head on over to @LulEsportsStats on Twitter. Grab your foldy sheet so that you can stay updated on your team's chances of making it out, or rather to the knockout stage.
It's shorter than I thought.
Down to just
we
64,
had
Emily.
the LCS one where it was like taller than my entire height.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just down to 64 at this point. Let's take a look at some of our tiebreaker scenarios for the day. Out of a total possible of 3, there's a very small percentage of scenarios that actually make it to that, although I know all 3 of us here are rooting for the full 9 games.
There's only one.
There's only one?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Because it's like 1.6% of scenarios. Yeah, so one out.
Only one.
Only one.
I naturally expect us to get to that one because why not? I feel like at this point,
At least
might as well
one,
go all
right?
the way.
Well, hopefully more. Again, I think it is roughly 60% of scenarios that play at least one, if not more than that. And so we'll have to see what, of course, comes true. We'll be tracking that throughout the day. Track along with us, though. Now standing, RNG is already locked for the knockout stage, right? 7-1. The only team that's so far eliminated is going to be Saigon Buffaloes at 1-7. T-Win, 1 win away from locking EG, G2, PSG Talon, the ones who have to do a little bit more work to get it done.
And personally, for T1, there are scenarios where they don't make it, but especially with how the game against G2 yesterday, I wouldn't be too worried. But as you pointed out with your lovely monologue at the top of the day, personally, I don't know what direction it's actually going to end up going, especially with how the forms of the team have been looking, because it's a good time, like for PSG, to kind of have an upsurge, whereas G2, their journey has mostly been downwards, which is a lot harder to bounce back from.
And even in the Saigon Buffalo loss, I think PSG were playing something that they were super comfortable on. They themselves have said, like, we think, I believe it was Hanabi in an interview, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. They said that they feel like they are a scaling team, right? Like they feel like they are ones who kind of learn and evolve and adapt. So, I mean, as someone who really loves this EG team, like putting aside NA or whatever, I am very concerned because I'm perpetually nervous.
Rightfully concerned, I think. Honestly, for any of the teams that find themselves in the position of not yet having locked. Again, I'm going to jump us back to T1, the team in the best of positions. But we do need to talk about their journey here, Chronicler, because it has been filled with ups and downs.
And I want to put it in a broader historical perspective, because in the history of Korean dominance, right, starting in 2013 and lasting till 2017, and even in the years afterwards, I'd argue, Korean teams have always been identified as, yes, they're incredibly hard workers, but they're also a little aloof, a little stoic, hard to approach, very serious, dedicated players. And there are all those things, but one of the saddest things about the, not just them having a rough time in game, at the start of this Rumble stage, that we didn't get to see that T1. And like within the LCK, one of the reasons why this team was so much fun to watch was because they're really goofy. They're really weird. They're really outspoken. And we saw the first glimpses of it yesterday with that impact, or with the interview of Owner.
Yeah, I was so happy to get that Owner interview just because he's a player I've watched, again, like evolve since he came onto the team into Worlds last year. And I mean, just eradicate that mindset completely, right? Like we're well beyond it. And this T1 team is a very fun, goofy team. So like you said, I'm super happy that we saw that.
From the team in the best of positions to the team in the toughest of positions, PSG Talon, they're going to rely heavily on the fact that they hold that head-to-head record over G2, as they are still a game behind in the overall standings. But let's talk about how they can make it. What has been working when they're pulling off wins?
I'm about to talk about Morditz's favorite player here, Bay. Because I think getting him on something, again, that he's really comfortable on, coming out of lane to contribute to these team fights. I think having Hanabi on something like the Ornn as their front line is also really, really important. And once again, we've seen multiple teams say it throughout this stage. We're going to evolve more around 5v5 team fighting in the mid to late game. And I think PSG have kind of found their comfort zone there, especially with the picks that they've been putting Bay on, like the Lissandra, Galio, and Syndra.
And it was Emily that pointed out before they started picking up wins is that Kai Wing has also had an incredible tournament. And him, Unified, and Hanabi are, of course, the remnants of the PSG of last split. And if, as Emily pointed out, like Bei and Juan can be as comfortable and not be somewhat of a liability, which they have been in the past, then I think the amount of prowess and like the cool attitude of those top and bottom players is going to be key for PSG.
I think what's interesting too, as we talk more and more about each of the teams and their best chances of making it out, we fall back on one kind of commonality, which is playing the way your team played to get here, right? It's about returning to those identities. We saw with EG. We've now seen it a bit more with T1, having that weight taken off of their shoulders after falling to that North American squad. And for PSG, go to team fighting, right? And that, in turn, has been the result as well of G2's downfall, maybe getting contested by certain teams in ways that they didn't expect to because of how earlier stages of the tournament had gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 coming in had the absolute best drafting in this entire tournament. And now we've seen people kind of adapt and pick that up. So
we'll see if they can find that again here today as the pressure is on. Now, the PCS champions have a monumental game later today as they face off against EG in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
On the deciding day of the Rumble stage, the script has been thrown out the window. 3 spots are up for grabs and everything is possible. But one matchup has the potential to be the most pivotal of all. Evil Geniuses versus PSG Talent.
Baron looks like they're gonna try right now. Inspired, 2K held fight, it's gonna go to Evil Geniuses! And I've seen this before! Evil Geniuses in the North River taking down the enemy team!
EG turned up the heat on day 4, taking down the hometown favorites T1 in a huge upset.
7-1, clearly the best team at MSI. RNG take down another.
They are now on the verge of making the knockout stage a huge win for all LCS fans. But in 2021, PSG Talon crushed the dreams of the LCS at MSI, and after the wins against G2, they are poised to repeat history.
Just gonna delete the LE.
Last time they faced off, EG came out on top, but this time the stakes are much higher.
In goes Inspire, they've got 1 so far. Juhan's next, 3 down for Danny. Tryndamere finds the 4th.
For our featured matchup powered by Mercedes-Benz, we have a battle for survival between PSG Talon and Evil Geniuses.
An absolutely massive matchup for both of these teams here looking to make it to the knockout stage. I'm just going to kind of turn and open the floor to the two of you. We've talked a little bit about what success for PSG looks like in terms of the comps we want them to secure and how we want them to play around that core and enabling Bei to get through the laning phase and into the teamfight phase. What about on the side of EG? That success that they found yesterday against T1, admittedly, while at the hands of being able to steal a Baron, you don't necessarily want it to always have to come from a play like that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something we saw, again, from EG domestically, is that their early game has some holes in it, maybe, especially against a team like T1, who still, in my opinion, has the best early game of any team at this tournament. However, for EG, it is still the same points that I've been making the entire time, which is Inspired and Vulcan working together to create plays to set up their carries for success, specifically Jojo and Danny. Putting Danny on the Jinx is something that I was looking at in draft, and I was like, I don't know about this lane. And as it turns out, that lane was not very fun for him, but he was obviously so visibly comfortable on that pick and team fights that it didn't end up mattering.
How does that interact with PSG, though, and everything that we've just talked about?
That's the hard part for me, because both these teams, I think, have kind of shifted towards a very similar style, right? Where they are relying on their bot laners to do really well. And then, personally, I think the difference maker is going to be Jojo. Like, his tweeting game is great. We've seen that from the beginning. But if you look at how this player has actually performed in terms of individual performances, his impacts on the map, he has done such an incredible job. And naturally, I'm always going to talk about the T1 boys on their, or Zeus's case on the international debut. But I think Jojo Pyun has also had an incredible tournament.
So for me, it's Vulcan, actually, because I think really highly of Kaiwing. And like we said, in their losses, he was still performing well. He still had really great engages. So I'd like to be able to see Vulcan either out-roam him on like early roam timers maybe, or be able to, counteract that, because Kaiwing initiating fights for PSG is just looking so good.
Well, we wait on bated breath for that matchup, but let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule to see what's in store for us across the entire day. We kick things off with G2 Esports versus Saigon Buffaloes before Evil Geniuses versus PSG, as we just talked about. Then we will conclude Saigon Buffaloes' run at this tournament in the third game of the day against T1. We got to talk about this squad. Glad that they're able to put up a win. Still very dangerous here on our final day of play.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that, first of all, we just, again, have the Vietnamese teams back, right? I know a lot of people were underestimating Saigon Buffalo because they were the second seed and they were beat out by GAM Esports, who just had their victory at Southeast Asian Games, so congratulations to them. But Saigon Buffalo, we've seen them evolve as a team. I really like what they've been doing with mid jungle, with Binjay covering Froggy, right? I think that's actually so important, where even if his jungle proximity or numbers didn't change in a significant way, I think the way he played around mid, that Lee Sin pick for him was so massive.
And in addition to that, I'm also happy. The larger overarching theme of this Rumble stage has been teams returning to playing the way that they like. We saw the most archetypical RNG comp yesterday, and seeing the VCS, who played the way we expected of them in the group stage. But when it came to Rumble, it really took them a couple of days to start showcasing that aggression, start showcasing that type of really high tempo, extremely aggro skill check gameplay that almost got them the wins against RNG. And I think that if those players get another year of experience and they come back next year and they play that same game, they'll win it.
And once again, shout out to Froggy, who had a really great, you just saw him hit that charm there, but really great performances out of him yesterday. And again, it really started with Binjay being you know what, I'm going to attack mid lane. Even in that RNG matchup where they were trading 1-for-1, RNG still weren't able to, get much out of their trade kills. And Binjay and Froggy working together. Like I said before, the stats don't have a significant increase, but the value of his ganks mid and his mid lane coverage showcased in Froggy's teamfight performance.
Yeah, while he himself, in terms of goal difference at 14, was in more of a hole, the team as a whole was closer to breaking even. And that's where ultimately this team wants to be, right? Going into teamfight phase at a relatively even state. Now with the way that they're drafting and looking to play, that's their best shot at success.
And against G2, if you can get them off kills early on, that has been the best way for many teams, right? So I'm expecting Saigon to try to do that here as well and really put the pressure on them early.
Well, we already talked, right, about how Caps, especially if you isolate the beginning of the tournament, looked like the best performing player here. You start to attack him, you put in a position where he can't really be a difference maker for G2, and that just might be the answer. Now, after their win versus PSG, Lore was able to catch up with Saigon Buffalo's Shogun. So let's go ahead and hear what he had to say in the Verizon post-game interview.
We're back in Busan for the final day of the Rumble stage, and yesterday Saigon Buffalo surprised everyone, and I have Shogun with me to talk about this amazing performance. Xin chao, and thank you so much for joining me. There's been a shift in your playstyle and in the way you played yesterday, challenging RNG, beating PSG in the penultimate game. What happened there, and how do you explain this change?
Thì ngày hôm nay là mình có một cái phong độ rất là khác so với những ngày trước, là mình đã coi như là rất là gần với chiến thắng để đánh bại được RNG, và mình đã coi như là hủy diệt PSG ở trận đấu vừa rồi. Thì hôm nay team bạn đã làm những gì khác để mình có được cái kết quả tốt này?
Là team em sau hai thất bại ngày hôm qua thì bọn em đã về nói với nhau và bàn bạc lại, và bọn em chơi theo kiểu cố gắng hết sức thôi.
So I think after two close defeats yesterday, we were very upset, but we go back and we talk to each other on how we can improve, and we come into today with a mentality to try our very best.
That was an amazing performance. Congrats on this game. And this was your first international experience at MSI, being one of the youngest players here in the competition. How do you reflect on your performance, but also what you learned here in the competition?
Thì mặc dù là mình là một tuyển thủ trẻ nhưng mà mình có rất là nhiều màn trình diễn chói sáng tại giải đấu lần này ha. Thì bạn đánh giá như thế nào về màn trình diễn của cá nhân bạn tại giải đấu MSI lần này và bạn đã học được những điều gì qua cái trải nghiệm lần đầu tiên ra quốc tế này?
Em nghĩ đây là lần đầu tiên em ra quốc tế và em cảm thấy màn trình diễn của em thì nó cũng tầm ở trung bình thôi chứ cũng không có quá nổi trội hay là một cái gì cả. Và còn về kinh nghiệm thì em đã học được rất là nhiều về những đối thủ khác như đi với họ và những cái điều nhỏ nhặt.
So I think like as reflection on myself, I think that my performance here is just average. I think I still have a long way to go. And I think about the things that I have learned in this first international experience is that I got to meet the best players and also learn from them like how to go better on the landing phase, like the small tricks to like get myself better, the advantage in the lane.
Hopefully you can feel better next time we see you at international events because this is just the beginning of your journey here. Shogun, last question for you. G2 will be the next game. Can you take them down the same way you took down PSG and challenge RNG?
Thì mình sẽ đối đầu với lại G2 trong trận đấu sắp tới. Tái đấu với G2 trong trận đấu sắp tới thì bạn có tự tin là bạn sẽ hạ được G2 cũng như các bạn đã hạ được PSG trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay không?
Phong độ của G2 đang xuống rất là cao sau 4 trận vừa qua. Họ đã để thua 4 trận liên tiếp thì em nghĩ ngày mai bọn em sẽ chiến thắng được G2.
So I feel like a G2 performance has not been very well, especially when they have like a 4 lose streak. So I think we're gonna take them down tomorrow.
Looking forward to this matchup then, Shogun. Come on for this interview. Tony, thank you so much for the translation. And Dash, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Now, Saigon Buffaloes are effectively eliminated from the tournament, but they can still play spoilers starting now versus G2, who are coming off of a 4-game losing streak. Never thought I was going to say that based on how they were playing early on in this tournament.
It's been shocking. It will hopefully, as Emily already lampshaded earlier, teach us to not take away too much of best of ones. And we should also not now pretend that G2 is not good anymore. Okay. Right? Because just as going forward doesn't make them the best team, going for a loss streak also doesn't make them the worst team. The problem is that Jankos and Caps have really been pushed down. They are not able to make as much of an impact on the map. And it's a combination of teams adapting not only to G2's draft, but also tailoring their own, like, for example, the Lee Sin Lissandra that we saw earlier, where there is so much lockdown available and the playmaking potential just isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we saw from Saigon Buffalo yesterday in terms of attacking mid-jungle is also what they have to do into Caps and Jankos today, because for me, that is, you know, the beating heart of this G2 team. They're both such good players. They have such great coordination with each other. And while I wouldn't have categorized like G2 as an early game team, getting Caps ahead is so important for this team to get to that mid game where they really love team fighting.
I'm also going to just key into a little bit of what you were talking about in terms of the draft. It definitely felt like on the outset of this tournament that G2 was kind of defining the meta, right? Or dictating the meta of the tournament.
Absolutely.
And now they're still doing it, but in a different way, in the sense that teams are now having, or rather being forced to adapt to them and find their way to dismantle it.
Yeah, they had so many smart picks, groups, and then the beginning of Rumble. Here we see the Lissandra response and the top Ornn, the Lissandra Lee Sin to cover mid and make sure that at least is stable. And then the Tristana Rel is something that, Unified and Kaiwing have just been spamming. It's great in teamfights, allows Kaiwing that initiation with the Ornn frontline. So this is like, a classic, we're setting up Tristana to teamfight composition. And into what G2 picked, again, I'm going to say a little bit about Flackett, because I think he's a phenomenal team fighter, but his laning wouldn't be something that I'd highlighted, which is what you want out of something like a Kalista pick.
So then for G2, considering that now they're the ones who really want to find a win here, and maybe with some knowledge or expectation that teams are going to start, adapt and draft in that way against them, what's the answer for them?
Yes, stay off the Kalista. You know, get maybe
Kalista.
something a little bit more comfortable because we've seen how important AD carry counterpick actually has been in this tournament, also with the blind Ezreal. And then in addition to that, get a good matchup for Caps and Jackals. Make sure that they can actually win that 2v2 mid.
All right, back to highlighting and spotlighting that mid lane matchup. It all comes down to this final day of the MSI Rumble stage. Who will make it and who will be eliminated? Dracos, Kobe, let's find out.
It's a great question.
Let's find out.
Did you pull out a fake
I was going to be a magnifying glass, but then I realized it just looks like a fist.
Detective Kobe and Dracos, are we punching you? Are we looking through the magnifying glass? We'll find out.
Okay, so the AD carry conversation is actually really interesting because this is not just a normal, oh, we've got, 4 top AD carries and you take your pick. They are very different as far as the comps that they're used in. You've got, if you go the Kai'Sa angle, then you have to go much more of a dive composition. You need setup, you need CC to get plasma on people. Then you have to worry about the counters to that, like the Xayah with the counter dive with her ultimate. Ezreal, the poke variation. Then there's the Tristana Kalista trade where Kalista has been heavily maligned, jumped in and bursted down by so many Tristanas. So already G2 trying to force that AD carry meta, banning away the Tristana. That does actually, funnily enough, raise the success probability of Kalista because Tristana has been the primary pick into Kalista, going for that lane phase all in, combine it with a Nautilus or something like that. But I know that G2 fans do not want to see another Kalista for them. Flacket is undefeated on Kai'Sa. I really like the Kai'Sa angles when you have, big CC on your team, dive comp, Flacket 4-0 on this champ so far at MSI. It's by far looked like his best and G2's best.
Agree completely, and we're seeing a little bit of targeting towards BJ as both Nocturne and the Lee Sin are taken off the board, but immediately going to see the Wukong now locked in. Obviously, very successful champ for anyone who has picked it up. We'll see how G2 want to use it. We just assume for now it's in the jungle, and again, Galio coming out, so very defensive mid lane pick. Already banned away the Ahri, already banned away the LeBlanc, but you're right to highlight the AD carries. I am with the herd. I don't know. I'm losing the word I'm with the herd on this one. I hate the Kalista.
You woke up at 5 a.m.
I woke up at 5 a.m. I'm with the herd. Me and the herd. We hate the Kalista. I know it does good things. I don't want to see those things. I want to see none of the good things or the bad things. I want no Kalista for either side. But wow, okay.
So
Vladimir picked up.
Yeah. So there have been a couple of Gwen counter picks circulating, and the Vladimir has been one of the more successful versions of it. I do like this for Broken Blade. He has played and had a long history on Vladimir. North American finals as well when he was on TSM. Huge Vladimir play from him. So do have confidence in Broken Blade playing into the Gwen. And there's my Kai'Sa, Daniel. The herd can be happy.
G2 fans and the herd breathing a sigh of relief. There will be no Kalistas in this game.
G2 herd here is strong.
G2 herd. Oh no.
It's not a G2 army anymore.
It's a herd. Oh boy. It's going to be loosey-goosey today, but an explosive bottom lane. We're back. Folks, we remember it from 2019. We've all been waiting for it, even if you didn't know it. Kai'Sa, Xayah, meta has returned. Yes, it took a couple bans. Yes, it took a lot of Kalista failing. But finally, the hypest 80 carry meta possible has returned. Now, though, as we enter the second ban phase, Sylas taken away, trying to limit some of Caps' options in the mid lane, as well as the Rakan, that super reliable engage, and obviously the pairing of the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, honestly, too, as much as everyone is focused on the G2 comp, the Buffalo answers here with dual counter engage, Galio and Xayah, is pretty strong. As we said, whenever you pick the Kai'Sa, the next sentence that we went with was you have to worry about the counter initiation and the Xayah and these reaction sort of picks here. So Bard gives you even more delay time with the ultimate, more possibilities there. Not going to lock it in quite yet. I do like leaving support final counter pick. That's quite interesting. Technically, Galio could also be rotated to support. We haven't seen it this tournament, but it has been a possibility in the past. It's much more likely to go mid, though, and they just lock in the Aatrox into Vladimir for the healing 1v1 on top side.
Yeah, we just got the bloody drain tank boys there on the top side. Nautilus now locked in, not to the surprise of anyone, just a very standard strong pick. Obviously was the premier support pairing when Kai'Sa was meta previously. So no surprise to see it again there. However, Galio, the thing that I love about him is he obviously just generates so much space for your carries. As long as Galio has W up, it makes it very hard for the Wukong to leap in. Part of the reason why he was so good into champions like Akali back in. Again, I'm really stuck on 2019-2020 meta. It's a good time for League of Legends. Anivia would be the spice.
It's a shout out. I think it's just a shout out for later in the day. It is locked
Okay,
in.
and here's the thing. Aatrox short range, yes, he can get over the wall. Gwen short range, yes, she can't get over the wall as well. But Xayah, you throw the wall behind her, she can't do anything. Galio obviously going to have a miserable time in lane. If he ever tries to E in and Anivia just ults on the ground, that man's just getting burned down.
It's really interesting because it diversifies G2's team comp. Because previously they were so heavy on dive all in, and Anivia gives you way more outs. Anivia, really good wave clear. Obviously doesn't have to dive at all. Is much better in these set up secure team fights. So very, very interesting kind of pivot there in the face of so much counter dive with Galio and Xayah and Renata. Renata, the final piece of the massive amount of counter initiation here, is so much better when people are diving into you. So Anivia gives them a bit more range, a bit more security there from the mid lane from Caps. And of course, like you're saying, is quite good into the Galio itself. So both fits in answering the opponent's team, but also the lane here. So I do like that. Very interesting and important game here as well for G2 with the race for that third and fourth spot moving towards semifinals.
And of course, the win here does secure G2 at least a tiebreaker game for knockout stage. Obviously, the specifics will discover more as the day continues and as more matches are played. For now, Saigon Buffalo playing to upset the apple cart. Wow.
The herd.
The herd. Sleep-deprived me has a lot of weird phrases. That's all I will say. So we're going to see how it works out. The Anivia obviously did fantastically the first time in Stage 1 up against EG. We'll see how it fares against Saigon Buffalo. And a huge, huge game. And I feel like Saigon Buffalo yesterday playing... Oftentimes we see this when teams are knocked out or on the edge of knocked out. They play with, like, no fear. And it's a horrifying thing to deal with. We see it all the time. I don't know if you see this in LCS as well, but in LEC we see teams who are like... Once they're eliminated from playoffs, play like absolute mad lads, and they play the best league they've played all year.
Yeah, when you have no pressure on you. We definitely did see that. We saw that from TSM starting to finally get some wins after they were fully eliminated. I was more curious about what was Yanko saying in that shot. Every member of G2 intently listening, and Yanko's kind of belting out some early game instructions, it looks like. Always love when we get to see those pictures of them just before we go into game, because that's where it really is important. Laying out your early game, laying out your level 1. How do we want to play this out as soon as we've seen the entire team comp match up? And obviously we had the swap there with BeanJ being able to take up the Gwen. And it is going to be the jungle Gwen. It's definitely a bit slower, a bit more farming oriented. But Wukong is also really focused on those team fights, so we'll see if there's any sort of extra early ward. He doesn't place the trinket down towards red or Raptors.
Man, this is interesting. Jungle Gwen obviously picked that I only saw a few times domestically in the LEC, something that has been played a lot in solo queue, but I'm curious what your thoughts are on this pick generally, what it brings. Because obviously solo top lane one we're very used to seeing.
Yeah, I do like it in solo queue because it does give you more autonomy. It's more possibilities of 1v9 and not having to trust your team later. But it does take longer to scale than most of the predominant junglers right now. A big part of junglers right now is getting very powerful early so that you can have an impact on the Rift Herald. Wukong, right at 6, does have a big spike. And while Gwen 6 is important, Gwen scales really well with items, much more so than most of the other junglers right now. So it's definitely much more of a scaling jungle pick. Isn't going to have as much of an effect towards the early stages there, especially worried about possible Rift Herald plays. But they've got the Aatrox on top side, so that plus a Galio ultimate can definitely do wonders when you're working towards some of these skirmishes. If you've got a Gwen with the Mist and a Galio ultimate to come down after the Mist, it kind of buys you more time there, so definitely gives it a lot of threat.
And I think the big thing that obviously Saigon Buffalo have bought for themselves is a well-timed stun there stops Froggy from really trading back onto Caps, is that they have, in theory, a much more comfortable laning matchup for Hosmed. Part of the reason why they moved the Gwen out of that topside matchup. But have to see. For now, obviously falling behind a little bit early on, it makes sense. Vladimir has the range. He's got the extra combat. Some is going to be difficult to play against. As the hook lands on the bottom side, Taki takes a bit of damage, but Renata relatively tanky. Courtesy of the Guardian there, able to shrug that damage off. And Hosman might be in trouble. Really easy for Broken Blade to drop tower aggro. Expects to see him take it first. Waiting for the Q to now come out. Yanko's committing fully to the fight, trying to get a bit more damage down to Hosman. Hosman dashing away. First blood. Broken Blade dropping tower aggro. And it's a flawless first blood.
Very, very clean from the G2 duo here. Yanko's getting up to Broken Blade immediately. And you can, excuse me, the early game and early morning frogs caught in my throat. The Gwen, though, you can see fully focused on the power clear. So while Jankos has had a tendency to spend and skip camps for a lot more time affecting lanes, getting his laners going, very, very useful gank from him. Gwen has gone with the full clear, power clear towards the bottom side, and now you see him here over the wall.
Oh, Caps not ready for that one. Snip, snip, now down under the tower, just outside of tower range, means Caps is going to fall. A bit of a delayed kill back, but BJ now getting snowballed.
Yes, and this is a scenario where 10 out of 10 times you do want the jungler taking the last hit, because Galio is the supportive one, and you've got the carry, scaling jungler. Dracos, if you get your early kills on a jungler like this, then all of a sudden, you know, the difference between a top lane Gwen and jungle Gwen starts to shrink, because so much more money funneled into BJ now with their early kill onto Caps, and taking away the egg passive now will make him much more vulnerable. This means, ooh, really nice spacing there on Froggy, by the way. Just outside of the Q from Anivia with the Justice Punch, and then able to get right back in. That was beautifully played by Froggy.
Running Ignited, ticking down, trying to walk back in and get a cheeky auto, hoping to turn this one away, realizing he's already going to drop, but that's going to be the lane and kill. Massive for Saigon Buffalo. And Kobe, they just keep winning. They've got their Gwen a kill in the early game. AP Jungler's clear speed goes through the roof with early gold, and now they've got the more aggressive laning combo in the Renata plus Xayah, and they're ahead in lane 2.
Since yesterday, especially, Froggy has just been fully unleashed, and the Saigon Buffalo here are falling right back up on it. So this is why Renata is so good into a lot of these melee matchups right now. A very good counter engage. Taki, they're able to get him with the handshake, and then on the way out, they chase down the kill. Really, really good stuff here from what's been the most consistent part of this team has been their bottom lane. I think the newest and most important member to step up has been Froggy and BJ. So that mid-jungle duo from yesterday, huge performances out of them to get the Buffalo their first win. And they're continuing their strong play today.
Certainly are. And I think incredible to see this early game come out. I was concerned a little bit, honestly, after that topside gank. It played so well. I started to wonder, oh, is Jankos going to pull ahead? But now BJ, you can see individually, one kill as well. Matching, his clear speed is still going to be insane. The bot lane is going to be in trouble. So hard to play against the Xayah with any kind of advantage. And while Targamas is trying to roam, Saigon Buffalo are responding. Taki is everywhere that he needs to be. They're not really getting the edge in terms of map movement, and Saigon Buffalo pushing forward, leveraging their individual laning advantages to secure this Drake.
Yeah, they've got Galio ult advantage, and Caps has no egg for Anivia. So not only is Galio going to be way more impactful in moving down the river for this dragon fight, just champion to champion, but also not having the safety there. Anivia does not want to get caught out early on, especially with no passive. So they only, for the side of G2, get Jankos over to that red buff. He did get a pretty deep ward here. At least we'll see the spawn number 2 in their red quadrant of their jungle on the top side of the map there for Saigon Buffalo. Broken Blade is the point of power for G2. Got the early gank from Jankos, and as soon as he cleans up the rest of that minion wave, will reclaim a bit of the CS lead that he has on the top side. Obviously, Vladimir very good at scaling for some of that AoE damage later on into the game, though Xayah is one of the more difficult AD carries to dive.
Yep. Shogun obviously pretty comfortable. We'll see. I've been impressed with Taki in the early roams. He's been a lot, putting a little bit of pressure towards mid. But I'm also watching BJ, because this is a champion that I haven't seen too much of in the jungle for a long time. So far, my only opinions are clear speed, good. Clear speed, very good. Other than that, I'm waiting to see what Gwen is going to do when she's not locked into a lane. Because she's not a traditional CC champion. She doesn't offer a lot of playmaking. She relies more on other people around her to kind of set those plays up.
Yeah, fortunately for you, there's no real mystery with the champion. It's still very straightforward. Similar Gwen things. It's just that you rely on your laners to have that CC and the setup for a lot of your ganks. like you're saying, you can't force as many. Once you get level 6 and you've got your ultimate, then you become really threatening though. And so for BJ, why it was so big for him to get that early kill, ooh, nice, able to still get off that recall there for Aatrox. Normally, after you're full clear on Gwen, you've got a little bit of extra time that goes to waste. Most other junglers, you know, can do something with it, affect a lane or something like that, but usually the level 4 Gwen doesn't have that big of an impact, but you got a very efficient early stop in there to mid lane to get that, get that money, and look at him. Build path here accelerated. But for G2, this Herald that we mentioned and the difference between the two junglers, Jankos takes no hesitation, starts up that Herald. They've got a control ward on it, and since the Buffalo have committed 2 members to stay bottom, they should for sure just give up this Rift Herald. It's only really counting how many turret plates do you get in payment for it, because G2 will pay that price on the bottom side. 2 turret plates in total have been taken, though already a lot of damage was done after that early kill.
Yeah, it's so hard now for Black to step forward as long as those feathers are down. You can see Targamas looking to lock in. Hey, we were talking about TSM earlier.
Completely zoned off the tower as well, though. I want to point out. So, you know, Shogun and Taki absolutely, you know, monstering on the bottom side of this map. The Saigon Buffalo bottom lane has been such a point of power for them, and now BJ's coming to join, and they've got a Galio ult.
Be big. That's the ulti now going down. Targamas just means that he's walking away a little bit. Black has the ultimate to reposition if he needs to. He's trying to get away from BJ. Yanko's now on the way in. Saigon Buffalo, they overstayed. Shogun's so incredibly low. Taki incredibly low, but Targamas already down. Yanko's looking to finish 1 kill, trying to stop the feathers from coming back. Clean flash from Shogun to finish the job, and BJ now hungry for a little bit more blood. One more Anna's gonna block him, but it's not enough. Snip, snip, baby!
It was getting dirty there for a second, Daniel. I thought G2 were going to clean up more kills, but in the end, the Buffalo with the extra person, Galio ult, means the difference. Caps on Anivia can't really get down there. Could teleport to the tower, but decides to push the wave instead. Gets 1 wave into mid-turret, and the Buffalo will get not only the extra kills on the bottom side of the map, but the entire turret in the aftermath. Look at the start of this dive. So they were not an ultimate to keep Targamas decently close, but then just outside of that Galio range, and they take a lot of tower shots. BJ is trying to do a lot of work on this top side versus Jankos and Flacket, keeping them out of the actual tower dive itself, but once Janko gets back in there for the double kill, starts to look like G2 are going to get a decent amount of money back until BJ on this Gwen jungle. Riftmaker already done.
Got
Guess
the
what?
Riftmaker. Got the free boots. This man is zooming.
This is your solo queue jungle Gwen. This is the dream. When you get 3 early kills on this champion, Riftmaker 10 minutes into the game, this is huge jungle game for him.
Yeah, I'd say for EU fans, that definitely qualifies as a scare prize. Don't forget to grab your exclusive scare prize Prime Gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight, or when you lose slowly to a 3-0 Gwen. All things are available here in this context.
Jankos, of course, did get 2 kills, but Flackid.
Hold that thought. Flackid has cleanse, but I don't think he wants to use any summoner spells here. He knows he's down, and BJ now on a rampage. They are feeding Gwen every kill across the map.
Yeah, you have to respect that there's no tower left for you for G2. They've lost so much defense so early on into this game, and the Buffalo punish again. Roam down to the bottom side. Now they're roaming up towards mid. Can Taki get him?
Taki locks him down. That's going to be the handshake. Now here come the scissors. Oh no, that's a sad time to have the passive back up. Shogun grabbing the kill. Saigon Buffalo completely out of contention. G2 playing for a guaranteed chance at a tiebreaker, but it is Saigon Buffalo who are playing the better League of Legends right now. They're absolutely smashing G2.
This is insane! The Buffalo are destroying G2, getting flashbacks to 2019 when they 2-0 G2 at that MSI.
Jankos, though, the strong member on the team, has the Divine Sunderer. Topside, their strongest point compared to the rest of the map. Maybe they can get something done here, but Jankos getting pulled back by the chains. Tower shot will not finish it.
The bastion of hope for G2 has been their successful plays on the top side of the map. Jankos plus Broken Blade combining yet again for another successful gank, but it does come at the cost of second Dragon, only 12 minutes into the game. Very quick pace here for the Saigon Buffalo, and with the amount of gold lead that they have accrued for themselves, they should be able to continue stacking and push this ahead. Jankos, though, pop this Rift Herald, get as much money into Broken Blade as you possibly can. They're actually just going to leave it here and let the tower deny a little bit more as far as the minions. They get out. They want to overstay their welcome. It's important when you're trying to make comebacks in games like this, not to overstay, not to, rush it too much and get too greedy. A lot of comebacks really come in multi-step process.
And it's going to be, there's going to be a few more steps in this multi-step process, most certainly. I think the big concerning thing is if you look at the riff we've rolled, well, you know that the casters are excited because in this house we stand Hextech. However, if you're a G2 fan, you should be concerned because let me tell you what would be great for a turbo-fed Gwen and a Xayah, it would be Hextech Soul. So something G2 absolutely have to respect. Yes, they are a late-game team-fighting powerhouse with the Wukong and a Vladimir, but as long as Gwen is far enough ahead of the clock, she doesn't really care about anybody.
And here's where you can also put your spotlight on that final pick, the 5th pick, Anivia. As we said, it's so different from the rest of the G2 comp, where Anivia gives you a lot more wave clear and gives you some stalling if you need it. Turns out they are going to need it in this game. And Saigon Buffalo don't have the perfect delivery system for a Galio. Gwen and Aatrox kind of walk their way into your team. They can walk a little bit faster sometimes, get Ghost or Flash in there, but it's not as direct a delivery system as sometimes you see with the super heavy dive. So G2 do have options for stalling and trying to get to those breakpoints that you're looking for with the rest of their carries.
Yep. Time is the name of the game, as the gold lead is pretty sizable at this stage, 3K. And again, depending on the context, Broken Blade pretty strong individually, has the Cosmic Drive, will be a big threat on the side lane. G2 yet to really find any kind of footing in teamfights. Losing out in lane prio means losing out on tempo, on pushing in and generating this kind of vision. You can see BJ moving to the top side. I thought he was going to drop a ward. He didn't have a ward. He wanted to ward, but he could not. And you can see total vision control on the top side of the map from Saigon Buffalo.
And what we're going to see is a focus from Saigon Buffalo on suffocating G2 as far as the vision goes. BJ is actually just going to walk at them.
Jay, Hosmed off to the side. That's going to be the TP coming in from the Aatrox. Targamas locked up by the Infernal Chain. Well-placed Q2 to make sure they get the pull back, and that's Targamas getting knocked down.
Yeah, it's too scary, Daniel. The Gwen just runs right at your face. Aatrox here as well, jumping over the wall. Hosmed follows it up. And G2, they're going to have to spend every ounce of wave clear that they have to continue delaying. Yeah. Their only kind of benefit is that the Buffalo don't have a great siege team, so it's harder for them to take the rest of the towers in the face of Anivia. Fortunately for the Buffalo, though, neutral objectives coming right back onto the map. They'll just focus on Rifttail number 2 here and then transition down to the 3rd Dragon, which is at a very quick pace.
Yep.
Anivia is recalling, but Caps does have his Unleashed teleport ready. He could teleport back after this fight.
EV getting lower and lower. Saigon Buffalo maybe secure that one. Looks like they did, as BJ is now going to grab it. Caps returns to mid lane. So he'll be there in time to potentially stall or stop this Herald push, but mid lane tier 1 tower is so important.
It's basically gone, because you can try and wave clear, but the Herald is going to destroy that tower no matter what.
Well, they're not even going to use it. Gwen immune, obviously. Frustrating for Caps. He has to get so close to do anything here. Renat ult means that Caps is going to punch his friends.
Hit him with a little snowflake on the nose.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Fear my terrible auto attack animation.
Targamas is literally at 100% life. He's like, wait, what, sir? The tower is dead, though, and they didn't have to invest the Rift Herald. So Buffalo actually have a pretty quick way to accelerate this game. They've got Rift Herald in hand and 50 seconds left on Dragon number 3. So just go to those neutral objectives. Then you can siege up with your Rift Herald, plow down the last one, and you'll be prepped and ready for a very early Dragon Soul.
And Gwen Xayah, both ahead of the clock in terms of itemization, means that Wind Baron is an option. Saigon Buffalo are going to have no problem taking that one down pretty quickly. G2 really have to play carefully here. 4K gold lead. Saigon Buffalo slowly but surely extending this lead as G2 trying to group, trying to force, trying to stall what feels like an inevitable Dragon Soul. A little bit of damage coming out, forcing an early flash from Taki. Good heads-up play. Gwen now immune and the engage coming out. Jankos might just have to use the ult to make sure the rest of his team can escape. Infernal Chains coming in. Flash is going out. G2 have burned all their resources just to walk away from the fight. Black is moving into the box side, but doesn't have enough damage to get anything done. Saigon Buffalo having a hell of a time in a fight, but now Hosmed is isolated. The Aatrox healing is big. Oh god, it's flashbacks to the Shy. And G2 are running for the hills. One more chain gonna land. Caps taken down. Hosmed still standing. BJ up as well. so far. G2 only losing targets, but now the rest will fall. 3 members down in an instant, traded for the life of Hosmed. Saigon Buffalo are rolling G2.
Vietnam is here to stay, Daniel. The Saigon Buffalo crushed G2. They'll pick up the Dragon Soul points, and they're going to take more than that. Rift Herald is also popped.
It's so terrifying for G2. We'll get a replay, I'm sure, but the start of that fight is just them running and burning all of their cooldowns just to get away. But Saigon Buffalo don't let them get away, Kobe. They just keep going for more.
They certainly do not. I think we undersold the Gwen and Aatrox running at you strategy because it is terrifying. VJ and Hosmed right over the top of that wall. Huge chase down, and G2 scrambling to get out of their own jungle here, unable to do so. BJ just nice hook, immunes it, and then charges forward right on Jankos. As you said, the defensive ultimate from Jankos to try and buy space, but then they just flash in. Froggy following with the Galio, creating so much space behind these 2 divers, and then while Broken Blade is left alone, trying to take down the backline over there, they still have the Galio ultimate to protect Shogun, and so he's not able to get the assassination off. Hosmed lives so long with the Aatrox killing and able to egg Caps really early into this fight. So BJ, even though he gets low there on the Gwen, snip, heals right back up, chops them all right back down to size. And this game is out of control so quickly. Hosmed with the massive Aatrox damage. And if you also value damage taken, damage soaked as a frontline, which I do. He's also right up there on the very top of that chart with all of the healing he was able to output. Huge stuff there from Hosmed. Gore Drinker, Hex Drinker shield as well coming in for him.
And I think at this point, you look at the itemization, and it's just so hard for G2 to do anything. They even had 3 members of Saigon Buffalo fighting into a funnel, fighting into a fully charged Anivia ult, and they could not get a winning fight. They could not get an advantageous situation. So things are only going to get more difficult. Soul point on the board for Saigon Buffalo. Jankos can look to get something done. He is still strong individually, a bit behind in terms of XP, but in terms of itemization, he is very much ahead. Froggy now running as Jankos wants to finish this kill in isolation. Shogun coming down. Galio going to try to use him to escape it. Jankos is on a CC, so Froggy's tick, still standing.
Froggy leaps to safety. The Saigon Buffalo team, I want to take a moment too as well, because so much emphasis has been put on learning at this international event, for the super young members of Evil Geniuses. But as well, this Saigon Buffalo team, overall, they are the youngest average age of any team here at MSI. And the point earlier about being able to play better when the pressure is off, yes, they have technically been eliminated where they cannot advance to the next stage of the game. So much of what you learn at these international events is that your opponents, even these Pool 1 seeds, are just other humans, and you can take them down. If you play with confidence like this, you can definitely succeed, and they're doing just that. After yesterday, it really feels like this Buffalo team is on a much steeper power curve.
And just a reminder about how quickly perceptions of teams and your impressions of teams can change in the context. G2 were the best team in the world for the first 2 days of this tournament. And now people are like, oh, wait, how good are they? How good are they really? They're falling down. Saigon Buffalo, maybe we thought they could be upset. We thought they might be better than the PCS. Then we didn't think they're that good. And now they're going to look for 2 upsets in the context of the last few days. Things change so quickly. G2 were the drafting team. This Anivia was part of the reason why we're like, G2 are the drafting team. But now it is the Gwen flex pick in the draft from Saigon Buffalo that is doing work.
Best of ones can be very fickle. And so much of international events is also adjusting to metas and changing to what you're seeing from these different international pockets, basically in the adaptations of their champions pool. So really great stuff there from the Buffalo. And G2, yeah, as you mentioned, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, I guess, as far as the win streak turning into a loss streak now.
Yeah. EU fans brought up just to be brought right back down. We'll see how G2 fare in the rest of the day and how they fare in the rest of this game. As for now, Saigon Buffalo appear to be winning team. That said, Broken Blade good in these extended fights, has the Cosmic Drive, moving away from the Q3, well-timed pool. Hosmed still has a bit of healing coming in. He's got the Moss, so that's extra spellband, but Jankos on the way means, it might not mean anything. That is one beefy Aatrox. He's going to try to heal up. That's the Q3. No, he doesn't have enough time. He doesn't have enough cooldowns. But in the meantime, Saigon Buffalo pulling the trigger on this Baron. Shogun trying to generate a little bit more space. Walking away. Wall goes down, but he manages to get past it somehow. There's the ulti. They're flashing away. The taunt coming out from Galio as well. But all the major CC is gone. Maybe, just maybe, G2 can get something done. It is not a jinx.
This is huge.
It's not a miracle steal, but they've managed to stall the Baron while getting a pick on the bottom side. Broken Blade still taking a tower.
That's huge for G2. to be able to get the kill off, sending Jankos bottom and delay the Baron. They don't have to give up anything on the other side of the map, and these are objective bounties. Because the Buffalo are so far ahead, being at Soul Point, plus all of the gold lead, objective bounty and the kill for the pickoff here for G2, and 0 response from the Buffalo because a very nice stall on that Baron. Cass with this Anivia did have to flash, but with the wall, with the range and the AoE here, again, what they drafted with their final pick was so much stalling. That's step one. Again, see if they can pull it off here though. 7 seconds left on the Dragon Soul. This is going to be huge. Better practice your smites.
Eyes on Jankos, 4-2-2. He and Broken Blade, the sole strong points on the team at this moment. Hosmid waiting off to the side, not sure what the blast cone respawn timer looks like, but he may just be able to dash over the wall here in a moment. Just poking, just harassing, ready to leap in, and that's going to be the world under. Flacken now caught in the Infernal Chain. He will get pulled back and beat it. Oh, he just sees Emil, he just sees him waiting for him. Snip, snip, Broken Blade now healing up. Does he have the pool? No, he does not. He just gets cut down. That's going to be the soul.
Flacken got squished like a bug, Daniel. It's still going to be down to a smite, though. Jankos is alive. He's got flash. He's got W. He's over the wall.
Praying on a miracle. Praying. Can he take it away?
Got it.
He buys time. A brief glimmer of hope. Yes, Saigon Buffalo may take the Baron, but G2, they've held on to hope for now.
Oh, my goodness. That is still going to be Baron for Saigon Buffalo, but Jankos at least saves the soul going over. G2, they're going full defensive now. They've got to stall for a long time because the Buffalo are going to come knocking at your door. They will be wearing purple. They will be buffing up their minions, and they will be looking to get a second win at MSI.
G2 need to hold. G2 need to stall. G2 need to buy as much time as humanly possible because the Saigon Buffalo are coming, and they have not stopped once in this game. 6-0-6 for BJ, 4-0-6 for Shogun. This team is unstoppable.
Flacken too close to that wall, I have to say. They saw the first Aatrox Q come through on Broken Blade. He gets hit, and Flacken is still here. He goes over to Q the Aatrox. Hosmid just jumps over, lands the chain. Beautiful Infernal Chain, and Flacken tried to flash into the corner. He does not flash to the side of the Infernal Chain area. He gets pulled back. He flashes still inside the Infernal Chain area, gets pulled back and annihilated as the Gallia ult comes down. But as low as G2 got there, Jankos saves the day. That was a long time with a low health dragon, and he ended up getting it.
Makes it work. Targamas getting pulled back, half his own wall, potentially turning him against him. That's going to be the ulti now coming out. Jankos on the retreat. The entire team now pulling back as Saigon Buffalo relentlessly pushing in this mid lane. Good news is they have the Anivia. If any champion can stop a Baron Siege, it is certainly this one. But Jankos waiting off to the side, looking for any kind of window of opportunity. BJ now immune, potentially overstaying. Galio coming in. G2, I don't think you can take this fight. You can't afford to leave your base. Caps and Egg on the other side of the wall is just going to get cut down. G2, all you needed to do was buy time, but you picked a fight anyway, and now everything has fallen apart. G2, the last glimmer of hope to steal from Jankos amounts to nothing because Saigon Buffalo will not stop. Yes, they are 1-7, but you cannot afford to underestimate the VCS.
This is Vietnam Unleashed! Another win at MSI. The Saigon Buffalo are coming for those Nexus turrets. Broken Blade and Targamas will be the only G2 members left alive to try and defend.
Oh no, for G2. Another crushing defeat. They found 4 victories in this stage, but they will find 5 losses back to back to back to back. This one at the hands of the Saigon Buffalo. They're not even worried about the champion. They close the game out with confidence.
Think about it. Yesterday, Saigon Buffalo on the brink of taking down RNG. Then they get their first win. Another win here. They are on fire. Scaling here at MSI, the youngest average team here at the tournament. And they indeed took notes for the beginning. Now they're dishing out the lessons.
And now there's other teams we got to be looking at to take notes, to adapt. For G2, they're not out there. That could have been a guaranteed, at a minimum, tiebreaker at the end of the day. But things are only going to get harder as the day continues. The tiebreaker situation's more complex. Saigon Buffalo winning here, and really credit again to the VCS. Always an incredibly entertaining region to watch, always a region that has been capable of upsets, but when this is your second seed and they've developed so quickly in the context of what is a very short tournament, that's an amazing thing to watch.
And it's not just, oh, look at how aggro they are. Look at these crazy scrappy fights. This is intelligent drafting, swapping the Gwen to the jungle, out of the matchup with Vladimir, into the jungle, having confidence, Binjay picking it up, going for the early kill. Full clears his route on Gwen over to the mid lane with the perfect setup from Froggy. Justice Punch just out of the Anivia range, then back in to get the CC to set him up. Beautiful execution on a great plan from the Saigon Buffalo.
And as an update before we head to break, this result, G2's loss, means that T1 have locked their spot in the knockout stage. So there are 2 spots left between G2, EG, and PSG Talon. Pressure is on. Those 2 of those teams are coming up next. Evil Genius is looking to lock their spot in the semifinals versus PSG. As we go, let's check out the comms from the epic win versus T1 and Sounds of the Game presented by Bose.
They will just start it and they one-shot it.
Yeah, I'm walking.
Ready to come from
I kind of have a flank.
Can you blue trinket soon, Danny?
Okay.
Dear?
Okay, I don't have one for 15.
Yeah, good. If they see you, they will take on you.
Going to be doing a turn. They're on it? Guys, I kind of have a flank.
Yeah,
Look at me,
look up, Jojo. I can ult for you now. They don't see you.
I'm looking at the Okay, we're gonna find after circle. Listen after. Yeah. Gwen?
Kill the Gwen after. Kill the Gwen. We can go meet them, maybe end.
She's with me. I got it. Can we go mid? Heal first and then we go back. Just there, Zoe poke.
I got the Nash.
I think, okay, yeah. Let's keep going. Zoe has everything.
Yeah.
I'm going.
Yeah, go.
Engage.
Yeah.
I'm gonna chase. I predator.
Gwen. Just kill the Gwen.
Go.
We end.
There it is.
Hey, brief everyone.
Guys,
I know about their Sams.
I have flash, okay? I'm just gonna flash, okay?
Kalista, stop.
Okay. Protect this wave, I have flash.
Yeah,
we will.
Kalista,
if Zoe ults in, I'm flash hooking after, okay? Okay, I'm flashing on Kalista, okay? Yep. Hit the turret.
Wait, no, we don't need to finish here yet.
Next wave, go next wave.
Oh, look.
I'm ulting him. Go. Look. We're gonna kill after.
Kill him after.
Look my hook, guys. Look my hook. Yep.
Kalista. Just Kalista, no flash. Just kite.
Guys,
we can finish.
I can win. I'll flash on Kalista on this wave, okay?
Okay.
10 seconds, Lucian.
Hey,
just if he walks up, Jojo. Only if he walks up. Yeah. Just hit it around. No, Jojo. Only if he walks up, bro. Look.
No.
Yeah. Pull it. Guys are coming.
Oh, we won.
Wow, we won. That's fucking crazy. What the f?
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. After the Buffaloes secure a second win in a row, putting G2 on a 5-game losing streak. And what could have been for this Saigon Buffaloes squad, as they seem to have now found their form and their footing here in the Rumble stage, if not a game too late.
I didn't see this one coming. Even with the downswing of G2, even with the upswing that we've seen of the Saigon Buffalo, but they're continuing their form. We're seeing exactly the same things that we saw yesterday. We highlighted BJ at the top of the day, and it was more to talk about him kind of pushing forward Froggy. This time around, he was the one who pushed because his early game presence and the impact that he had was insane.
Yeah, BJ getting ahead was actually so crucial to this team. In addition, their bot lane actually getting significantly ahead was also really important, as we see this bot lane dive that, let's just say, wasn't executed perfectly, but it did the job. Gwen, we were talking to Azale Beyond, but it has one of the lower win rates as a jungler right now. So it was cool to see them come out. Getting the Gwen ahead was super important, and then they could have team fights like this.
It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to work, right? And work it did for this Saigon Buffaloes squad. I also think very interesting that we saw G2, for example, go back to the Anivia pick. So they're still definitely doing work when it comes to the draft to try and find the right answer, even if it didn't get them the win this time around.
And this composition from Saigon can also kind of fall flat if the early game didn't go the way that it did.
Absolutely.
Because you saw the reason why they could win is they could just run through Anivia, ignore Vlad. And if the early game would have gone a little differently, you try that and you just lose.
We've already said his name. We'll say it again. Our OP player of the game, it's BJ on the Gwen flex pick. We've talked so much about how integral he is to his team's performance, specifically in enabling players like Froggy, but on the flex this time around, leading the charge.
And this is the fight I was talking about. I don't think this is a great fight. You're fighting into a choke point, into like Anivia, and into Vladimir that's flanking. Like, it's really scary. But he has gotten them, or they've gotten to the point here where they can actually go for this skirmish. The damage just isn't there. The defensive itemization is amazing. And BJ, the moment that he got his Riftmaker after the couple of early kills they were able to pick up, he took that lead and never gave it away. Built a Zhonya second, meaning that it was really hard for G2 to actually focus him as well, even with all the dive and the counter engage that they had available. And Saigon Buffalo, off the back of BJ and how well he piloted the Gwen, which now apparently it's a triple flex. You know, Gwen jungle also back.
As we know, flex picks generally dominate, global competition, right? Because they make warps drafts in such a drastic way. But as well, again, the Galio coming out in the mid lane, lending a lot of possibilities to the team fight, both defensively and offensively, right? Either following up on an initial engage or, working to give that Xayah the kind of protection and survivability that she needs to be the carry.
So watching LPL all year, we're like, is Galio good, or are they just over-focusing? Obviously, Shahu had a fantastic Galio game. In this game, Froggy was able to contribute to those fights. Again, you get him on something where you get him out of lane. He's team fighting. And it works so much better for Saigon Buffalo when they're able to pull that off.
Well, there you have it. Game one's gone the way of Saigon Buffalo. Emily's already made the crease in our foldy sheet for the day, perhaps to the bottom half, which we didn't expect to see. But coming up is a massive game in the fight for top 4 as PSG is facing Evil Geniuses in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
On the deciding day of the Rumble stage, the script has been thrown out the window. 3 spots are up for grabs and everything is possible. But one matchup has the potential to be the most pivotal of all. Evil Geniuses versus PSG Talent.
Baron looks like they're gonna try right now. Inspired, 2K Health Smite, it's gonna go to Evil Geniuses, and I've seen this before. Evil Geniuses in the North River, taking down the enemy team.
EG turned up the heat on day 4, taking down the hometown favorites T1 in a huge upset.
7-1, clearly the best team at MSI. RNG take down another.
They are now on the verge of making the knockout stage a huge win for all LCS fans. But in 2021, PSG Talon crushed the dreams of the LCS at MSI, and after the wins against G2, they are poised to repeat history.
Just gonna delete the LE.
Last time they faced off, EG came out on top, but this time the stakes are much higher.
In goes Inspired, they've got 1 so far, 2 Huns next, 3 down for Danny Tryndamere finds the fourth.
For our featured matchup powered by Mercedes-Benz, we have a battle for survival between PSG Talon and Evil Geniuses.
The stakes are through the roof for our next game as PSG Talon and Evil Geniuses are fighting for survival here at MSI 2022. Now, a win here could lock the LCS champions in semifinals, but PSG have shown solid growth across the past few days. And honestly, were the impetus for the entire shakeup we've seen so far here in the Rumble stage to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, their initial win, breaking G2's win streak there. The big thing that I am very nervous about, I guess, as having watched like North American teams kind of falter in the past, is that when the stakes get higher, you tend to play more nervously, right? Like especially in a meta where we're playing for those 5v5 scaling team fights. And I mean, I guess that applies to both teams, right? Because I do think both of these teams are going to be more mid-game focused. They're definitely going to be more team fight focused. And hopefully not hesitant.
Well, but to exactly your point, I think it's an interesting makeup for both teams where you've got a slate of veterans on both sides as well as a few young guns. And so who will feel the pressure and which kind of core of those veterans will ultimately outperform? Looking at the side of PSG and what has worked, we've talked all tournament long about Kaiwing being kind of the leader for this squad in starting those team fights that now seem to always go their way.
And that was the big shift that came through for them, putting Hanabi consistently on the cannons, champions that actually allowed him. Even the matches that they lost, we saw some of the hints of this, because if you go back to his Gnar plays during groups, if you go back to his Gnar plays at the beginning of Rumble, they might not have actually picked up the wins that they may be looking for, but you could already see kind of the signs that if this team would actually be able to make everything click, as they have done now, they're quite an adept team, and I'd imagine EG is pretty nervous facing them.
Now, time and time again, we've referenced the draft from the first meeting against G2 as kind of being that pivot point for the squad in the Rumble stage, but I'll reference the second one as well, where it seems like, again, this team has landed on comfort picks above all else to find their success.
Yeah, you see a similar thing where it's like, okay, we have the Lee Sin, we're going to make sure our mid laner is okay. They're in a matchup that they're comfortable with. And then, again, the most important thing is Unified and Kaiwing being on a hyper carry like the Tristana. Tristana Rel has been their go-to bot lane, right, in a lot of these wins.
Not to be outdone, of course, EG finding exactly the same thing in their win against T1. Back to comfort, back to what has worked for them in their home region.
And I loved it, not only because it helped T1 a little bit, and then he gave Gumayushi finally the courage to pick up the Fidels back again, but also because EG, to me, were a team that their score and their performance against G2 as well in the groups, it didn't really do justice to how well the team had been performing. And I'm expecting them to go to a very similar style to what we're seeing here against T1. I don't think that they're going to pivot away. I don't think the priority on things like the Kalista should come in for them. Just draft something that's very similar to this. Draft something where you can kind of leave Danny alone, let him farm in the bot lane, and on the rest of the map, make stuff happen there.
Well, a win here for EG would ultimately be living up to the hype of the team that had such a run in their domestic playoffs. Now, a win here would send EG to the semifinals, but PSG have shown that they are still a force to be reckoned with here at MSI 2022. Let's see if they can rise in the final hour as we leave it to Dracos and Kobe.
Thank you, Dash.
It's getting hot in here, Dracos.
Yeah, I had my, as an EU pundit, let's say disappointing result. Let's see if you
trying to bring me down?
No, I'm just saying, let's see if your fortunes will be better on this fine day in the second game as an NA pundit.
Okay,
of course.
I'm ready to receive your blessing.
Please, sir, for the sake of G2 Esports, if you could, I don't know, believe in EG for me?
G2's best chances are now if EG beats PSG. So a lot of European fans should actually be rooting for NA now.
Yeah, so if you tweeted anything bantery or toxic at EG in the last few days. Just like maybe roll it back a little bit, send them some good luck messages.
JK, it's all a joke. It's a joke.
Just banter, bro. Just banter. Anyway, so EG win, obviously knockout stage. PSG win, they secure at least a tiebreaker for knockout stage. We'll keep you guys updated, and there is a foldy sheet on the LOL Esports Stats Twitter if you want to follow along at home. But now we are into the draft. Rel already taken off the board.
So after beating us 5 times, now you come to us in your time of need. Well, EG, I think it is a good ban here with the Rel Unified and Kai Wing have been monsters for PSG. And the Tristana Rel has been a combination they have really, really successfully been able to utilize. So much bottom lane focus actually here from EG, pinpointing the most successful area of PSG's team.
And I wonder if we're going to see any Ahri attention thrown at Bay. Had a pretty solid performance. I think probably his best performance across the tournament on that champion. That said, only 1 ban left, so it's really going... Something powerful is going through. With the amount of target bans that are coming out, one of the meta power picks will make it
LeBlanc, Twisted Fate, Ahri, so many mid lanes. You know, with all of the focus on bottom lane here, mid lane is wide open.
Yeah, and we're seeing this is very... Clearly, EG are comfortable with the power picks remaining open. They just want the comfort picks to be taken off the board.
I think with this Gwen ban too, you know, EG might be edging towards an Ornn pick. It's very early. We haven't seen any of the actual picks yet. But it's just feeling like an EG tank top for impact type of game may very well be the case. That LeBlanc is the one, and I think that's the correct. If you're going to go with one mid lane ban against JoJo, it's a LeBlanc. This champ was banned against him like 27 times in a row in LCS, and for good reason. He does pick up the Ahri in trade for it though, so that's your cost.
See what the response is now going to be from Bay, what option PSG want to go to. But frankly, Kobe, I know that sometimes EG get a little bit of flack when they continue to draft towards the things that won for them in playoffs. But honestly, if you can get an Ornn and even a Jinx, I don't think Jinx is great in the context of the meta, but it is great in the hands of Danny. And I think when your cards are down, we heard Emily talk about this, when the pressure is on, go towards what you know. Personally, it just always feels like the best option.
There's extra flavor text on Jinx for if Danny picks it. You just get you know, an extra Baron fight win. So
sure,
that's always nice to have. You know?
There you go, Danny's hidden passive. There you go. It's a pentakill and a Baron steal. That said, Juhan, obviously...
they knew it too! They knew it too! They're listening.
They're listening.
Smart.
They know.
Honestly, though, I do think it's smart. You know, with the Gwen taken away, Gwen is one of the things that you're most kind of scared up there. Impact, though, he's got other counters. The Mordekaiser has been, to me, the most successful look that he's had into it. He also is able to win with the Aatrox, though I really do feel like Aatrox is a bit a remnant of the past as far as he used to be able to bully Ornn more heavily in lane. And nowadays, you see, like, okay, 10 CS. Honestly, Ornn doesn't care about 10 CS at all.
Certainly, yeah.
Ornn will wipe his butt with 10 CS. So.
Wow, okay, there you go. There it is. Completely unconcerned, it would seem.
Yes.
Absolute disrespect
to then he'll forge that into an item for his teammates.
Wow, God. Okay. Well, you certainly paint a picture, don't you, Mr. Hartman Kensler? GP, there you go. So another defensive option on the side, paired with a Nocturne now. So global, semi-global pressure coming out from the side of EG. Curious to see what PSG go for. One of my favorite parts about Gangplank is how impossible he makes it for immobile 80 carries to play the game. And immobile AP carries, if that is going to be...
I think both teams actually are going to value mobile carries in this game. Obviously, there's dive on both sides. Whenever you do have Ornn as well, it greatly reduces priority on, you know, any sort of AD carry that's, you know, even like Jinx that does not have a way to easily avoid Ornn ultimates. And since there's no like wind walls or anything on the EG side, they would have to worry about that. It's more all in here too, followed up. Vex, I love Vex in dive comps. So good for mid lane because it's a very bursty champion with super long range follow up there. So PSG, the setup here so far is more tanky than the EG lineup and has pretty good dive itself. So Gangplank though, I do have confidence in Impact on top side. Gangplank will make you pay more money for every extra CS that you're giving up there, so does also afford possible bottom side plays. EG do love to spend globals down towards bottom side to Danny, so Nocturne plus Gangplank possibilities, but speaking of those AD carries, they take the Jinx out anyway.
And they take the Renato away as well, too. And I really like this because already you can see PSG's composition controls space incredibly well. The Ornn, the Vex makes it very hard for anyone to follow up. Yes, Nocturne's going to be unstoppable when he leaps in, but no one else is going to be. So denying any other potential follow-up champions or counter-engaged champions from the side of PSG makes sense. That said, hyper carries clearly what PSG is looking to target.
I completely agree with that. With the Renata ban, I'm thinking EG probably Nautilus angle for them, regardless of what Danny ends up getting. Okay, Tristana banned out. That's one of the best pairings with it. But with the double AD carry ban here, this does kind of whittle it down back towards Kai'Sa Ezreal sort of combinations. EG obviously would, to my favor, prefer the Kai'Sa angle, but also if you give up Ezreal, then you've got more ways to get out of Gangplank ultimate there on the PSG side. So those two probably the AD carries as far as the meta that we're looking at. Xayah still has value whenever you're looking at that dive, though.
Xayah banned, of course, so that does limit the options. I want to take that one away.
Oh
so
my.
Kai'Sa locked. I like the Kai'Sa. I like especially taking away from EG.
Finally. We've been wondering. Okay, so the Senna of these hovers, the Senna was my favorite of the hovers. We've been actually waiting for Danny to finally pull it out. Danny has loved and put a lot of time in on actually supportive AD carry picks on the bottom side of the map. He actually played a bunch of Seraphine AD carry as well. It's not going to be that, though. It is going to be his Samira.
Okay, here's the thing. I like it, but it is a big confidence pick. If Danny feels good, if Danny gets a couple kills, I believe in Danny. If he starts to fall behind, Samira is a miserable champion to play.
So, funnily enough, when they were forming this EG team and they were pulling in, these more veteran players like Inspired, Impact, they actually had to make a video of JoJo and Danny's play to recruit Inspired, to convince him, like, hey, these are not just random rookies that we've got on the team. And I believe the Danny pentakill on Samira was included in that. So we shall see if he can repeat. He used the Samira once here at MSI to little effect, and there is much more importance on this game. With the Nautilus, this is a very, very kill-oriented lane towards bottom side. Nautilus, Samira, really, really potent all-in threat, and with a Gangplank and Nocturne ultimate ready for the Rs on the bottom side of the map as well. Definitely expect EG to try and get kills on Unified and Kaiwing. I'd say that's the best strat you can actually use against PSG, because Unified is the carry for this team.
Yeah.
He is the most critical part of this team in all of the success that PSG have had.
And when you look at reliable damage output, Unified is the guy, right? Like, Lee Sin can have great moments if Juhan gets ahead. Bey, yes, we've seen Vex be very impactful, but Kai'Sa is the reliable source of damage on this team. And you've got an Ornn, you've got a Leon, you've got a Lee Sin to disengage. You've got so many tools to make sure he can do what he wants to do. So if he gets shut down early, that feels like an easy path to victory for EG.
Definitely a big if, though, because Unified and Kaiwing have been monsters. Really, really strong performances from them. And of course, you've always got an Ornn problem for later to deal with. If left unattended, starting to upgrade Ornn items there for PSG later on into the game. Very secure team fight for them with the front line. And of course, the dive options. Anytime you've got Kai'Sa, Vex, and Ornn, easy access to the back line.
We're going to be trading dives back and forth. We got the GPRE Nocturne on one side.
Who's diving who?
Who's
it's a circle of dive.
Who's the dived? Who's the divey?
Okay, so if all 4 members dive to the enemy backline, then all of a sudden, is that now your front line? If both teams send 4 members to it's a Red Rover and they're just exchanging front lines?
I would say yes. Then we just see this sad 1v1 between Kaiwing and Danny. They both watch everyone else leap past them at light speed. Luckily, Danny wins that one. Pretty much. Not in the early levels, because Leona, Aftershock, Ignite, strong champion. But
a lot riding on this game for both of our regions.
Yeah. Kobe, you're completely right. I mean, I feel lighthearted. I feel like we're having a good time, but this is sort of do or die. Not completely at this point, but it does start to feel that way for both teams. It's not an elimination match, but ultimately EG can lock here, and PSG can get one step closer. PSG can guarantee at least a tiebreaker game. So it is big for both these teams. In our last game, it was just G2 with stakes on the line, but this time around, it's both squads. Everybody needs to be playing at top form.
All right, deep breaths then. In through the nose, hold, and out through the mouth. Okay.
Reset.
Any sort of deep wards going on? Ward on red buff here for PSG. is going to alert them that by process of elimination, you will have a Nocturne starting top side. Nocturne, you can safely assume, will almost always be doing a full clear for the full first clear.
No.
So Unified and Kaiwing know they will have a possible 315, 330 visit from Nocturne if there's Scuttle Crab action going on.
Yeah. With Lee Sin clearing top 2 bot and now spotted out by this ward here. Also means that Danny and Vulcan are going to have to play a little bit careful. Luckily, they have the cleanse to get out of difficult situations, but the all-in won't favor them as the exhaust there from Unified does make things quite difficult. Of course, exhausting Inspired if he does come for a gank mitigates so much of that potential damage.
Impact with the trial by fire. Grasp, proc, and a Q in the back there. Gangplank early on, of course, level 1. Tales have been sung about this champion, Daniel, and many a top laner
The
have
tale
felt
is,
that burn.
leave me alone, you angry pirate. Why do you have
Nice
2
chain,
abilities
too.
at level 1?
The early barrel chains, I find the most impressive because the cooldown is still so long. You got to get those autos on the first one there.
It takes a year for the barrel
even
to
set
tick
it
down.
up. Yeah, and so the most impressive
There it
early
is.
game barrel with a very low impact.
It is, no pun intended. Impact ticks over
You don't
level
know me.
3. I don't, yeah. Pun completely intended. Everything calculated, everything 5-hit. Juhan
Okay.
moving in. Is opted to contest instead of going for his own blue buff. Inspired now moving in with the Fear.
Yeah. Inspired Smite was not ready yet. It just comes off cooldown now. So Juhan was able to successfully steal away the largest of the popcorn chicken.
That stuff
The
tastes
best
good.
tasting.
Yeah, you don't want to lose it. The best chicken, not to go back to too much stuff.
I mean, Deficio came to visit the other day, and we all went out for
chicken.
For chicken, indeed. So
It's a chicken-themed stage. We've had a lot of different discussions on chicken.
True. Another early game barrel from Impact Landing. Honestly, the poke at first doesn't really matter to Ornn, but if you're able to successfully whittle through all of the potions, and he's only got one more biscuit left here for Hanabi, Impact really does start to gain more presence for Inspired to control topside jungle, which for Nocturne.
Well, I thought Jojo in trouble. No, it is so important, as you highlight. I think the other big thing that people forget about is that Ornn level 6 with Spellbook, this man will one-shot you. He picks Ignite, he all-ins you. So when you keep him low, it limits those opportunities. It limits the chance for Ornn to turn this lane.
All right, so Inspired's just going to finish off with the Scuttle Crab and then wrap back around for the Wolves that he skipped over in order to get down to bottom side earlier and try and throw off the timers from Juhan. But, of course, Juhan still got that critical Raptor steal. Meanwhile, early push in here from Bay, successful on the Vex. The Vex, of course, one of the most common counter picks into Ahri. We did not elaborate on because it is so frequent, but again, first champion, being able to make use of the passive as Ahri tries to jump around with ultimate and being able to interrupt those dashes. Very, very successful in mid-jungle 2v2s, but it looks like the jungles are going topside, and that's going to be our first 2v2.
Juhan spotted. More CC on the side of PSG, more damage on the side of EG. Impact.
Trying to bait.
Low overall. Now trying to get the Fear locked up. Juhan can go back in, but instead it's just going to leap right out. Impact in the 1v1. Hanabi ahead in terms of health overall. They have to be careful here. Inspired winning his 1v1. It's a bit of a split fight. Jojo Pyun on the way up.
Impact.
Playing on the edge there.
So they see Kaiwing now. They've got full vision of the extra roam, and Vulcan on the minimap is going for the experience wave in mid. This is not a terrible thing, though. Because of the importance of Rift Herald, support's getting a solo wave of experience here for the rotation of your mid lane towards top is actually, could be, if he gets level 6 by 8 minutes, depending on the amount of further roaming that he does, could be big.
Danny going for the Blade Whirl, aggressive trade in the 1v1. Obviously, very easy for him to come out on top, especially with the passive stacked, all that extra movement speed. But it's a fantastic thing to call out. Obviously, something we saw a lot in the past when Damwon Kia were at the top of the world. It was Barrel roaming into mid to leech a little bit of XP to get level 6 just a little bit ahead of the clock, and it can be so massive for any fights to come.
Yeah. Problem is that supports do so much roaming now that we have even had level 4 supports sometimes by 8 minutes, depending on how much camping you're doing through the jungle, looking for wards and stuff. And Vulcan only now getting back to lane to try and soak some extra CS experience up as well. Wave will be pushing towards them, so no reason for the EG bottom lane to extend themselves. Unified already has it going in their favor and should be able to get it right in time. for this rotation through to Dragon.
Yeah, good use of the pressure that they have in the mid and bot lane to keep things going. So they're going to grab this first Drake. It looks like uncontested, although Inspired moving down, maybe looking for a sneaky play here, maybe looking to sap some XP. Level 6 is just around the corner.
So they show in lane just the hard push the bottom lane. Honestly, this is a really good window for PSG. Completely timing EG there. You mentioned mid lane was already pushed in as well, but definitely the benefits of syncing both your mid and bottom push. Really, really effortless first Dragon pickup here for PSG, which is very good considering they are the Ornn team, and their level 6 spike is going to be quite nasty. EG, of course, will have the extra global from top lane once Impact does feel like it's time to use it for a big play on bottom side. Everybody has summer spells though, so no big vulnerabilities yet. And it's actually kind of difficult to secure those kills on all these targets with flashes.
The good news is, because Nocturne started top side, second blue is up faster, so JoJo should have blue, should be able to walk back to mid, get blue. Inspired will have 6, Impact will have ulti, and Herald should be a much, much easier fight, even if that Dragon was uncontestable. Have to see if that is what they opt for, as Bae, for now at least, has had total control of mid lane push.
So a lot of times what I'll do on Nocturne is just take second blue anyway. Of course, it's solo queue. Oh, he did take it. Okay, good.
Oh, dang.
So a lot of times, yeah, Nocturne will just take second blue because second blue will be on for your first ultimate and get you to that level 6. So Inspired now is level 6 off of blue and Gromp and ready to try and punish this roam. Juhan, though, on Lee Sin, also level 6, and the Rift Herald's been started up.
JoJoPyun stepping forward, trying to bait, it looks like, but Lee Sin is still in the area. JoJoPyun has to be careful. That's the Cannon Barrage. Hooking the minion, not what they wanted. Bae going in for Van he's going to get one! Absolute confidence from the PCS mid laner.
Hitting that Vex ultimate early, Bae just holding on to it, waiting for it. And again, this is why you counterpick with Vex. Goes in after the big chunk, bursts down JoJo, and the reward is going to be the Rift Herald. JoJo will be alive, but he doesn't have his teleport ready, so I don't know. EG are bringing up Samira. They're actually going to fight this. Kaisa is bottom side. It'll be a 4v4 with JoJo running from base.
Such a gamble. If this goes wrong, the entire game's going to turn against him. The gold was dead even, but Volka's just going to get knocked down. Inspired going into the midst of the entire team. Danny wants the reset. He denies the Ornn ultimate. Inferno trigger. Danny, this is his time. There's too many members waiting in the area. Can he get more kills? Juhan now running for his life. Hananabe retreating as well. An absolute bloodbath. It looked like disaster, but somehow EG have hold on. They've stopped the Herald for now. Hananabe on the escape.
EG only got 1 kill out of that, though, and a lot of resources. Let's see if it actually becomes worth it. Mid lane, or bottom lane, was only pushed in, so, you know, Unified didn't get any turret plates or anything in payment for it, but I really thought that was a good setup from PSG. They turn and they get off of Herald, and my goodness, the investment there, Daniel, just to stop the Rift Trail. They do get the extra kill, but here's another look at the start. Again, so Kaiwing goes in, and JoJo's trying to bait, but this is where the ultimate lands, and then Bae holds onto it. As JoJo's burning down, once everybody's far enough away, he goes in for the burst, gets the double fear on Vulcan, so Vulcan gets moved up towards the top side too. Just a beautiful assassination there from Bae, but then EG make the call. Danny, get up here. We're fighting this. We are not giving it away, and it starts to get messy. Vulcan flashes, still goes down. Inspired then flashing into the entire team. Danny as well, and Inspired gets off the spell shield, does go down. They give up the extra kill, and in the end, it's only the 1 picked up for EG, 2 more kills for PSG, and they still can return to this Rift Herald.
And I mean, it's good. The goal still remains pretty even. PSG back in control of the area, but it looks like it could be another fist fight. Danny isolated on the bottom side. We were an immortal shield
The patience is gone.
Away. Oh, hold that thought. Lee Sin now just going to get burst down before the fight even kicks off. They're not giving Bae the chance to do it one more time. The fear comes out, but JoJoPyun still on the hunt. Bae running.
Yeah, no flash.
Good stun comes out, but it's just going to buy a little bit of space. The double kill for EG. That is big.
The war of the Rift Heralds, PSG versus EG. This was round 2, Daniel. All right, PSG, they won round 1. EG come back strong in round 2. They get it, and it seems like they've got supremacy over the Rift Herald now. They've been fighting over this objective for a good 2.5 minutes.
Kobe, I'm going to be honest. If that first one had gone worse, I thought the game was over. The fact that EG stayed their ground, that they came back, that they forced that fight there is so good now, because not only do they have the gold lead from all these kills that they're now getting, they're going to extend that gold lead with the power of this Herald.
It does mean that they've left less resources on bottom side, and Danny did get pushed in. The reason why EG were able to have an extra person, of course, up at the first round of Rift Herald fight, the Great Rift Herald War, as we'll now refer to it, was that, Danny on the Samira had been able to push in bottom lane. That's why Unified only got to get CS, didn't get to get pushed up to the tower in the first instance, and had to go for the recall. But this time around, they're actually able to wait. Vulcan gets back in time, and EG, while they were able to finally get that Rift Herald, and they've got time to use it before the 14-minute mark and those plates fall off, PSG will continue with the Dragon stacking. And two is not necessarily a problem. 2 is a trend. 3 is definitely a problem. And of course, 4 is the actual soul. So we shall get back to our Rift Herald.
Yes. Good math with Kobe. 1 hook plus 3 other abilities equals a deadly sin. There's some more math for you as Bay runs. And of course, no flash.
All right,
because
you've got 3 members of EG traveling from Rift Herald and Bay moving at approximately 3 meters per second. Which one dies?
How does it feel to finally use your college degree, Kobe? How does it feel?
If that's what an engineering degree gets you, then I've been ripped off.
I assumed it was that and a bunch of debt. I assumed that was about it. All right, Danny pushing in bottom side. Of course, Kraken Slayer has been finished for Unified. Have to hope for Danny's sake that he has finished Shield Bow. I don't think there are very few champions in the game more dependent on that first mythic than Samira. So, really important to get that one. And
I'm actually sweating out here. It's so warm in the studio.
Why do you have a jacket on still? The camera's not on us. You don't have to impress us.
I have to impress you, okay?
No,
don't sell yourself short.
I'm impressed, my friend.
Thank you.
You're good at math. You got a quick wit. You're delirious from not sleeping. You're everything I could want in a co-caster. And, well, EG, they've got everything they could want in a mid laner as JoJo is 3-1. That said,
40 seconds left on this Rift Herald to acquire plate money. And everybody knows, if you let your first Rift Herald go without getting plate money, then... Oh, never mind.
There it is. 1, 2, 3, shut down. It's so fast I don't even have time to talk about it. That was incredibly clean from the PSG. One moment, Jojo Pune is caught sleeping, and it's going to cost them, and it might cost them a plateless Herald. CC coming out, Eye going to get interrupted, but nope, the charge will come through, so at least a bit of money over to the side of EG.
Yeah, Inspired getting it. If you activate the Rift Herald, always feels good for the jungler. You're going to get the money. JoJo, though, man, this Vex counter pick. Bay has been pinpoint accuracy with the ultimate, constantly blowing him up. If that happens during a team fight, it's actually even worse because you can actually do something with the reset of the Vex ultimate and go back in for round number 2. But these 2 assassinations that they've gotten so far on him have been really well timed. It still did not actually give them enough time to kill the Rift Herald, but it did mean EG didn't get to push in with it and get more.
And this is huge for PSG. Again, there are huge stakes in this game. Reminder, EG win, they are through. PSG win, they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker. But it's big for PSG looking forward because, I mean, Juhan and Bay were kind of the odd guys out. We always looked at the bot lane and the top side. These are the reliable players we know them to be. Juhan and Bay a little bit all over the place, especially in Stage 1. But in Stage 2, they've been getting better and better, and I feel like the criticisms I've been hearing about Bay have been getting quieter and quieter as this has gone on, because right now, these are the 2 guys who are making stuff happen.
Yeah, where are you now? Getting kind of quiet, huh?
Where are you now, haters?
JoJo, you're pretty rich. I saw you at the top of the gold ladders. What's up now, kid? Is that
Yeah. That wasn't quite what I had in mind, but I like it. It's definitely more compelling.
That was the was the dramatic reenactment.
Yeah, that said he is still 1, 2, and 3, so maybe I should wait before we try to sell that as the story. But definitely the plays have been clean. Lee Sin the beneficiary of those kills and ahead of the Nocturne 4 now, so looks pretty solid for the side of PSG. EG holding on to the gold lead though. PSG with the Dragons an advantage.
All right, Trinity Force done on the top side for Impact. Level 11 for rank 2 Gangplank Ultimate. And again, bottom side, so much pressure here because they have that Gangplank ultimate, because they have Nocturne ready to go. PSG always have to wait and catch the minion wave at the remnants of their tower. It's just really a matter of time of when EG push that go button to the bottom side to finish up that bottom tower. And again, first, ooh, that
hit the wall. I think that was a dead
There's some
Vulcan.
hooks you throw out and you're like, you know what? I'm glad it didn't hit. But bottom side, again, the first turret bonus is basically an extra plate of money. So it's not, game breaking, but it certainly is an extra bonus that you'd love to have, especially when you are a team like EG trying to get as much money funneled into Danny as possible. Samira, a much earlier spiking AD carry, but Shield Bow now gives you the confidence to jump in to the middle of these team fights, try and get those super high value YouTube highlight Inferno Trigger plays off.
And we'll see the second item looks like it's going to be Lord Dominic's, so makes it that much easier to make those plays happen when you can start to ignore a lot of the armor that Hanabi is putting together. Keep in mind it is triple AD.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I mean, he's already...
There's a lot of passion for a cannon, dude. You sound like the Secret Lab ad.
So, people always say the laners, never mind. We're going to have a big fight, so let's get on topic here. Vulcan flash.
Flash over the wall. Whiffs goes into the wall, but that's going to be the Kai'Sa getting isolated off to the side for now. They're just focusing on burning down Bay before the fight even starts. This is big. EG have the momentum. Danny, 3 stacks, looking for that A rank, looking for that S rank. He's going up. Is he going to pass his classes? We're going to find out. That's coming through, waiting to go over the wall, taking his time on this one. The trigger will fall away if he doesn't auto something soon. Keeping the stacks going. Will ult the blue buff. Another pick going over for JoJo.
When you've got Gangplank and Nocturne ultimates ready, again, you're just itching to use them, Dracos. So.
It's a rough hook.
He heard you and he gave you a thumbs up. He's like, what? What do you want? Ram his thumbs up. Okay, Dracos, I heard you. What do you want? We just won the fight. We're going to get the dragon. We're stopping their stacking. Again, it's just a matter of time when you have these globals here. Nocturne and Gangplank ultimate. Honestly, it was a really nice prep, though, for it, because more important, you can always use those globals, but more important is the rest of the members. And the timing there from EG, getting in with the extra vision and flashing over this mid-brush wall right on top of PSG. They immediately assassinate him. Nocturne ultimate actually back into their own team. So here's another look. Vulcan's going for Unified, but does force the flash out of him. And they're like, you know what? We'll take Bay, sure. Ornn flashes out, and Vex comes right into the middle. Those are the types of plays that you get when Nocturne turns out the lights. PSG, one member in, one member out. It's the most underrated part of Nocturne is not just the dash in, but of course the disharmony it sows in the enemy team, and those sorts of plays where one member in, the other member out, looks like a super free kill and a super free objective for EG. Round 2 though.
Hold that thought hook and a character on the support waiting now. Inspired is to use the ult. It's going to try to isolate Kai'Sa off to the side. Remember, she can't see anybody else. She's trying to dash away. No flash means Unified down before the fight even begins. Now it's Bay flashing from JoJo. Absolute confidence. The knockup's now coming in. Impact off to the side. Barrel's getting stacked, and there's so much damage. Inferno Trigger and a double for Danny. Make it 3. The Herald to fall as well, and suddenly EG are wiping the floor with PSG.
Nah, man. Rejoice, North America. EG are looking like they're going to run this one straight to the base. Another clean pickoff mid-game fights. Huge stuff. Inspired knows, guess what? They forced the flash out of Kai'Sa in the previous fight, so there is nothing stopping him from going on the isolated Unified. Everybody else from EG jumping in, and then JoJo, what a beautiful flash Everfrost over the edge of the Baron wall there to ensure that they pick up 2 more kills. And they're just winning these fights as soon as they start them. Just incredibly clean. Back-to-back mid-game teamfight wins for EG. Whenever you get that sort of momentum in a game, honestly, it just makes it feel like PSG are going to have to come out with miracles at this point to get back into it. Inspired, beautiful job, isolating and jumping on, and then boom, there's that flash Everfrost we were talking about into the beautiful chain. Danny following it up as well.
And the thing is, in an even state, it feels impossible for PSG to play these fights out if EG pulled the trigger first. Because you lose the vision, which means Bay can't follow up on any ultis, which means Unified can't use his ult to really move around the fight. He's just stuck where he is. And when they're ahead, in any circumstance, it feels impossible, because that's a collector Gangplank. That's 2 items on Danny. That's the Shadow Flame on JoJo. Everybody out-itemizing their individual opposition. And now EG are so far ahead that short of an absolute disaster, Kobe, and I say that, well aware of the history of NA and these high-pressure stakes, high-pressure matches, this is an EG victory. They have all the tools they need to win this game.
Okay, now that you've spoken the word, all right, we're doomed. I'm ready for the comeback now for PSG. How does it happen is really the only question left to be answered.
Well, they don't have like a traditional hyperscaling carry. Don't get me wrong, Kai'Sa is a hyperscaling carry, but it's not a sit in the back line, keep everybody around you, protect you kind of carry.
Hanabi is approaching 13, so he can upgrade his own item then. and they will be able to stack them out now. So should be able to upgrade his own item, and then PSG will have scaling possibilities towards very burst-focused dive, though. So the problem for PSG is that EG have the initiative. When they have Nocturne on their team, you can turn out the lights, you get to start the fight on your terms, and it's taking away one of the biggest strengths of this PSG comp, which is them going for the initiation. If you get to start it out with Ornn, Vex, Leona combinations, obviously you're going to have a much more successful team fight on your hands. And if they get one of those, there are objective bounties up now. So we have the possibilities here for PSG to still come back into it. But if EG again get to start their fight out with a Nocturne plus Gangplank ultimate, definitely looks good.
And Baron, obviously a big question. EG don't have a true tank in the traditional sense, but they do have 4 damage sources, so it would be a fast Baron, even if admittedly they take a decent amount of damage. For now, they focus on breaking down the mid lane tier 1. PSG trying to stay grouped. They know if a single member splits off and if they're on vision, Inspired can fly in with a bit of GP ult backup and ruin their lives immediately. So for PSG, the name of the game is holding the line, surviving, getting a bit more time, looking for a pick. Going in on the impact, they see that Jojo Pune's not in the fight. They think maybe it's our time to shine, but they have no way to reactivate the Vex ult to get to the backside because the Nocturne ult takes away everything. Instantly, Jojo TP's in, and things are going from bad to worse. Yes, it's a tanky Ornn, but everyone else is going to get dropped. Unify trying to leap it to the backside, but he leaps right into the waiting arms of Danny, the Inferno Trigger, the S rank ready to go. Hanabi getting cut down as well. EG looking for a little bit more. Vulcan going in with the hook. He's going to get him. Follow up from Danny. Back here. The passive Danny. Spin, spin, spin. It's a Golden Bay, though, but not nearly enough time to survive that one. Shell-shocked as Vulcan and EG find the fight.
Vulcan channeling the Scorpion there, pulls him back, and the evil geniuses have scaled their way straight through the Rumble stage. They are blasting PSG 23 minutes into the game, and now I feel safe to say they are running this one over.
5-0-7 for Danny, 7-2-7 for JoJo. And the thing is, Inspired 2-1-8. It's not the flashiest scoreline, but these Nocturne ults have been disgusting.
You know what that does to your team comms, Daniel? I can't see. It's a good initiation here, and you think they're going to get the blast combo, but all of a sudden, Nocturne ultimate, and they can't see. I can't see. What do we do? Everybody trying to kite backwards, and JoJo on Ahri here, the perfect one to follow up. They get the first assassination, then he gets into the backline to charm Bay. And by that time, even though the first kill was on the support, was on the Leona, both carries have also been neutralized. So EG can then dive multiple turrets here. Then Vulcan just on the outside, right at the entrance to those base gates, denies Duhan entrance into his own base. And they finish off the final kill as well.
Clean from EG. Now they are so far ahead that they begin beating them with their wallets portion of the game. It's nigh insurmountable.
They turn out the lights so they can't see, and then just start throwing money at them from different directions.
It's like a roll of quarters
Painful.
in a sock. It's not a good time. And for PSG, you have to feel because the early game was so solid. Bay, Juhan working well together, Unified and Kaiwing doing fine in their individual laning. But once Inspired got off that ultimate around the second of the Great Rift Herald fights, the game fell apart.
And I also want to shout out the Anathemas, because that's one of my favorite things for especially Nocturne, to be able to build in competitive play. In solo queue, you almost always go for a Death Stance because, yeah, you want a 1v9 carry and survive longer, but Anathemas does so much in shutting down an enemy carry. The tenacity increase, or tenacity reduction, thereby increasing the length of your CCs on that carry, is really underestimated with this item. And so Inspired can jump in, and then, Charms, his fear, everything gets extended, and it makes it so Unified does not get to do any sort of work on this Kai'Sa. He's been locked down. He's 0-2. As we highlighted at the beginning of the match, he has been the success story for PSG. He is the crux of this team, the hardest of carries, and EG have completely shut him down.
I mean, honestly, a lot by just fighting away from him. He was isolated on the bottom side. He was getting a gold advantage. He was ahead of Danny in terms of CS, but Danny was the one roaming to the play. Fought away from him in the early game, and it's really paid off. Now, the lead feels insurmountable. It is an open, exposed inhibitor. Baron has not fallen yet. EG not looking to take any big risks as far ahead as they are. They do not want to throw this game. This is still their game to qualify. If they win here, they qualify for top 4. After what has been such overall, up until the last few days, if we look at the first few days, we look at the 4 losses to G2, the 4 wins over Order. EG have not been happy with the performance, and fans have not been happy with the performance, but the rate at which they have improved
so, honestly,
has been incredible.
Though, I think that's, well, never mind. We'll readjust and take our learnings after this game is over.
Certainly. Pick going to start off. That's the jungler gone. Nocturnal is going to fade away. Target is still marked for Bane to leap in on. He is going to go immediately to the backside. He gets a little bit of damage down, but he just doesn't have the stats to get it done. Inspired is just tearing through his team. Impact there as well. Hanabi, yeah, he's a tank, but he's not peeling for anybody. There's nothing left to do. Inspired's going to grab that kill, and EG don't even need to take the Baron. They can just walk down mid.
Exactly. Impact here looking for the stragglers. Hanabi burning down, slowing down.
Oh, man. They've got the man advantage, but they're not sure if they can walk forward. So Kobe, tell me, you're okay. Were you happy would you have been happy without a top 4?
So you could follow. I would not have been happy without a top 4, but follow the curve. Here, wasting no time. Look at that emote as well. Smug about it. Impact says, I know you saw that, and what are you going to do about it? We're going to take Baron that much quicker. We've got dinner scheduled, okay?
This man flashes over your Baron wall and starts autoing the Baron. What do? Nothing. You sit there. He's got 3 items.
Teleport comes in. Let's take a look at the turn. Again, EG with the Nautilus, with the Ahri. You don't get to move. Juhan's instantly dead. Jungler deleted, successful already. And then look at Unified. We're talking about how hard it is for him to play the game. A Nocturne with Anathemas jumps on you. The Fear Tether goes off while Gangplank ult is slowing you. You can't play the game at all.
Yep. And so you get collected at the end. You tick down to 5% one time. You get deleted. Gangplank gets a bit of extra money.
Yeah.
And again, you could see the frustration. There's just nothing. You can't. You're so far behind, even if you did fine in your laning phase, that there is nothing. You can't play the game.
Yeah. So let's follow the path though for EG, since we do have time as they push in with their. I mean, technically a 1-3-1, I guess, but 3 members are in jungle. But should be a 4-1 with Nocturne ultimate ready. Can always just jump over. But they came into this tournament focused on learning and improving and very ready to sustain losses from a lot of these Pool 1 seeds. And they did that. It's been according to the plan here. And they've really taken that learning into account and implemented it on stage.
Oh, kick back Juhan. That's going to be big. That's a fight. Danny now dashing out. They're just too strong. Bane in the middle of everyone. They're landing every single skill, but it just does not matter. Papa Impact coming through with the pistol, making it work. The triple for the GP. Unified has to run, and that's going to be it. EG standing tall. Unified going to get hooked in the end. Vulcan a bit of redemption for some of those early game hooks. EG will find their way into the top 4, Kobe. They have taken notes, they have learned, they have adapted, and they will prove themselves worthy of top 4 at MSI.
There's a famous saying in League of Legends, and that is, lose is improve. EG have done just that here at MSI. Really, really proud of this team.
As you should be.
Incorporating the younger rookies with the veterans. Impact, Vulcan, Inspired, doing so much, with the younger guys, and it's all come together at the right time. There was an interview with Peter Dunn as well, talking about how they were still hiding some technology. So I'm incredibly excited for the best of series, because this game we had already seen the Samira. We had seen little peeks of it. There was one game already, not quite as successful. So. Nothing completely new shown this time around. Inspired obviously has used Nocturne before. This champ has been banned out, so definitely very, very promising future for that team. PSG not completely eliminated out of that top 4, but they do set their sights on G2 as that fight becomes incredibly heated.
Yeah, keep in mind.
Some possibilities there for PSG to still get it in, but...
Yeah, seeding yet to be decided, but RNG, T1, EG, all 3 are in for Rumble Stage. 1 spot left, 2 teams fighting for it is G2 and PSG, as you highlighted, and pressure is on now, because PSG, I think, still the expected underdogs in that one, but G2 are the team that have been free-falling through the last few days in terms of individual and team performance, and
they've been streaking. They were first streaking upwards, now they're streaking downwards.
Or perhaps backwards home to Europe. That is going to be the question here.
To us. Just come home.
Come here.
You can welcome them home in open arms. We're here in Berlin.
I hope that's not the case.
Daniel's waiting for you.
Please, stay there. For this year's MSI, we asked the teams, though, to pick 4 tracks that they think could be their team anthem, and then asked you, the fans, to vote on the winner. For T1, you chose Runner by Raiden. Now you can listen to that and find all the team anthems on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. The Tears of European fans are not one of those anthems, and we will hope that that remains the case in the games to come today.
How the tables have turned. Now you're the one sweating.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where EG lock in their spot in the MSI 2022 knockout stage with that victory there over PSG. We're going to work through it beat by beat. We'll start in the draft because admittedly, we were all pretty scared, Emily, when we saw what came to the table on the side of EG with, for example, the Samira lock-in.
Yeah, so I'll talk through the Samira a bit. Back when Danny was called Shiro, an NA amateur, this is one of his go-to picks. This is actually when I started looking at tape on Danny before he came into the LCS. He was absolutely destroying people with this pick. Obviously, the AD carry pool got pinched a lot here. I was extremely concerned about this draft because if you look at the opposition, PSG has everything they want, right? Like they have the Vex into the Ahri, they have the Lee Sin to get things rolling, they have Ornn. As we heard from Hanabi, Horn is bleep OP.
Yeah, we so classically talk about the difficulty of piloting a Samira if you fall behind. And so it definitely felt like the pressure was on for this EG squad to build an early lead.
It's the entire comp, honestly. Like this comp, barring maybe Impact getting like super fed early, has no win conditions if you can't just dive the enemy backline, right? Later in the game, if it's relatively even, you're not able to kill Ornn. And you're not really able to get past the Vex, whereas for PSG there would be a lot of options. So not falling behind early here was key, and fortunately for EG they were able to avoid that.
I was going to say a couple early skirmishes that didn't really necessarily give them that lead until eventually JoJo is able to find just a few picks, just a few kills to really start to get the ball rolling on that Ahri. With his lead, he would then be able to kind of pilot a number of team fights to help funneling gold to the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is really big coming out, this team fight. This is also kind of like PSG don't necessarily have to take these fights early, which I think is important. Again, with their composition, they do outscale. So we've seen this from multiple teams at MSI where sometimes when they have the scaling composition, they still contest objectives. A lot of this was just, I mean...
That's a highlight.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of when the game started to get really, really off the rails. And once this composition started to snowball, they were able to pilot to victory off the back of JoJo, off the back of Inspired. I still think this team works best when it's like Inspired and Vulcan setting up JoJo and Danny for success. We saw some of that here, but JoJo just performed really well.
Because it started off with, you know, Vulcan like getting kind of caught, and then the first skirmish didn't go great, and the first Herald fight was still a little bit sus, but from that point on, as Emily pointed out, they needed to get that with the comp. They got such a big lead that you saw that PSG later on, they're like, do we start a fight? Like, do we try to maybe do something? But at that point, nothing really worked anymore because the amount of items that were available for AG meant that they could just blow up whoever they targeted.
And I mean, I think the big other thing is we saw them able to shut down Unified and Kaiwing, right? Like Unified and Kaiwing, Kaiwing was not able to initiate the fights that they would have wanted. And then Kaiwing did not have, Unified did not have the same impact on the Kaisa as he did on the Trist.
Yeah, we saw that, of course, play out probably in the best of ways around the Baron when it was a Nocturne ult into a GP ult that made him essentially useless in that fight here as well, having difficulty. And ultimately, this would be the fight, this Rift Herald here, where Danny really gets set up to be in that position where for the remainder of the game, he has the permission to go forward on Samira and get into the middle of the fight.
And I don't want to speak for you guys, but from an other region perspective, to me, it has often felt like NA, especially in high pressure situations, draft comps like this, and then it's just, we sit back. We take it easy, and we just wait and see what our opponent does. So seeing EG actually play as proactive as they did here, to me, was really nice and kind of continues the growth that they've shown this MSI.
And alternatively, from someone who like cares a lot about EG, like imagine being emotionally invested in things, disgusting. But I'm actually so happy. I've seen them take so many bad fights early, right? In so many of their games, Dash knows what I'm talking about. So every time I'm just like, is this gonna go horribly wrong? Because once again, if this competition gets set back,
it's done.
It feels so bad.
They've made it to top 4. They have ramped up throughout this tournament. Still have another game to play today. Let's go ahead, though, and hear Vulcan on reaching semifinals in our Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back in Busan for the 5th day of the Rumble stage. And with this win, EG qualifies for knockouts. And Vulcan, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking this one. Any first impressions on reaching the next stage?
It feels nice, especially after last year I went down for C9, and for me, losing to wildcard and not making it because of that was pretty painful. And now it kind of feels like redemption to be able to kind of beat every team that's like, they're not wildcard teams. I wouldn't consider the PCS as a wildcard region, but they're considered weaker than us, and it feels good to just prove to everyone that we're not that bad. And also we've recently upset T1, so overall feels very good.
Actually, really good for the past few days, but we'll discuss that a bit later. Quick word on the draft, though. There was a discussion on the desk about you being maybe outdrafted here. I want to talk about Samira. What was your reasoning behind this champion, especially given PSG's composition?
Samira is a pocket pick for Danny. Basically, he likes playing the champ a lot, and he plays it a lot in solo queue. And she has the ability to just stop Oran's engage when he presses ult. She can just block it with W, and same for the Vex ult. So it kind of makes it so that they can't really go in on us when they want to. And it's super easy for us to go in on them when we want to, because we have the Nocturne and the Knowledge. So we kind of have much more ability to just start a fight whenever we want, and that just gives us so much control over the game, right?
Yeah, exactly. As you said, it feels like whoever has the initiative can win the team fights here. Maybe a couple words on this support, because it feels like this role is drafted rather late, usually for most teams. How do you explain that?
Well, I think there's not a support that's like really OP right now, and it also helps a lot to see the whole comp and kind of picking a champ that synergizes well with your team and can maybe counter the enemy team comp. I say that, but I just played Knowledge into Leona for like maybe the 1000th time of competitive history, right? So not too much going on there, but generally there's not support that's too strong. So it's better to see the whole draft and then pick something depending on what you see, right? So.
All right. Now, a bit of overview. As you said, you beat T1 yesterday. You beat also ramping up PSG. I feel today, a couple words on EG and your biggest improvements over the past days.
I think it's just to do with confidence, and we've gotten more used to the stage. We've played different team comps a bit where we have, like I said earlier, the ability to go in, and the initiative, like you said, was a good point, it just makes it so that it's much easier to be all on the same page, and you just go in and then you just let your fingers play the team fight, and I think we're not too bad at that. So I think, just gaining confidence and looking much better now.
Very impressive to see. Now, all eyes on the next game, I want to say, EU versus NA once again. Let's not talk about the tracking record for now, but given G2's recent form, what's your take on the next game and your ability to take them down?
I think we'll take them down. We had so many close games, and if I hadn't run it down in the Rumble stage in the previous one, we would have won. And now I think we'll take them out, and then everyone only remembers the last game. So even though we would be 1-5 after that one, it still feels good for the ego battle to win the last game against them. That'd be very nice.
It's going to be a banger matchup. It always comes down to this. Anyway, Volkan, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats again on reaching knockouts. And Berlin, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. I am the ego win here to close out their Rumble stage. But with that victory, as we said, it's EG locking a spot into the top 4 alongside RNG and T1, which does mean that there's only one spot available in the knockout stage, and it's left to be decided between G2 and PSG throughout the remainder of the day. Now, if RNG beat PSG, then G2 will be the 4th team into semis. And so they can rely on, to some degree, the best performing team in the tournament so far to maybe push them over the edge.
G2 fans are like, thank you. Thank you so much, EG, for making the rest of our day so much less stressful. Because now, not only can EG just, if they win over, EG guarantee their own fate, but also, even if they do lose that, then PSG Talon actually beating RNG seems not super likely.
Yeah, this is important here. 50% of the scenarios remaining result in no tiebreakers. We have a maximum of 2 tiebreakers here at the end of the day. It's also important to note, Emily, that while EG has locked top 4, the highest possible finish they can have is actually all the way up in 2nd place. So there's still a fair amount of shuffling that can be done in terms of how those top 4 play out, and ultimately what our semifinals will look like then in terms of the seeding.
Yeah, and that's really unlikely because it would require a Saigon Buffalo win over T1, which would still be a massive upset, even with what we've saw from them previously.
Don't look a gift Buffalo in the mouth, okay,
I
Emily?
know, you're right. But I think the big thing that I know we've highlighted constantly, just ignore it.
Didn't land like I thought it would.
Is that first is so important because of who you get to face, right? So I think that is the big thing for me, is like RNG are they're entirely in control of their own destiny for that 1st place spot, and then you don't want to end up in 4th.
All right, well, there you have it. We'll see if the Buffaloes can get it done as they step onto stage in our 3rd game of the day against a very tough opponent in T1. We're back over to the casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are here for the call. Oh, we're going jacketless.
You told me I didn't have to impress anyone.
That's true. You don't. except for Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo, if you're watching.
Should we do a chant?
This is your legacy. Mark Ruffalo, thy power as Hulk actor, blessed be thy hands, grant VCS the power to upset. I don't know, man. I'm not good at this. Oh, that's a lot of T1.
Spam this Ruffalo to help the Buffalo. I got you, bro.
There you go. There it is.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Snappy. That's what we like.
There it is.
Spam this Ruffalo. Let's see if they can do it, if they can keep it going. Honestly, they have had such strong performances, towards the very end of this Rumble stage. Just when it doesn't matter, pulling out so many stops. See if they've got one more left.
When you take the Buffalo off the leash, it's going to cause some damage.
Oh, yeah, it is. All right, let's see what else they've got left here. Really enjoyed the previous drafts in our first game. Swapping the Gwen into jungle, into BJ's hands. Then he was able to get an early kill on top of his full clear. Just the dream start for him. Versus T1, though, pretty tall task.
Definitely a very tall task to Blanc band away. Remember, stakes for this game, Saigon Buffalo are out. They're just playing to upset. T1 are already in, so this win is important for seeding. Not in immediately impactful ways. They don't lock themselves out of anything by losing here. But you'll see the specifics as the day progresses. So for T1, it is a win. It does matter. It is not a do-or-die game by any means. And obviously for Saigon Buffalo, they are playing for the pride of their region, for the pride of Mr. Ruffalo, and that's about it. So Ari, Lucian gonna hit the bench. Zoe, Kalista taken off the board. I like to see it, not because I think it's ban-worthy, but because it's been a bit underwhelming this tournament. Wukong also hit the bench.
Gumayusi has been underwhelming on quite a few champions. So
what a transition.
Honestly,
yeah.
Even with the Kalista banned out, that's probably where I would set my sights as a Buffalo. Shogun and Taki have been two of the players to do it the most at MSI too. Even when Buffalo lost their game versus T1, their bottom lane sent a message to Gumayusi and Keria telling them, guess what? People may be heralding you as the best bottom lane in the world, but you're nothing to us. They 2v2 killed them many, many times. It's going to start out with jungle, though. I like opening most drafts with jungle early, so you don't have to show anything. Viego, I've really cooled off on. I actually prefer the Lee Sin side of it, though. We'll see what owner goes with. He has pulled out multiple Vi picks as well against them, so we shall see.
Interesting to track. Of course, I like it in the sense that you are taking away from owner, who I think has been the best performing Viego alongside Wei.
But Wei, though, yeah.
Yeah, Wei and him. He and Wei are obviously the two that I would like, okay, you can always pick this. Everyone else, it's a bit more of a question mark for me. But the Gwen, no surprise, Gwen, again, feels like the premier safe blind pick top laner. TF, don't love it, but it is an incredibly powerful
To you, has TF been a bait pick? Because this has been a debate going around. I definitely love having that map priority, being able to go up, especially to a Gwen lane, get early pressure up there, or protecting Gumayusi and Keria. But it has not found that much success and has had so many answers. Silas, Galio have had significantly more success. And if the Buffalo lock-in Camille plus Galio combination, that is definitely one of my favorites. That is so easy to use, so easy to coordinate. You don't even have to say anything. The entire team knows. Jump in, go straight towards this Camille Galio combination. You will be able to delete a carry.
Yeah, now we can see Xayah would be the best possible
answer. It's one of the few that has anything to say about that combo.
Exactly.
It's like, please let me get my R off.
Well, and I think this makes the Viego better as well, this combo on the opposite side, because it's so much more likely that you just blow someone up to start the fight. The Viego can get resets and keep things going, and we've seen Viegos opting for more tanky builds. Obviously, Divine Sunder into some sort of tanky item. Some people with the more aggressive Death Stance option, some people with the less aggressive Dead Man's Plate. But Ezreal, Rakan now going to get taken off, wanting to limit some of the defensive options from the side of Saigon Buffalo. But I would love to see something explosive. We know we have the Saigon Buffalo topside, or at least can assume that we do, short of the Galio support pick. But I would really love to see some crazy aggro bot lanes up against Gumayusi and Keria.
I mean, Tristana is floating around here. With the Ezreal ban, though, Kai'Sa following up on these combos is always great when you have dive. Kai'Sa, one of the best to go with turbo dive. Senna's probably a better ban to take away. I really feel like there's so much you can do with a Senna, and you could even flex around this Galio too. A fed kind of bottom lane support Galio getting extra money would give them more options. So Senna ban, I actually really like that.
Ooh, Ouster. I'm riding a little bit high on the Nocturne performance last game, and I see the amount of semi-globals, and I see the potential here for an owner Nocturne. I just want to call it out.
Nocturne is another way where you can actually have some counterplay against Camille Galio. Because if you use it really early, then you can deny the initiation from that team, and it gives you an opportunity to try and use your double combo with Twisted Fate plus Nocturne. So I do like that call out. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the direction that T1 want to go, though.
Poppy, obviously much more utility-focused champion. Love having the steadfast presence.
Didn't love it with the G2 comp. We didn't have any priority ejections with the champ. Didn't have really any interrupts either. So hopefully for T1's sake, owner can have a better use of it this time around. There's our Kaisa for the dive to really complete the turbo dive comp and give Shogun a lot more possibility for getting that spotlight. We've already seen his play. He does not hesitate to jump in with the killer instinct, no matter what AD carry he is on. And to round it out, we would love some more initiations. Some Nautilus action would make perfect sense. But it's going to be full team fight.
I like it so much. Because, Kobe, here's the problem with Nautilus. Gwen, immune. Xayah goes up in the air. It stops so many of the characters that you want to hit can ignore the Nautilus.
But if you get those cooldowns out of the way, then Galio Camille, is in the open, is free. I do love, Taric, though, just gives you more time to utilize it. It's like, okay, we're locking you in the cage, and then we're also all immune to damage.
I like it, and I like strapping a stun to the back of a Kaisa a lot, especially in mid-game, especially Twisted Fate. Yeah, he gets to hold most characters at an arm length, but a W hits him from downtown, a Kaisa zooms in with a stun on her back. It's a dead TF.
Very good second counter initiation pick here, though, with the Renata. Renata best picked into full dive teams, best picked into melee heavy teams, and this is definitely that. You will get very good use out of this ultimate. Cario was one of the first players to jump on this champion, started spamming it, so excited to see what he can do with it.
Similarly, often we've seen Shogun and Taki get very aggressive early on, and there's still the potential to do that, but it's going to be very hard past any full all-in with flashes committed for Taric Kaisa to do a lot against a Renata Xayah lane, because they just have the range advantage. Taric very good into melees historically, but against range champions is going to have a hard time hitting minions to stack up past Q stacks so he can keep his support healthy, and obviously very mana-hungry champion as well.
Yep, they're pretty much building fully for the team fight.
It's a team fight comp.
Every member over there is looking at team play. Forgoing the ego. Drop the ego, Daniel. You don't have always pick for your lane matchup.
Is that
for the team?
Is that what we learned from the EG win? Was don't pick for confidence?
No, play on the ego. Pick for ego, baby.
Here we go. Remember, this game, not big stakes for either side. However, T1 can stay in the running. There is some chance that they get a tiebreak for first. It does require RNG to lose both games and T1 to win both games. So there's a lot of complex scenarios. If you want to track them, at LOL Esports Stats on Twitter. There's a foldy sheet you can follow along with at home. We won't get into the nitty-gritty of scenarios. Instead, we'll focus on what could be just an absolute banger, even if the stakes aren't there.
To me, the stakes of beating Faker at an international competition in a game is pretty good stakes in itself, especially for a team that's so young, like we said for the Saigon Buffalo here. Youngest average age team at the entire tournament. If you put beat Faker at MSI on your resume, it's definitely, that looks good. You put that one towards the top, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, once you're not in contention for the next place in the tournament, you're like looking at the bounties. And there's a permanent Faker bounty. You beat Faker, that's like 100 career points. Everybody wants that on their resume at least once. Rookies on there for sure,
career
too.
points. Love it.
I don't know
Is this going to be a new currency that we have to spend?
Yes.
Oh, Froggy punches him over the wall, but Faker hot on his heels. Card after card after card. The movement just outside of the taunt area. Dracos, where are you, my friend? I'm smashing you in the play-by-play commentary.
You're unleashed. I mean, I'm just going to lead. Hold on. I'm just going to. You just do both.
Honestly, though, Froggy has been so impressive in the last couple days, especially there for the Saigon Buffalo, and a big part of why they're on this recent surge, and they're feeling so much more confident now. I love even going for that early trade where usually you leave it to the TF.
Stun to carry is big. You're getting a little bit of a fire back here. And I think it's a good call out because I think we had the PCS and the VCS had some similarity in terms of expectations where we weren't really looking at the mid laner or the mid jungle to be the big difference maker, especially after Shogun and Taki were so incredibly explosive. But it feels like both of those teams, both of those mid laners, have really stepped up over the last few days, and we'll see what they can do. For now, obviously, TF Galio, outside of 8 or 9 sequential auto attacks play-by-play casted by Kobe, is not an entirely thrilling mid lane matchup. It's mostly about the minions, much less about the champions, at least for a few levels. But we'll see. Maybe Froggy can use that Predator to get out of lane.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Xiaohu do magical things with the Galio, not even involving the ultimate, just with the roams with the rest of his team. But as you also highlighted, there are less exciting pieces on the other and the playmaking, positions on the map. For junglers and supports, both of these supports, well, never mind.
Hold
That's
back.
a kill.
Doggy flashing back. Otto gonna go down. Carrier grabbing the kill. Tarek there for the team fight, but the lane phase is hard.
As I was saying, Carrier monster with the Renata, and topside the action continues.
Zeus, good magic damage shield coming in from the adaptive defenses. 3 stacks, 4 now. Zeus can get a little bit of health back. BJ should just be able to grab this one. Zeus is trying to move in and get the kill. No, why did you walk in, Osmed?
Oh, that was no.
I feel you, BJ. I'm pissed. I'm pissed for you. I've been there so many times. Jungle comes up. Hey, I've got this kill. Just don't die. Don't walk up. Zeus has Ignite. He cannot get away. He has no flash. And yet you walk up and let him ignite you.
Not a good look.
I feel that
by
so,
Zeus.
man.
But Osmed, bit of an it moment there, sadly. Good news is the Viego has been snowballed. He's ahead in camps, and now he's got a kill as well. Perhaps they can go for the rinse and repeat here. A little bit of redemption. Hookshot wall dive in. Zeus quick on the skip and slash to walk away. Oh, man, the movement. He just walks between them.
Sup, clown? I'm going to school you again. That's
for a proc. Zeus! There's not enough movement for that one. He was good. He went back in for round 2. Kobe! What is happening with the top laners in this game,
love this. So, our theme of drop the ego?
Yeah.
Not going to be the case.
Every lane but top lane? Yes. But top lane, the ego is alive. Osmed walks back in for no reason.
I think
Zeus walks back in.
I think even top laners would agree that top laners have the biggest ego in League of Legends. It's either that or AD carry, I feel like. I think we need to get a poll up. Bigger egos, AD carry mains or top lane mains? Honestly, I feel like it's the top laners. And we saw it swing both ways there. Zeus goes back in. Wanted to make him look silly again, but in the end gives the kill back. And you can't be giving money over to the Saigon Buffalo. SKT still have a fairly comfortable lead, but now 2 kills onto BJ. And last time BJ got this much success early on, he was on the Gwen, and they won the game.
Kobe, I've been informed we actually cannot get a poll for bigger egos between AD carries and top laners.
Well, I'm just going to be the only vote then. Since there's 2 of us here, we both get to vote. Here's the poll. I vote for top laners. Don't do this to me. What's your vote? What's your vote?
I'm being peer pressured into top laners, but I feel like in game it's the top laners right now, but from speaking to players, AD carries.
That's what I thought.
They like a lot of resources.
That's what I thought.
All right. I was bullied. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the real answer is it's us junglers, and we're just like...
It's always about you guys.
I'm projecting hard right now, huh?
Yeah,
okay.
that's fair.
Meanwhile, it is going to be a tale of level 6s for the mid lane. Finally, we get to unlock some of these playmaking mid lane abilities here. Ultimates available for Froggy and Faker.
They're trying to bait. They walked up. Maybe faking the roam, hoping to catch Faker.
I'm a frog.
I'm
a chicken. What am I?
It's hard to say.
It's a frog in a chicken suit. That's the true answer.
There we go. That's a biology class experiment I never did.
All right, Owner comes to play as well. Who's going to bait who into a fight? Looks like it's going to be top lane again. Early moment here. Faker is halfway up the river, though, and that's far enough for Twisted Fate, so BJ knows he can't go for it.
Big. I feel like BJ really wants that level 6. Obviously, the ability to be unstoppable, and that ultimate gets him out of so many difficult situations. So we'll go back to his clear. About even with the Poppy now, but obviously way ahead of gold in terms of kills. And as expected on the bottom side, Taki does continue to suffer. Range advantage for T1, champ advantage for T1. Tarek is...
Bottom lane Canyon, what the heck? We're having fun, Daniel, looking at the top lane. Guess what? Looks like, ego or not, Gumayushi is turbo blasting bottom lane after the early kill there from Keria. My God,
and I got
that CS.
Yeah, I don't want The problem is the champion. Taki can't, unless the enemy team just AFKs, Taric just does not do anything against these two champions.
Yes. He dies under tower.
He dies under tower.
What was that?
He builds a tier.
He took the handshake.
Yeah. You don't want a handshake. You want to stay away as the Taric. So things might get a little bit better once we get to level 6, once there could be some jungle attention down on the bottom side. But for now, ooh, red buff taken away. Bija, no, yes. Does manage to get it. Owner wants to knock him into the wall. Knock back on the blast cone, though, is huge. It allows him to just ult out to safety. But here comes Faker. Faker going to be isolated in the 1v1, though. BJ, if he sees this opportunity, maybe they can get something done. Galio coming in as well. Froggy instantly going to retreat.
So the saddest part about that play is that now with both mid laners using their ults, we are less likely to get our exciting play on the other side of the map, but Owner wants to continue on the play. Level 6 Poppy coming in hot.
Could be big. Stealing the blue buff away from the Galio is impactful. BJ is going to take that one out quickly. All sides retreating down to the top lane tower, and Faker can roam back to mid lane. Renata's there as well. Keria roaming up. Taki coming in too.
So Froggy has no teleport, so this not only gives Rift Herald priority to start for T1, actually they call that one off, but it allows Faker to push that mid wave in. So again, it's going to be a support absorbing a mid lane experience as Taki has left the bottom lane. Decided the best way to fight a double range matchup as Taric is to leave.
Which I think is the right call, except he does need some XP and he's going to have to take it from somebody. You know, Shogun's going to get that time to farm isolated. The difficult thing right now for Saigon Buffalo, while they are going even in kills, is that Hosmed might be in trouble here. Flash in, Owner going to knock him into the wall. Good Camille ult in response, but here comes Zeus. Hosmed gets burned down. Clean kill pickup for T1, extending the gold lead to 2,000.
All right, this is going to be a difficult Gwen to deal with. The biggest problem, of course, is still going to be bottom lane. Gumayushi here on the Xayah for the Buffalo to deal with, but it's not going to make matters any better for the Buffalo. And Zeus is going to be able to get at least one turret play. Gwen's actually really good at taking them.
Stun. Sidestepped. Guma still stepping forward. He just does not care about the Taric. Taki, though. Comes BJ. Maybe they can get something done. Guma very low, but he has the heal. He has the flash. He has the ulti. There's just no way you can kill the Xayah.
Yeah, very, very confident movement here from Gumayushi. No extra threat from that Taric, so able to fight them off. And they retain vision control of the dragon. Not gonna overplay their hand, but it is gonna be another shove in here for the T1 bottom lane. And I mean, Shogun has very little mana also to stick around with. It's hard for him to clear waves. Galio though, Galio roaming halfway down. Maybe Froggy can cover something. BJ goes straight in. He's got flash ult.
Shogun really doesn't have enough mana, I think, to
It's too much counter. I mean, this is, again, why we love tracking meta here at MSI. If so many teams are going teamfight dive, then the teamfight counter dive and disengage comes in big. If you've got Renata and Xayah, it's basically the premier counter initiation bot lane duo. Xayah can have safety with her ult, and Renata can make you start hitting yourselves.
Yeah, or each other.
Yep.
I mean, the thing right now, Kobe, is that the kill traits have felt relatively even. And admittedly, top side was super bloody, but also super messy. But bot side is just building such an individual crushing advantage. And yes, BJ is strong. 2-0-0, ahead in CS.
TY MasterCard.
But MasterCard, as you're highlighting now, that's a gale force for that Xayah. Keria and Guma are going to be such a massive, massive problem for Saigon Buffalo to deal with. We know that their composition is built for team fighting, but the way T1 is playing right now, their lead may be insurmountable before we even get out of the laning phase.
I for sure would bet a large sum that the first Gale Force from Gumayushi is used towards enemy champions, not away from them. It is used for the burst damage. Let's take a look at this one, though. I might be eating my words because Brush Gank.
Keria.
Smells them.
Smells it.
What's up, Viego?
You know,
I think Viego would have like a rotten kind of smell, you know, all that undead action going on.
I thought he'd be kind of scentless, but that is a good point.
Yeah. Keria,
the fact that Keria can smell that through the gas mask, though, is very like he has to be very stinky.
Actually true.
Keria, what else can he smell? That's the question. Another handshake knocked into the wall. Hosmed. Ooh, so much burst damage. The Camille in trouble now, but they're kind of out of damage at this point. Taki coming in. Is he going to be forced to use the ultimate? Faker coming into the backside. Hosmed going down, but are they going to focus on Taki instead? Level 6 Taric.
Got him.
They will back away, but now it's just more free time for Guma to farm on the top side of the map and take a few more plates.
Faker with the hand of Midas here. Gold card turns Hosmed into golds for himself. And that's the easiest kill secure that we've seen all day.
Yep. Oh, Keria. absolutely ruthless. Tarek going in to kill Shogun. Taki versus Shogun as they've turned against each other. BJ desperate to tear it back. Carrier is going to be in trouble here. They're trying to finish him off. That's going to be the reset. That's going to be one. Here they go. They've got the fight. Zeus on the backside. Shogun needs to get the hell out of dodge. Hex flash over the wall from Owner. Faker now running. Stun card comes in. Ignite now goes down. Maybe if they can burn down T, if they can start to turn this back.
BJ,
the reset. Goes in onto Owner. Needs to take the clone so he can get the alt reset, but doesn't have enough time. Goes in instead for the Poppy. Now can use the steadfast presence. Running into Zeus. Froggy on the way, and Hosman coming in as well. Saigon Buffalo. They have the clock to make it happen. He goes over the wall. It's a little bit preemptive, but it does not matter. Yes, Guma got all that money, but Saigon Buffalo are firing back.
BJ is clean, man. He catches him against the wall as the dash from Zeus comes out. He's going over it, and he pulls him right back. Huge stuff here for the Buffalo. Some life still left in them. 5,000 gold lead for T1, but the Buffalo keep on swinging. Here's a handshake from Carrier. It was a great start to the fight for T1. They take down Taki at the hands of his own laning partner, but the Galio comes in and BJ says, we can't continue to take this abuse. So they go for the kill. They get the reset for him. Kaisa, Shogun, use the killer instinct to secure that one. He has to flash forward. Still is going to get gold carded at the tower, so he goes down, but it means that BJ gets alone time with Faker, takes him down, and then wants to finish off Owner instead of taking the time to pick up the soul, because then he'd be stuck there for too long. So chases him down, goes back here. Perfect timing on that charge into the wall, because if you get more than 50% of the way through with the dash there on Gwen, already safe over to the other side, but he snaps him back, punches him into the wall here on this side, and some hope there for the Saigon Buffalo. T1 though, unperturbed, right back to business as usual.
It's still a 4K gold lead, but it does spark a bit of hope here for Saigon Buffalo and the VCS. Faker continues pushing on the bottom side. Obviously, no surprise, CTF individually ahead as he's going to generate a lot of money. Also has the kill advantage. But essentially, we're just waiting for Viego. Where the Viego goes, Saigon Buffalo can potentially win a fight. If he is not there, things are very rough.
This is a true test of Viego as a champion, you know. This one, I feel like, if he can pull this off and do some reset 1v9 action, then I'll be a believer forever. Because this one is looking so heavily T1 sided. Faker does have ulti available, uses the spell book there. Mid lane, not going to find that one. Tarek, very unassuming, and Gumayushi has been pretty confident in his positioning and movement with this champion, so unless you're going to go with the flash, not going to get anything out of him.
Yeah, I'd also have to double check, but as he did go Inspiration Secondary, I'm not sure if free boots made their way into that, but that is an extra 10 movement speed, which is all the difference when the only CC you really need to worry about is a Tarek walking at you with stun. So, the little things. Faker and Guma, though, you can see well ahead of the rest of the map when it comes to gold. BJ, the only member of Saigon Buffalo in that top 3 in terms of value. Stun going to go in. Guma now has to dash out. The Scale Force back to safety. Healing as he walks away, but that's the knockout from Poppy, stopping the Galio from attending the fight.
I actually love Poppy. It's so hilarious to watch these ejections.
Sir, you have had too much to drink. You must leave.
That was the biggest leapfrog I've seen in a while. Straight back to base. BJ wants to go for the dive, though.
Stun over the wall.
Still has his ult.
Okay. Ooh, so risky, though. Have to be careful. Poppy on the way, and they're going to try to get this one going. Taki needs to get in the middle of the team to give them the invulnerability. That's Guma going to be shut down. Now he's turning into Zion. PJ off to the side, the one that you need to keep your eye on. Unstoppable again as he retreats. Saigon Buffalo, they managed to get out with one, but PJ, is he going to turn this back? Faker, can you afford to be there? The Gwen now coming in. If they finish Faker and get the reset, but Owner says not today. He is the bouncer, and he will stop you from getting into that T1 back line. Hosman now going forward, wants to finish Carrier. He's so desperate for blood, but he just gets cut down.
T1 say not today. You may have won a team fight, but you can't go diving between turrets against us. Faker with the Twisted Fate ultimate chases them down for the extra kills. And T1 right back on top. They've got full control of the map as well. Rift Trailed recall going off. They're just honestly waiting for more objectives to arrive to the map so that they can take them. Here's another look at it, though. They go for the full combo inside because Gumayushi already used his ult. But even the Renata combination here gives him a little bit of extra time to survive. And the Buffalo have to use everything to get out from between their two towers. So then when Faker goes back in, there's no stun ready for the Tarek. BJ already had to use his ultimate to exit, and so they get picked up. Good dodge there from Faker on the stun. Carry as well, being able to get away from the Camille right behind him. Just the end here in the back of that Raptor pit, dangling
And the big thing, too, there was that Taki was not able to get to Shogun with the ultimate Aura. Was not able to hit him with it. So, two of his teammates standing strong. Kaisa instantly blown up on that tower dive. So even before T1 started to clap back, it was already just an even trade. That said, now the Herald comes out. Zeus locked up for a brief moment with the taunt. BJ from over the wall, though he's not tanky enough. T1 beaten down. That was the sole strong member of this lineup. He has been eliminated. Now T1 can keep this push going if they so choose, but we'll just back off after taking that tower.
A hard time keeping track of these Tarek ultimate circles as well.
That's fine. When was the last time you really saw a Tarek?
Key members stepping out of them. Looks like their own team even having a hard time keeping track of them. And T1 going to push through for it. So one secondary turret left on the map. That's about it.
Pull back. That taunt not going to do anything. Snare, stun not going to connect either. It's Faker on the backside. They're going to try to turn and burst him. But the Viego just now respawning. Tarek circle coming down. Now he's invulnerable. Hosman. Oh no, the Kaisen is getting punted out. Owner trying to finish the job. Hosman must wake us out. That's the aggressive Gale Force you were waiting for, Kobe, because it's a double for Guma.
And the Dragon's still 40 seconds away. Zeus playing with him.
Stun not going to connect when immune handshake coming out. Oh, fist fight. Taki. BJ's just beating the hell out of him. He's ignited. He's burning. Oh, he lives. Zeus. Death at the hands of his own jungler. Zeus ticking. Zeus standing. T1. They're just putting on a show.
I like the show, honestly.
Pretty good.
16 kills here for T1 at 18.5 minutes. Quite a nice pace for them. Froggy trying to start this one out, going in for Buffalo. I mean, you're just going in with a Justice Punch is very easy to kite back, though, so there's no surprise movement there. He gets left in the back for Gumayushi to pick up while Faker goes for more. Gold card onto Hosmed. They stun him into the wall. Then Tarek ultimate, they kind of kite it out. Kaisa ejected, so there's no extra damage, and as you said, Guma got to use his Gale Force forward, gets his kill, and T1 wanting a bit more. Zeus has had some pretty clean movement, dodging out to the side. That Renata ultimate, setting him up for a double kill, and then what HP is this? I reckon 7. I've seen quite a few health bars in my day, maybe a little bit less, maybe 4 down there for the lowest health, but
damn, that's the level of analysis we all aspire to. You just know. You just look at a health bar, you're like 7 HP. I can look at that dragon and say 603, 360, 74, but that's less analysis and more reading because they put the number on there for you. Which I'm glad that they did. That's a positive change.
No, yeah, especially for junglers. Yeah. All right, well,
here we go.
Dive opportunities aplenty for T1.
The last bastion for the Buffalo.
Baron is up, though, so no dive today. Retreat, recall, go to Baron. You've got plenty of wards leading up to the Baron, and this is the last hope for the Buffalo.
Here we
Miracle Baron counterplay.
Team fight composition. Double Divine Sunderers. Kaisa on 2 items. The potential to collect a lot of money. That's
keep going, keep going. They're going to get some divine intervention with their Divine Sunderers.
Buffalo, hear our prayer. Grant these bold players the power to outfight. But T1, I don't think they're interested in that because they just have more money, more items, and potentially are set up to win this one because Guma remains untouched. Yes, they're going to get Carrier, but it's not going to do a lot because already the team is being split apart. Carrier still standing for now. Now the rest of the damage is coming through. There's nothing here for them. Zeus on the hunt. Froggy finally making it back to the fight, but the team is already lost by the time he returns. In the meantime, Hosman now running. Guma and Owner going in. Faker teleporting to a random ward on the backside, but here he is with the gold card, taking him down. The power of Mark Ruffalo is not enough because
one minion survives. They don't need it.
The Buffalo.
And they're going to go straight to Baron instead of pushing with that low health minion. Actually, I was so confused. I was so confused that Zeus let BJ walk away. Zeus went for a ward as this low health Viego was walking away up towards Baron, but he knew all along. Faker already told him, I got him.
The fade away.
Yeah. Don't worry, I've got him. Baron acquired
that was, I think, what did you call that? The last, I said Bastion Hope, and you're like, this is it, this is the last bit of hope, and that's gone in favor of T1. So I would say we've gone from, we're in impossible territory. They say miracles happen in League of Legends. This would be one if Saigon Buffalo can find a winning team fight, because sadly, even if your entire team is invulnerable for 2.5 seconds, I think T1 still win that fight.
Yeah, it's been so difficult because of the early gold gap, of course, for T1. You know, we've seen the execution attempts here from the Buffalo. Camille, Galio combination, you keep them in there during your Tarek ult, but
these ones have felt like, man, we need to squeeze a few more seconds out of this Terror Cult. They're going to need to be immune for quite a bit longer.
Yeah. Oh, man. Some like OG Divine Shield action here, like 20 seconds or whatever of invulnerability.
How about the old Poppy with a diplomatic immunity, which lasted forever, and you could run through the entire team.
I remember thinking I was a good player when I played Poppy back in the day, and it turned out that ability was just not very balanced. You also got increasing resistances the lower your health got. Nice. Not resistances, you just took less damage. It was weird. It was weird, champion. Enough about Poppy, more about Guma. Guma's about to kill BJ. BJ running for his hills. The feathers coming out. He won't quite be able to pull them back. Guma going to be frustrated with that one, but T1 going to be happy with this result. They are still technically in the race for first seed, and it might not be in their hands, but their hands are looking pretty good. That said, Owner going a bit wide. This could be the final team by now locking him up. Owner has been taken down, but oh no, they're not ult. It's perfect, and they're all just dead in an instant. Guma getting the double. Froggy goes golden, but he's getting sent right back to the pond. T1 going to end this one clean.
Yeah, T1 going to improve to 6 wins here. Feeling pretty secure up there. Nexus turrets stand no chance.
Yep. GG T1. They were already locked, but they are separating themselves from the rest of the pack. Obviously, do not want to be third or fourth. Would love to be first, but even second, not a bad position to be in.
Yeah, that's a pretty good evaluation. That's about how I feel about all those positions.
Yeah, there you go. Should I just list each of them? They could be any of these 4.
5's been kind of lucky for me, though, so I guess I'll wait a little bit towards 5 not being too bad.
5 not too bad.
I'm pretty happy with top 4 for EG. Pretty much all the teams just watching this game, though. As you said, no real implications for the standings
in this game.
This result, and everybody pretty much looking for our next game.
Certainly. I mean, the rest of the day, obviously very tense. G2 looking to find a win over EG, potentially a preview of what is to come in the bracket stage, depending on where people finish, who people choose. Additionally, PSG, RNG. If RNG win that one, G2 are through. If RNG lose that one, G2 need to fight for their life against EG. Makes that one a do or die. So a lot of stakes as we move later into the day. Our first game of the day wasn't as important for Buffalo. Third game of the day wasn't as important for T1. But now it's all stakes for the rest of the day. Unless, of course, PSG lose. And then there's no stakes. And it's happy.
I would argue that the first game of the day was incredibly important for Saigon Buffalo, just because they've really left an impression on the international audience. This is the first international tournament we've had with Vietnam back in quite a while, and they're the second place team coming from VCS. So there was a lot of baggage with this showing here, and for them to get multiple wins and getting some upset wins over Pool 1 teams, huge stuff. I'd say successful appearance from them. We mentioned multiple times how young this roster is too, so plenty of room to grow.
Yep, that's Saigon Buffalo saying goodbye on stage. Of course, it's such a good thing to highlight too, because I think so much of the VCS and so much of regions like the PCS or the VCS are super top heavy, but they've shown the talent runs deep. Made a good showing. We'll see what they or GAM or any other team can do in the tournaments to come. For now, up next, an RNG win locks them first seed. We're going to see if they can do it after the break.
Gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. Noise shades, det är gammel, tror jag like I don't know, man. Gonna come under the cold water. Set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this. Burn it up, take no. in a knock, cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no faith. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'm up for the fight. I can't fight. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst as T1 pick up the win and put themselves into solid position when it comes to seeding in the knockout stage. And we are very, very quickly moving through our possible tiebreaker scenarios. We'll walk you through a bit more of those in just a bit. But fairly dominant win here over Saigon Buffalo. How are you feeling there, Chronicler? About it?
I said, I think the win against Saigon specifically was kind of a given, considering how the matchup has gone up until this point. Even with Saigon looking better, I think a lot of the early game reliance that they've had is just not going to work against T1, because for all the faults of T1, the early game has just always been incredibly good. I'm just happy to see the team play with fun. A little bit too much fun in this specific skirmish, as like the overall theme of that was not very good for them, but they're fighting, they're skirmishing, and they just look kind of freed from a lot of the pressure that has plagued them, even if the decision-making is not necessarily as clean as you would like to see, ideally.
I love seeing it. I think it's highly entertaining.
It's
like
super fun.
I love this T1 team. They're like, one thing we haven't been able to talk about them as much until these past 2 games is just what a fun team they are to watch on the Rift. I know watching with you backstage though, there was a lot of like the previous Gen G rant creeping in as you were watching. I was like, is he gonna do a rant on T1?
I wouldn't.
And how they're having happy games. But yeah, I mean, it's just great to see them back into form. Once again, it's the second Poppy pick we've seen. I really like it.
I'm a big fan of the Poppy pick. When it comes to some of those moments where maybe they're playing a little too happy, one jumps to mind is that top lane Zeus just playing with absolutely no fear that he should have, and he goes down. But it didn't really matter because, as you said, the early game is so good for T1 typically that the overall wallet difference was just too much to be overcome.
Yeah, I just, at that moment, really frustrated me because I'm like, I keep building him up, and then he like, there's a really nice sidestep on the Spectrum, and then he just like goes back in and dies. So that part,
you were free.
Yeah, you got out of there, and then he walks back in.
Limit testing.
But overall, I personally feel like Keria has not been the highlight that we saw him be domestically, but he's been fine. It's mainly about Guma, right? Guma has been himself extremely outspoken about how bad he felt like he was playing, and seeing them kind of lose some of those shackles here was really nice.
I like that you bring the conversation down to the bot lane because they have been the target of so much of our criticism here at MSI. Again, part and because of our expectation of that bot lane and how they should perform here on the international stage, but also because of the performance they put up so far. But in this game, oh my goodness. I mean, they were absolutely laying it on. We saw, double, tripling CS very quickly in that laning phase and building massive advantages.
Yeah, look at that. Goal difference at 15, 1.8K. These are more of the numbers that they were putting up in group stage, right? Like when we saw them. It just makes me really happy, like, to see, in particular, the bot lane start to perform well, because I do think we've talked so much about like T1 having really strong early timings around objectives, around waves, all that stuff. If the bot lane is also performing super well, it means, again, it was never that T1 couldn't team fight. It was that they were getting, the bot lane looked kind of shaky. Their compositions might not have scaled as well. Now that they're performing, closer to expectations, I still think we can see more from them, to be quite honest, because they are that good. No, they are. They're just really good. As it changes more to a 5v5, 5v5 scaling teamfight compositions, that makes all the difference as well.
Well, from here, we have to look forward to our next game of the day, which Sports PSG Talent versus RNG. There is actually a decent amount riding on this match. It's do or die for PSG Talent. Again, still in the hunt for that 4th spot. A loss here, though, would eliminate them from contention to the knockout stage. And so, of course, as well, if they pick up that win against the top-performing team in the tournament so far, it puts tremendous pressure on G2 in their next matchup as well.
And what we've seen with PSG picking up a couple of key wins, but now kind of stumbling in multiple games in a row, is that if they can get to the team fight phase unscathed, then they're going to do really well. But their comps have been extremely team fighty, right? Like there is some mid game, but they don't really play around that very well. And having a reliance on not having your mid game go well, or against a team like RNG it's not great.
Yeah, and I think like we kind of saw that in their last game, right? Where we were like, oh, you know, you have the better team comp late game, in my opinion, and we saw them pick a few fights that EG just played into it super well, and that was one of the reasons why they were able to snowball their advantages. Whereas if they maybe didn't take those fights, kind of sat back, didn't have so many early to like, I would say more mid-game mistakes, EG wouldn't have been able to snowball as well, and then you might have seen, once they start 5v5ing later, then PSG's comp with the, you know, Orin front line with everything else they have, kind of being able to I feel like I've said the word team fight so many times.
I mean, that's what this tournament's
Team
becoming
fight.
about. Team fights.
Team fight.
And that's the way we want it, or at least I want it personally. I love to see games decided in the team fights. Now, Emily will check me on this as the arbiter of the Foldy sheet, but at this point, we only have a max possibility of one tiebreaker remaining at the end of the day. 50% of our scenarios result in that. 50 result in no tiebreakers. Now, that one tiebreaker, though, can exist between two different possibilities. And Emily, I'll let you let us know what those two possible tiebreakers are. I believe one of them is tiebreaker
it would
for
be
first.
so there are only two scenarios. Like the games that would be a tiebreaker are the same. So it would be T1 RNG for first if obviously RNG end up dropping this game, but then T1 and EG for 2-3,
which would be pretty wild.
Yeah, so that's the other one that we're looking at.
Perhaps the more possible, if that. Now you can make sure to follow along with the Foldy sheet from @LOL Esports, or not @LOL Esports Stats on Twitter. So go check that out. From here, let's talk about kind of maybe the make or break matchup in this game ahead of us. We've talked a lot about bot lanes at this tournament, and I think for PSG, we continually come back to that bot lane as being the impetus for success.
Because we saw what happened when Kaiwing was completely neutralized in the previous EG game.
Yes.
And, the EG draft actually did a really good job of that. And then on the flip side, you have the best performing AD carry of the entire tournament. So the Relban from EG, I'd expect to see either that or making sure that you don't walk into a Tristana pickup from RNG here as well. And RNG, they have so much freedom, right? Like, I am always terrified to see the blind pick Kaiser from Gala because he's so good at the pick. But reality is, think if RNG just sit back and draft here because they can do a lot more than PSG can and secure themselves a good bot lane counter matchup, I think this matchup becomes incredibly hard to play for the PSG bot lane, and makes it really hard.
Yeah, a lot of their advantages in team fighting have been, again, Kaiwing on like primary engage, especially if they have something Bay on something where he can follow up with some form of CC, and then Unified just being able to fire from the backline on a hyper carry. I think into RNG specifically, again, super tough because this has been the best performing bot lane in my opinion at this tournament thus far. Ming and Gala have been doing really, really well. So that specific matchup for me is where I'm looking, and also where I think PSG could find themselves outmatched.
A very tall order, to say the least, for PSG talent, but they have to get it done here if they want to keep their hopes of the knockout stage alive. And with that, we're handing it over to a TriCast. We get treated with a special one today. It's Azael, Lyric, and Medic on the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Earlier today, I prayed to Azael, and he came up for me, winning versus PSG. Today, I pray to Lyric, my veritable messiahs, please take the win here so that G2 can make it into the knockout stage.
I find it really funny, too, because I feel like us on the LPL casting team have been like the least convinced with RNG, as they sit with only one loss. It makes no sense.
They're the most dominant team here, I feel like, by far, so it definitely doesn't make sense. I'm just chilling, though. You know, EG's already through.
Yeah, it's a new experience.
I've never experienced this before. Yeah. Every time I go international, they put me on the end of groups, and I get to watch our teams get knocked out. And now, win or lose, EG are through.
What do I do in this situation, Azael? Like,
you generally be sad.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'll try that one. It's a little difficult considering I'm meant to be the happy, shouty guy. It's a little bit harder when you have to be sad in these situations.
No, it's more of an internal thing.
Oh,
you know?
okay. I'll internalize
I was
this.
going to say, this is a feeling that, I haven't had to experience yet, so, you guys
And on that note, let's talk about the game at hand. RNG up against PSG. Next, of course, RNG only losing one game on day one. Since then, they have been dominant. Only lost one game throughout the entirety of MSI so far. And I think even though in the LPL, perhaps there were some questions to this team, here at MSI, they've really stepped up.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they've indexed on their strengths, right? We've seen their mid to late game decision-making has been immaculate. That's actually how they've gotten some of their wins against like, a team like G2, who did beat them the first time. And then Gala, luckily, we always get to an international, and his champion pool becomes meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he's just been outstanding, right? I think his Kaisa has been incredible, but he's been good really on all the champions. RNG, I think, since we've seen Bin and Wei get a lot more consistent, are looking pretty airtight. I think it's very difficult to actually point to how you're supposed to beat this team when their top side is playing that consistently, because they were always the question mark, right? But if Bin and Wei are playing really, really well, it's tough to see a way in for PSG. That said, PSG have kind of come alive in the second half of the round robin. Obviously, back-to-back wins against G2. They have had some really close games against some of the other top teams as well. So it'll be exciting to see if they can actually pull this off. Obviously, trying to make it to the knockout stage themselves would mean a lot, as their region has just kind of continuously had their best players, taken away. Maple obviously went to the LPL. River, went to NA. Doggo went to the LPL. We saw them get through with a lot of these big stars. So here they are once again competing and competing at a very high level. I think kind of against all expectations.
We even saw, at last year's MSI, they were able to take a game off of RNG in the group stage, then, having to go up against them in Rumble. So if PSG can do it once again here today, I mean, it's looking rough, but still would be a huge boon for them, and then having to rely on, other results later on in the day.
Of course, for PSG, they need to win this to have a chance of making it into those knockout stages, into those semi-finals, and we'll see what they decide to do in the draft as we jump into our fourth game of the day. PSG this time on the blue side opens you up with a little bit more flexibility when it comes to picks and bans.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see, what their strategy is going to be if they want to try to look to trade OPs, from the side of RNG. We have been seeing Wukong sneak through. We have seen the occasional drafts where, multiple OPs are going through. People are trying to set up a trade of Ahri for Wukong and these sorts of things. But I'm just wondering, do PSG want to try to play a straight-up game, draft full late game 5v5? Because I think that's been how people are looking at, okay, maybe if they just go Ornn and Tristana and full late, they can kind of compete. But I feel like that's RNG's bread and butter, so I'm really interested to see if they're going to change their approach and try to do something a little bit more unexpected.
Yeah, and, it's something they could definitely do, right? Especially with the fact that they lean so heavily into the Vex pick, and it's something where you can find a lot of early agency and early prio. We saw yesterday Maple not have the best performance in the day, even though RNG was picking up some wins. So if they can find some agency through mid-jungle, which is a lane RNG don't really play heavily through, it's a lot about getting Xiaohu to impact the side lanes. That is something I think PSG can find a window.
Well, it feels like they're looking for a Gwen first pick, I think, with the Jax ban already, which would be, telling us that it's not going to be an Ornn. But of course, there is the potential to flex things around. We saw that happen already earlier today. We have seen Gwen mid, jungle, and top now at MSI. So there is the possibility that it could be flexed if it does get grabbed. But I am just such a fan of Ornn and what it's kind of done for a lot of these teams. People have not really been able to punish it. It sets you up so well for the team fight. But shockingly, a Viego first pick. Viego has been really falling off in priority, it feels like.
Yeah, and I think it kind of makes sense because it's been Juhan's most played jungler, and it was really the only jungler it felt like Wei was performing on for such a long time. But I agree with you, the fact that they ban out the Jax is, I think, what makes it a little bit strange to go for that Viego first.
Well, I mean, he's 1-4 on the pick. It hasn't really been working for them. It hasn't really been working for anyone, at MSI. And I feel like when you grab that, you're guaranteeing that Wei is going to be on Lee Sin. I feel like he is one of the best Lee Sins here, if not the best Lee Sin here. So I do think it's a little bit concerning as far as the priority. Viego just feels like you need to play from ahead, and if you can't have one of those big early skirmishes where you start to snowball the game, we haven't seen Viego's really have much of effectiveness in team fights.
It can be very difficult for the Viego unless you start getting those resets in a team fight immediately, as you say. Lee Sin locked in, and then alongside that, the Gwen that we thought PSG might be posturing towards.
And now it's like, because PSG are the ones that actually banned out the Jax, they've kind of protected RNG from one of the answers to it. So I am a little bit surprised. We have seen GP as an answer to Gwen be pretty effective. We've seen Broken Blade be going towards the Vladimir, and that obviously has been pretty effective for him. Of course, that was the game that it got swapped away in their earlier game today. So there is the possibility of flexes, but a blind Vex.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at seeing this, right? I feel like Vex is one of those champions who has a lot of bad matchups, but typically a lot of them are like late game, long range scalers that we don't see much in the meta.
Feels
Things
like
the
maybe
Orianna.
maybe he's anticipating the LeBlanc and he's just saying like LeBlanc is open, you're gonna pick it, you know, or maybe even trying to use this as like a blocker. I do think GP makes a lot of sense here. You know, mixed damage is a strong matchup into that Gwen, but this is very volatile because almost always the Gwen is gonna go Ignite, and if Gwen does get ahead, it can really start to snowball. But if GP goes ahead, same thing can really happen from the other side, because if Gwen can't threaten all in, it starts to look really bad.
I also wonder if there's just a degree of reverting to comfort here for PSG.
Yeah.
Like, Zuhan's most played this year is the Viego. Bay's third most played this year is the Vex.
Hey,
Hanabi's third
EG.
most played is the Gangplank. And as you say, yeah, it worked with EG with that Jinx pick and even with the Samira pick today. Perhaps PSG have just said, well, everything's on the line here. Let's just play something we know how to play.
I also feel like it works both ways, right? Because I really like the point you make about like a preemptive, not only LeBlanc, but this was the other thing that came to mind. Vex is very well into the Galio, and it's something Xiaohu really likes to lean on.
With your fear.
Yep, so go towards that one. We already see, I think, PSG having like a clear angle of being able to play out through mid like we were highlighting. You have a global up and top side, so maybe putting more emphasis on your strong lane that we've seen, Unified Kaiwing showing up pretty much all tournament long.
Now, I just wonder, you know, how far down the ban list do we go with the marksman? I feel like, you know, a fourth pick of Kai'Sa is pretty much guaranteed for Gala if it's not actually going to get banned out. So I feel like you have to kind of ban that out. You know, are RNG going to throw another ban there and then people really get pushed down? You're looking then like at things like the Ezreal. We have seen Aphelios come out a little bit here and there. You know, there's things like Jhin.
It's Zeri in group stage.
Yeah, so it becomes pretty interesting. Senna even getting banned out. I do feel like you kind of have to ban Kai'Sa here, or Gala's going for it, and it just fits with what the comp is going to do. Because almost guaranteed when you have Galio, you're going to draft Engage from support. You're going to have some sort of pairing like Nautilus, Kai'Sa, and that is kind of that go button. So I'd rather them have that disjointed a little bit.
Especially with the fact that, I mean, RNG's comp definitely needs some strong damage coming on the bot side right now.
Yeah.
Like, sure, we've seen Gwen damage be absolutely ridiculous, but right now,
Kai'Sa, right?
it feels like PSG. No. Wow. And I feel like it's just such an easy option for RNG to go with right now.
I think they're trying to say, like, you have to take Nautilus here now, or you will actually lose one of the primary engages. But people aren't really that stressed about it. We've been seeing Rel come through. We've seen Alistar come through. We've seen a lot of stuff. So interesting. It's not going to be it regardless, though. They are going for the Xayah. So there is the possibility of the Xayah Rakan pairing, and that is a great pairing to actually set up the Galio for success.
It definitely works, and the Rakan obviously usually used more as a secondary engage. You want someone who can initiate the charge, and then Rakan and Galio can jump in. But Rakan by himself can be an initiator if you find a flank. So we'll see how RNG decide to round out their draft. They are leaving their support for last. Aphelios now picked for PSG, and once again, they're sticking with this comfort. This is Unified's second most played through the entirety of 2022. And I think PSG have just said, look, cards on the table, we're going to play something we know how to play, and we'll see if we can take down RNG with it.
And I mean, if we are talking about comfort, it's been 5 Rel games for Kaiwing, and he has had some really good engages on them, even in some tough support matchups, you know, getting the 2v2 kill against
RNG's
T1.
comp is decently short range. You can set up ult pretty easily as well, and ooh.
So it's like full disengagement. It feels a little bit disjointed. I'm kind of just thinking, like, how does the Vex fit into this?
Fit in at all? Yeah,
because you're very interesting. And now, because I feel like they're kind of playing this disengaged comp, they're going to go towards the Karma. That's not locked in, though. So I'm still expecting it to be an engaged support to kind of set up. But some of the LPL teams do really seem to like to use Galio even as the kind of primary engage, even though I generally prefer more as
Oh my God,
follow-up.
Azael, I was so angry in playoffs. It felt like every team we had would just pick Galio as the primary engage. They're going to do it once again. And I will say for Ming, because I hate when LPL supports pick enchanters, we do not know how to use them. Ming is one of the exceptions. Ming is famously known for things like his Karma, his Morgana back in the day as well. But yeah, the way both drafts kind of work into each other, I think is quite strange. I like PSG's a bit more because it's like, okay, you have like range, you can kite back with things like they're not Aphelios, and then wait out and set up for the resets coming out from the Vex and the Viego. So I'm actually a lot more curious to see how RNG operates their comp.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's going to be tough for PSG in the 2v2 early. I do think that, you know, Aphelios has obviously taken some nerves. Karma's a really, really strong laner, and Gala and Ming are just an incredible duo as well. So, you know, that is a bit of a concern. I think a lot of focus as well on top lane. Whoever gets the advantage between the GP and that Gwen is going to have, you know, the edge in the side lane. So, should be a really interesting one. Just really unsure how the Vex is going to be able to fit in, you know, how he's going to try to play out these fights. Tough to dive in onto the Xayah. You know, tough to actually try to play peeling back, which is kind of what it feels like the rest of your team wants to do. So,
and even RNG now have kind of pivoted where they don't need to run into you, right? Having the Xayah and the Karma as well, they can, you know, just throw on the Mantra E, be able to kite out the Vex quite easily. And yeah, I mean, I feel like both teams having a bit harder to execute comps that have more questions than answers.
See who is able to execute it better in this game. Last game of the tournament, perhaps for PSG. It is do or die for them. They must win this and then hope results go their way to get themselves into the knockout stage. RNG looking for first spot, looking for their pick of the litter of the remaining teams when it comes to semi-finals. So far, 7-1. RNG have been a cut above everyone else. Let's see if they continue that form today.
When I look at both teams this game, I feel like not only thinking about bot lane and how rough that could be for the side of PSG, but mid jungle definitely gonna have a huge impact, right? RNG having the setup there, taunt into a Q coming out from Wei, setting up for that easy kill. Vex, very rough champion to play. You have no easy escapes or even movement speed steroids like Ari with her W in the MS. So if you're pushing that wave, it's just very easy to take down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially when you're pushing, if you can't have your passive proc, if you do have your passive prepped, you can use the W kind of as that disengage. As Galio is coming towards you with the E, you try to pop the W, fear him back the other direction. But definitely going to be difficult to get away if he does get in on top of you. And I agree, the 2v2 feels like it's pretty heavily favored towards RNG. So it's going to be an interesting one. You can see Unified is going to be playing Fleet, trying to go a little bit more heavy on the sustain, knowing they're up against the Karma. It is Comet, it is Ignite, so RNG definitely looking to bully in this 2v2.
That's the fun thing as well, I think, for the side of RNG's comp is the fact that it feels like both sides can be played around. You hit the level 6 Xiao, who can make your way up towards top or bot, but like you're saying that
it
level
really
1.
Bad for Juhan. I think he's at the very least he has to flash, feels like.
Xiao in the right position, way there as well. Juhan flashes,
no.
but Xiao who just got the taunt. Juhan not over the wall. No escape, and RNG strike first. A minute, 40 seconds in.
It's an absolute tragedy, Azale. Failed flash coming out from Juhan. RNG already setting themselves up to a nice lead. And now even the map being split a little bit, going to be much harder for PSG's bot lane to play, but already getting the wave pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't really have any defensive wards. Like, you're looking at the minimap here, there's really nothing across this kind of line of scrimmage, right? There's nothing. They had one lane ward down on the bottom side, but they had no vision. They weren't playing line of scrimmage, so they weren't playing it very defensively. RNG looked for this, and now level 2 potentially towards bot lane. PSG will give respect to that, though. Checking the Krugs, making sure that he's not full clearing on that side. But this is just a devastating start already. Losing your flash, giving first blood over to the enemy jungle, who's already more of a powerful early game champion. You have to even wonder how the morale is after that. Like, this is a must-win game. This is your tournament life on the line, and you have to feel like you get that sick feeling in your stomach as soon as you go down.
One of those moments you just have to immediately reset from, where you say, okay, that happened. Yeah. We can reset. We can look to try and do things on the rest of the map. You saw Bay walking in, getting a ward up towards the Razorbeaks, trying to keep track of Wei. And the respect given by Unified and Kaiwing in the bottom lane. We'll give them credit for that. Often it's easy when you see your lane opponents walking to lane with no minion wave to just continually try and harass them. But they understood that Wei was probably still in the area, and so they backed away at that level 1.
We are going to look to see PSG look for a bit of an evade on the top side, though. Did get some vision down. Bay having pushed in mid early. Let's see if they can find something, because you have Hanabi pushing up in top side as well. It would be very easy for PSG to have both side lanes roam over.
John might just look to... Oh, great ward by Wei. The awareness to think he might be on my red. They got vision in here. Let's just put the ward over the wall.
Still, I like this. He's going to be able to actually take this away. So Wei is going to cross map and take away the Raptors potentially here, because Bay had the push, as you said, Lyric. He was cheating up. GP had the push on top side. So a nice little bit of counterplay, trying to get that red buff, trying to get him back into it. But Wei with a good response. I don't think there was any point in trying to fight for it. So we'll be able to take another camp from Juhan.
I think overall, just really nice pivot from PSG with the earlier misplay to realize, hey, we just have to index really strong around top side. And like you hit on a draft, if the GP can get ahead, at least you're going to have a strong side lane to play out through the whole time. Yep. Once he hits level 6 as well, it'll give some relief to your bottom half of the map, who are already starting to lose some plates.
It's also worth noting, Bin is not actually going Ignite, so he's going a little bit more of kind of the team fighty style option. Your early all-ins are going to be less effective without the Ignite, but in a team fight and in a long side lane later on, Ghost is incredibly powerful, especially as you're getting those resets. It just keeps going, keeps going. And Bin has kind of changed his approach a little bit. He even talked about in the interview playing a little bit more defensive. His Wei is going to be down the bottom side.
Unified has to burn the flash to get away from Wei. They did spot him on that ward in the Tribush, but no real escape opportunity for Unified without burning that summoner.
we're going to be looking at if RNG can recapitalize, bring way back down. We're getting pretty close to level 6 for both mid laners. Xiaohu, of course, just got bullied out of lane, but coming back first will give him a window once he pushes out next wave if RNG would want to hover back down towards that bottom side. But Juhan, you know, on his reset is now going to be hovering around, making sure Unified and Kaiwing have a bit of safety.
Yeah, and I actually like Bay matching TPs here in this case. You know, I generally think that the best way to answer these global mid laners is not try to match the roams, it's try to keep them locked in lane, right? Just constantly push in the wave, keep them locked in under tower. Then you have eyes on Xiaohu, you know where they're going to be coming from. And as long as they can keep defensive vision around mid lane, keep eyes on Wei, then Bay should be fine to do that.
Ming's going to get booted up here. Handshake coming in, and look at where Juhan is in the right position to look for this gank. Ming still has the flash. Gala has the heal. Unified tanking up the minions here. Spectral more, go for Gala. Heal used early on. Xiaohu trying to answer as he comes down from the mid lane. Bait here as well. Juhan rooted up. Flash forward, wins the war into the taunt. Xiaohu not quite able to get the taunt, but the flash away from Gala is enough. Xiaohu re-engages, and Bay and Kaiwing are forced to run for the safety of their tower, but it might not be safe for much longer. Wei and Xiaohu could look for a repeat dive.
And now they're going to have to back off. They're very low on health here. RNG could just go for the dragon as well. Going to be able to get the push in. Really well played from RNG. Gala so patient with the flash. He knew that Kaiwing, they're not actually able to follow up. You know, him and Unified was so low on health and didn't have sums, so he can't actually really follow up on the play. So even though the Viego gets in, lands the stun on the marksman, Gala doesn't have to flash because there's that separation. And because Xiaohu is coming down, just going for a very aggressive play and kind of overestimating, I think, their position in lane.
Yeah, I think had Bay already been 6, it could have been a lot different, right?
Yeah.
Throw out that ultimate, maybe you can just burst him out, one-shot him yourself, but he didn't have it at that time. They thought that was the only window available. I like the map movement by PSG here, though. Unified might be punished.
Wei's only level 5, but the hero's entrance. Oh, what happens? You walk into a bush and immediately you're slammed under the ground.
Beautiful preemptive ulti coming out from Xiao. Unified didn't even know it was coming.
That's one of those spells that you feel like it shouldn't be invisible, you know? It's like, yeah, he's in a brush, but can't your character look up and see the giant chicken falling from the sky? I've seen the cinematics, Medic. That thing is huge.
Well, unfortunately for Unified, he was huge with a little bit of camouflage on top of him. The invisibility helping out there for RNG. And once again, a good catch from them, playing around the fact that Wei had the priority to move into that bot side. Jungle, Unified caught mid-wave and then was like, oh, I can pass through my own jungle. That's safe, right? It is never safe when you're playing up against RNG.
Yeah, and I think we're at a point now where with all summoners being blown in the bottom side, I think jungles are going to have to completely babysit both of their bottom lanes. Bin and Hanabi just going to be left on that island. Should be a little bit more favorable for PSG now that Hanabi has the cannon barrage, and Bay doesn't have his ultimate up right now, but the second that does, I feel like PSG's bottom side should have enough burst to take down one of the squishy members on the side of RNG.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Bay can get down there. It's tough, right? You know, in these situations, there's always that kind of thought process of, okay, do we try to bail out our losing lane, or do we try to go elsewhere and make something happen, right? Because at this point, an even numbers fight, you have to feel like is probably still going to go RNG's way, right? So it is risky. If Wei is going to play around bot side and all Juhan does is match, you're just putting yourself in losing 3v3s over and over and over. So we'll see if that's going to be the call, or if they're going to try to play other side of the map, look towards Herald, look towards Hanabi. But RNG preempting that. They're the ones making the first move here towards Herald. Already got the early dragon. And this can really start to swing things on that top side.
Yeah, but I like that PSG are doing exactly what you just said, right? They're not looking to match the play of RNG. They're going the opposite way. They know that RNG is stronger. Bid now having the push in top side. I think Hanabi just had gotten the wave in earlier, so had the bounce back. And now just saying, hey, you know, we can play it out. We do have some decent late game scaling on our side. We don't need to push ourselves into that hole any further.
Yeah, RNG about 2,000 gold ahead right now, but AD carry is only about 400 their way. Is the only one with a real massive advantage over his lane opponent. So Unified, although he has been set behind, isn't actually as far behind as perhaps he could be at this portion of the game. Xiaohu now looking to put him further out of the action, but doesn't decide to look for this bot side play.
Yeah, and a lot of that is because Ming moved up towards Herald, and they stayed bot, and they gave solo gold on plates towards Unified. Unified got 2 plates there, so about a kill's worth of gold. And yes, things did go bad for them, but Gala didn't pick up any of the actual kills on that bottom side. So pulling things a little bit more even. Bin just going to pop the ulti to try to reset the wave, has no TP, knows that Juhan could be moving up here towards that top side, so just wants to get out of there.
Yeah, and I think for RNG, smart to not over-aggress for anything on the top half of the map. I think for you, it's a very simple game plan of just pathing that down towards your bottom side. You do have things like your red buff up, but should naturally lead you back down there. I feel like as a response, PSG just kind of playing around these small windows, things like Xiaohu hasn't his ultimate for quite a long time. It is about to come up, though, so I expect RNG to be expect to look to make one of these huge plays down towards that bottom lane.
And it's just so interesting to see where all the vision is kind of prioritized. You know, you look on the minimap, this whole area from RNG just littered with wards. A couple just expired, but they had about, 4 or 5 wards up in that topside river, trying to prep for Herald, but also trying to protect Bin on that push. Anytime you are playing melee into range, well, GP's melee, but he's the range Ras. Like, you basically, as the Gwen in this matchup, you have to be able to threaten aggressive trades, and you can only really do that with the information that others are not around. Predator usage forces the flash. Nicely done.
Yeah, all Xiaohu did there was like pop the little pump up button on his Nikes. It's like, I'm coming, I'm gonna get you. And Bay's like, nope, I'm expecting that. I'll flash away. Xiaohu now still has the flash and can always go for another taunt like that.
I feel like it's more like, the rollerblades built into the shoes.
Yeah,
wheelies.
the ones where
He's got the wheelies. He's just sliding on in, He's got the NOS attached on the back of the wheelies.
That's the threat of Galio, especially since Bay didn't have his passive build up, so couldn't use that fear to then disengage before the taunt came out.
It also just goes back to what we were hitting on earlier about how easy it is. Back in the day, feeling like the coolest kid. But RNG posturing for another dive. PSG with a nice response, though.
Shadow Surge onto Ming. They're looking for the damage. Ming, Hero's entrance, hostile takeover comes out as well. Wei shut down as the rest of his team was isolated. Taunt's going to come out here from Xiaohu. Brought back, Kaiwing will fall in the end. Gala low does not have the Feather Storm anymore. 1-for-1 trade down towards that bottom side. Importantly, Wei died, so the Rift Herald died with him, and he will have to wait until he respawns to put that down.
And I think a play like that just shows kind of the complexities or the awkwardness of both comps running into the other one. Both comps have some sorts of disengage where it makes it very hard for you to just hard force into them. Kaiwing, of course, having things like the ultimate unified with the Moonlight Vigil as well. Did end up going 1-for-1, and RNG are still forcing plates. So overall, I do think it's a bit more beneficial for the side of RNG, but it was a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, RNG playing from ahead, so I think, PSG going to be happy to take what they can get. Bay, though, the initial engage there into Ming, but with the Galio ulti coming through, not able to get that takedown, but it does buy time for Unified and Juhan on that bottom side to 2v1 Wei. They get a shutdown there. That is important because Viego had been falling very far behind. A couple of kills had gone Wei's way, but also was up a lot of farm. That was unintentional. This name, every time I'm just like, damn it,
well.
He got me again. I've been boomed.
I'm so glad you guys get to experience it because in the LPL we have Wei, and then we also have another jungler, Wei, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, it can get quite rough.
No way as well.
Yeah, but RNG kind of just be able to take this dragon for free. And I feel like this is the part of the game, right, where we've seen RNG unlock the most. Once you get first turret open, and then you have a bunch of different lane assignments, and can really just start pulling the enemy team around the map and showing that superior macro game.
Absolutely. And I mean, you just look at the item completions for RNG, mid, jungle, AD, all have mythics completed, none on the other side. GP does have his. He prints some free money, and Gwen went for tier 2 boots rush as his standard in this matchup. But it does become very difficult to try to look to contest. So, at this point, I think you're willing to give up something. You're hoping that you're going to be at a better kind of item breakpoint for that third dragon where you can potentially make something happen there.
I will say a little bit of a disappointing Rift Herald there from RNG. Wei put it down, then they went across towards the dragon. Rift Herald was killed before it charged in, and they did still have a little bit of time before the plates fall off, so perhaps could have used that slightly better. Did bring all of PSG into the mid lane, so they had to spend a bit of their time on the map focusing that down.
I'm a little bit curious to see RNG's lane setup coming into this mid game. I would expect to see maybe put your bot lane up towards the top side, move Gwen down, and you can keep Xiaohu in mid and still have that pressure on both sides. Doesn't have his ult right now, so I can kind of empathize with it, but I expect RNG to be looking for plays of that sort.
Yeah, I mean, when Xiaohu plays through mid, obviously he can play to both sides of the map, but I do think in this case, I also like having their duo mid because their duo is so far ahead, right?
Yeah,
their duo is kind of dominating. Bot lane tier 1 is already down. Pushing tier 2 would be a bit of hubris, I think. So move them mid, try to farm more plates because those haven't even crashed. Just get Gala even more fed. Because we're seeing every time Kaiwing and Unified are getting pushed in, and then when you're under your tower with no minions in between you and the Karma and the Xayah, it's so hard to farm without getting punished there for Unified. So like what RNG is doing, and the wraparound threatened here from Xiaohu means they get another tower.
I was going to say, I guess the lane assignment doesn't even matter in the end. Is RNG already able to force this turret down? You expect them to start looking to play through top side now, maybe get some vision in the enemy jungle after resets come out, because Rift Herald's going to come up soon once again. And I mean, now for PSG, right, it feels like the only member left untouched, the only real hope you have is Hanabi on this GP. He's gotten to farm up pretty decently, already having his Mythic, but I feel like the rest of your map's just falling so far behind. 5v5 is going to be so hard.
Did just pass Ming as far as the gold goes. So things are looking up. If you can get that sort of a 1v1 setup.
I mean, it's the ideal Viego setup, isn't it? Everyone else is on the enemy team is fed.
Ah, exactly.
So all you have to do is get one kill. And you just reset. You get all the gold back.
I want your champion.
PSG, though, trying to set up around the second Rift Herald of the game. RNG TPing in. Bin just catching a wave in the top lane, can come down that pretty quickly. Of course, the cannon barrage can be very powerful in these sorts of situations. Johan continues to posture, continues to poke and prod. RNG will just reset the patience of the Herald. She's having none of this. Come back when you're willing to actually finish off the fight.
And it does get tough now because they've lost mid lane prio, right? Xiaohu's just going to play in between them, make them walk the long way around. This means you're far from Shelly, so Wei can just go right back to it. While some of these minions do get denied, they have that full pressure in mid. Lee Sin will solo up the Herald. This is just really smart stuff here.
Ooh. Expected interaction there. You could see Jihan coming out of the invisibility with the Spectral Maw. Gala quick enough to pop the Feather Storm to dodge, and that's one of the powers of Xayah, the ability to get out of those sorts of fights. Hanabi's looking for something here, though. Xiaohu with the Everfrost. Orange has come out with a taunt, follows up, kick back. Hanabi, you were the last hope perhaps for PSG, and that last hope is dwindling fast.
Great by RNG to find the pick. It felt like PSG, bunch of ultis.
Gwen is so immune to everything. She's had 16 boosters, Medana, Pfizer, everything just pumping into her. It's disgusting.
It does feel like that was maybe a little bit overboard for PSG in my mind in terms of like, we just lost one member. Okay, they don't have ultis. Let's just throw everything and try our best, but not able to get anything in the end. And I mean, RNG just walking with a further lead.
I mean, that's one of those ones where you can start to smell the desperation a little bit. You know, you feel the game slipping away from you. You're already very far down. You already lost the first Herald. You're down 2 dragons. You know if they get the second Herald, another tower is pretty much slated to fall. So it does get rough. But that is really, really brutal for PSG. RNG fully in control. You know, more than 4,000 gold ahead already. And honestly, you know, for this next dragon fight, the itemization is not going to be, you know, doing them very many favors. Xiaohu even picking up the early stopwatch, I think, is really smart because very realistically, I think we're going to see PSG try to just show up to this next dragon, fight it.
Even the fact that, right, he's playing the primary engage role now, so having that extra bit of survivability to buy time for the rest of your team, like way to get in there, maybe find another great kick like he did in the last fight, will do wonders. And for PSG, I mean, we're finally at a point where every member on your side has a mythic, but I feel like someone on RNG's side needs to be isolated if you want to have any chance of being able to find a way into a fight. Bay does have TP,
but
if anything
who's
does
even
go on.
the one you go for, right? Like, that's the problem with this comp, is that it's Gala is going to have his ult very soon. Like, who's the person you focus?
Standing right next to you as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can go for Karma, but if you spend all your spells to actually kill Karma, you're never going to win the fight down 4K, so it becomes very difficult. You know, Bin, as we've seen, some really positive interactions with the Shroud and pretty much everything that PSG wants to do. So it feels like if you can't play through sides, you know, just kind of brute forcing is very difficult.
And I think this was one of the matchups I was most afraid for. RNG going for the engage.
The follow-up here, Bin still chasing Hanabi down. He's rooted in spot. The Oranges will not bring it back. Perhaps he can find something after his death, but in the end, he will just fall. Great Shadow Surge for the hostile takeover coming in as well. RNG can still just turn it around. It's a great situation, actually, with another Shadow Surge following further forward. Juhan looking for the resets. Heartbreaker forward, gets one, dodges away from the Justice Punch. Juhan cannot stay alive. Way there in time. Xiaohu and Gala able to disengage and wait. Will not. Well, he will. Follow the call of the Q. Movement speed, attack speed buff there on Unified. Wei continues to harass and harangue in, but RNG will just disengage in the end.
I think really rough coming out from the for Juhan especially, right? Goes in, gets all the resets. Xiaohu baiting him with the stopwatch that we talked about. So not able to keep making that hero play even bigger. And RNG, it was scrappy, it was messy, but still coming out ahead. I mean, they're on Soul Point now. And for PSG, it's just going to have to continue to be these desperate plays. I think luckily for them in that one, they at least did find some kills. When you're the team that's this far behind, any sorts of trade are at least the silver lining. but that was all it was.
Yeah, I mean, RNG just getting really aggressive here. Xiaohu, acting as a bit of that primary initiator, Bin getting really aggressive. They got that first kill on Hanabi, but, with the W there, buying a bit of time, and then Bei connecting into that back line, getting a lot of damage out, helping to get that initial kill. And then as Juhan gets the resets, you start to think, hey, maybe there's an opportunity here. But the problem is, when you take over Ming's body, you are incredibly squishy until you can reset that ult and get out once more. So they just straight up burst him down. The feathers were already there for Gala. Feather Collar comes through, and he just gets roasted. And
a lot of the power of Karma is in her Mantrid abilities, not in her base abilities. You can't get that R when you are Viego. You don't steal away the ultimate. So Juhan really struggling there to do too much more. RNG now 5,000 gold ahead. Baron up in 20 seconds for them. They're looking to go 8-1. Of course, for PSG, it is do or die. It's lose and you are out. And it's kind of just a series of unfortunate events for them. Beating G2 twice was great. Then they managed to get a win off Saigon Buffalo, but that singular loss to Saigon Buffalo could be the difference between them and getting into the knockout stages.
Yeah, and I think it's really sad to see. This has been hit on so many times about PCS, right? All their top talent leaving, going to other regions. The fact that they are still able to field, competitive teams, I think is quite impressive from a region that really just feels like it's on its last legs. And yeah, PCS just going to do their best here to have another competitive showing.
And I will say, even individually, I think some of the players that were getting a lot more criticism had some big pop-off moments, had some big step up. Bei and Juhan, I think, were people were looking at as kind of the weak links potentially on PSG. But we did see some really good games over the last couple days from them. I think Kaiwing and Unified are showing that they are world-class, have had some really good performances here. And Hanabi has just been so steady for this team and for the region for so many years.
I mean, even the fact, right, he's sitting at about a 30% damage percentage for the teams. Xiaohu finds a bit of a taunt.
Gala with the Gale Force. Oh, the hostile takeover comes out just a little too late. It was Xiaohu and Gala versus the world, and they come out trumps once again. Bin now looking for a flank position, and RNG unwilling to give PSG a chance to get back into the game. Here's the Hero's entrance onto the backline. Unified's going to walk straight into it, bashes into it as well. But they don't care about Unified. They rip through the rest of PSG. In the end, Unified will fall as well. Ming takes the kill. RNG take 4, and it's a death march towards the base.
RNG leaving no doubt in this one. They want first place. They have been so good throughout the Rumble stage. One slip against G2, but besides that, they really have rarely been challenged throughout this stage. They have been so incredibly strong.
Yeah, if RNG can get through their early game, I think unscathed, RNG definitely the best mid-game and late-game team in this tournament. Their macro, their player on size and objectives has been immaculate. But another team cheering in the background is G2.
They don't have Smite.
At the thought of PSG.
Okay, they waited out just enough. I was like, why isn't he just smiting it? It's like, that. Good job, RNG. But yes, another team cheering in the background, definitely G2. We'll have another look at this fight.
Yeah, and we see really nice setup. They catch out Hanabi just barely, and Gala knowing he has enough damage to go through. And then the rest of the fight is what I really like, because we see Xiaohu back off, wait in the wings. They get Bin on the flank. We're like, hey, how's this Galio going to get in here? Very easy when you do have the lead and are able to find the setup like this.
Yep, Bin just goes for the easy wraparound. In comes the Galio. The Everfrost taunt landing there over on Bin. Gonna be able to get that kill as well. And you start to look at the itemization, and it starts to feel really hopeless as the IE is now complete for Gala. Soul here potentially going to be taken at about 23 minutes. You absolutely have to flip it as PSG just show up, hope that you can get some sort of a steal, hope that you can get some sort of a miracle. But it is hard to really think about, how they could even possibly win this fight.
Especially when you're walking into so much darkness. You can see PSG just trying to get control of their own jungle.
Before they even get there.
The Dragon, as you say, likely dead. PSG disengage from it. They'll try and get mid-prio, but that's not going to last for long either. Xiaohu going forward. Once again, Everfrost just shot. Is able to dodge, but Kaiwing just locked down once again. Moonlight Vigil. Well, a Vigil is usually held for someone that's died, and I believe perhaps PSG have had an apt ability there. TP coming in as well. Wei looking for Unified. Just walk straight at him. No escape for the PSG AD carries. Juhan trying to get away as well, but Bin will not let him today. RNG routing PSG once again. They get the Mountain Soul, they have the Baron, they have a mid-wave coming in with Xiaohu.
Yeah, and we see right now them going towards that mid lane, going towards bot, going to push these waves in. I don't think they should be able to end quite yet, but it feels like a matter of time, especially if Faye goes down.
Gala just flashing over the wall. Kaiwin's going to try and do what he can. The cannon barrage coming in as well, but look at the shields from Ming across the wall. Gala, hostile takeover means he will attack his support partner, but not for too much damage. Hanabi under the tower, trying to get away. He can't escape today. RNG don't even need the minion waves to get into the base of PSG. And they're looking.
Heard you talking shit, Lyric. Who says we can?
The LPL caster faith in the LPL is just clearly very low. But RNG having an immaculate performance here against PSG today. I mean, it was just textbook. They forced the lead forward. Actually, they aren't going to end the Zale. Okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself as well. But RNG, again, just overall, exceptional win. It's what you'd expect of the Tiger King of Spring, Xiaohu, making it back to an international once again. Already lifted this trophy twice in 2 different roles, looking to do it for a 3rd time.
And RNG, 11,000 gold up, it's all done, but the Nexus falling, you have to feel. For PSG, again, commiserations to them, of course. It's not the way that you want to fall out of a tournament, less with a bang and more with a whimper here.
No, but I do think that they can be proud of some of their strong performances that they have put up. 2-0 against G2, I think, was very unexpected, especially, given the start that G2 had. 24-game win streak. We're looking really, really strong. PCS able to 2-0 them. That's not something that you often see, right? You don't often see some of these smaller regions coming in and taking out one of the big dogs even once, let alone in back-to-back games.
Yeah, for PSG. Again, I think they outdid my expectations coming out from groups where, honestly, even Saigon Buffalo looked like a stronger team than PSG. PSG definitely one of those teams that I feel like ramped up into the tournament. It's just kind of sad that that's still slightly below the bar.
Looking for Wei here, but Wei has a death dance and a Warden's Mail, and so he doesn't really care about any damage you can put down. He will push in the mid-wave super minions down towards the bottom inhibitor already. A second one will join that one shortly. RNG just looking to do this one by the numbers. Do it by the book as they go for the 3rd inhibitor tower, or maybe even the final.
They're so
from Xiaohu. The pincer movement from RNG is sublime to see. 4 dead already, Bin chasing off the 5th. And I think RNG won't be able to get him before the Nexus does go down. 8-1. RNG far and away the best team in the Rumble stage. Let's see what they can do as they claim first spot. They're waiting to kill Zhuhan. One more to the books, pad that KDA. RNG claim first spot in Rumble.
Yep, RNG claiming first. Still looking to their rematch at the end of the day against T1. Just long-standing rivalry, but still going to feel great going into the semifinals and being able to pick their opponent.
Yep, that is a massive advantage here. We're assuming they're going to be wanting to dodge T1. I think those are the 2 teams that now do start to feel like the big favorites. Of course, a lot can change between the Rumble stage and the knockout stage. Teams having a little bit of time to kind of revamp. But RNG looking far and away the favorites for this tournament, and with what will be their pick for the first round, it almost feels like they're going to be a shoo-in for the finals.
And their pick currently sitting between EG and G2. That can change, though. EG can still get second spot. If they beat G2 and well, it's not really that. I mean, you have to beat T1 again at the end. Yeah. But, if T1 lose and EG win, we have a tiebreaker for second place with a North American team.
Really, it's easy. Also, if EG win both the semifinals and the finals, they win the tournament.
That's very true.
Yeah.
So far, you've only got the winning semifinals down when you come to MSI.
Yeah, the finals didn't go so good. But the semifinals, though.
Yeah, you're great. Great in the semifinals. Of course, PSG as they take a bow. Sad to see them fall out of the tournament. As we said, I think losing Maple and River really affected this team quite a lot from last year when they were able to, take games off RNG and go 3-3 at Worlds, but they really did bounce back. I think Zhuhan and Bay especially looked so much better through the course of the
especially when we came into the tournament and their own coaching staff, their own content was putting out that, hey, we have struggles with communication between our Korean players and the rest of our squad. The fact that they were able to pick it up in the second half, I think is a good sign towards summer. And I mean, PSG, a team I'd say we expect to see back at Worlds with how dominant they've been in the PCS region. So hopefully they can just continue scaling for later on in the year.
That's definitely the hope. We're going up, though, for an NA versus EU showdown between Evil Geniuses and G2 Esports. But first, let's look at Vulcan's 5-head bait in our State Farm Assist of the Week.
It's bottoms up in this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. A commanding lead led to this invasion by Vulcan, where he played the perfect bait to set up the next round of kills for Evil Geniuses.
He's not Baron in like 5 years ago. As the fight begins, Vulcan is pretty tanky. The W gives you extra damage resist.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Hey, say something funny.
What are you doing?
All of our streaming subscriptions were starting to add up, so I decided to cut back, and now you're my guy, so play better.
Hold up. You don't have to sacrifice. State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Keep talking, Jake from State Farm.
Hey, everyone. Jake here.
Subscribe. Unsubscribe.
What? I thought I was your guy.
Not anymore, he's my guy.
Whatever. For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor. Mirth up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, got up to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 할리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you like real world Here to light it up set the world on fire Sorry, I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no, it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bag. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Crazy Sorry not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 좀 mess Look at the gold all on my chest Look at the gold
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where even with a game to go, RNG have locked that #1 seed into the knockout stage by taking PSG out in this game. Unfortunately, that does mean the end of the road for PSG as well, but in a very, very dominant win out of RNG in their first game of the day to continue that momentum towards the knockout stage.
For Pain Tune, we're gonna do it. Well, they could do it, but they couldn't. And this game, basically exactly as expected. When we saw the Galio look in backstage, we're like,
This is
it's not happening.
Exactly what RNG wants to do, right? And I think we also saw the bot lane stuff that we talked about come to fruition, where because PSG does so heavily rely on A, Kaiwing for engage, and then B, Unified to be on a hyper carry when they set up these team fights, their bot lane getting absolutely shoved in and kind of dominated early really did not help them as this game went on. And I mean, it was kind of a complete domination from RNG.
Yeah, the snowball, it just kept rolling and it kept growing, and RNG knows how to close out a game when they've got that kind of a lead in the agency of the champions like, Lee Sin and Galio to really push forward. And so good on them in that sense. And with that, I do want to pick, or rather pull up the standings, the updated standings for the tournament so far as we begin to discuss what that playoff picture is going to look like. We have all 4 of our teams locked, with PSG falling, and it is sad to see them go, as in a lot of ways they were the catalyst for the messiness that we saw here in the race at the end of the Rumble stage. Was with those wins over G2, they were the ones who really opened the door for a team like EG to slot in there.
They're the one who started the chaos.
Exactly.
I really appreciate them for that. Also, the team fighting that they had, there was like some really nice moments. I'm happy we got to see true form Kaiwing and Unified again. Last time with Maple and River, it was enough to actually make it to the semis. This time around, maybe if they found like their own meta, as we've seen so many teams do, a little bit earlier, they could have maybe grabbed an extra win over EG, and that could have been a difference maker, but they got that too late.
It very well could have been. Unfortunately, they fall just short. That brings us kind of to the remaining tiebreaker scenario that we have for the day. Once again, there's only one tiebreaker scenario that remains, and that would be an EG possibility in fighting for second against T1. I don't know how feasible that really is, Emily, but at the end of the day, here you go, up on the screen behind me.
Yeah, so, I mean, it would require an EG win. They would have to finally be able to take out G2 after 5 straight losses. But then, that is kind of the only remaining scenario, and it would also require RNG to knock T1 back into that spot where they'd be fighting against EG for second place.
Now, in all reality, that would just be a tiebreaker for second place, which doesn't necessarily net you that much. I think what's more interesting at this point is the conversation around RNG in the first seed and having their choice of opponent moving into the knockout stage. Which teams are you looking at? Who are you targeting as an opponent here?
There's 2 schools of thoughts. I think the easiest one and the most likely is that RNG, they're going to be able to pick. I don't really see them going for T1 personally. I don't think you have to ever take that risk, and I don't think they will. And then you can either look at the current form, which especially, say, if EG win the matchup that's coming up, then expectations will be you go for G2. But then on the flip side, they lost a game against G2, right? And G2 is a team that has been known to do a little bit of trolling in Rumble stages or in group stages every now and then still bounce back in best of 5s.
Well, yeah, I mean, single game format is just like the amount of games you have to play is absolutely brutal. Everything, can change as the tournament goes on. I have said enough about single games. So what I will say, I'm going to go a completely different direction. And what I think is that EG do not have a good matchup into RNG just based on playstyle. We've kind of talked about this before. So if I was RNG, I would pick EG for that reason. Because I think a lot of the things that RNG like to do are also things that EG likes to do, but RNG have been able to execute that way better.
I'm a bit more on your side, Emily. I would expect RNG to select EG as their opponent. I think the biggest argument you'd have for it not being the case would be dependent on this game here, as EG and G2 step back onto the stage for the final time here at the Rumble stage. If EG is able to put up a good enough performance, show enough that it really makes it feel like G2's lost all momentum and will ultimately crumble while EG has picked up steam, that would be your best case argument for avoiding that RNG matchup on the side of EG.
Exactly. Even then, as Emily pointed out, just what we saw just now in the Saigon Buffalo T1 game, where if 2 teams have a kind of similar style, but one team is a lot better, then it's never close. And when it comes to this match specifically, I do think that even if G2 lose here, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of them still bouncing back and still putting up more of a fight. But at the same time, going from 4-0 to 4-6 is really, really, really rough.
And to return to playstyles momentarily, I think another thing to keep in mind is that G2 do naturally have a really interesting and kind of good matchup into RNG, right? If they do play with Caps and Yonkos like they want to, with really, really slamming that mid lane as early as possible and then going into the mid game, kind of like rotating out from there. I actually think they have, as we saw from their first match, a pretty good matchup. And I think if I was RNG, I'd still be kind of concerned about that, given the caliber of Caps and Yonkos.
End of the day, RNG has earned themselves the right to make that choice. And we turn our attention here to game number 5. It's EG versus G2 in yet another rematch. Their 6th meeting here at MSI 2022. G2 holds a blistering 5-0 record over them in that matchup. And we'll just get a quick refresher here on the last time they played in the Rumble stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think even when the games have looked close for EG, G2 have kind of always had their number. I think when it started in group stage, it was a lot about how strong their drafting was. Here, it was still, I think it really comes down to, again, like I said, Caps and Yonkos working together, getting those early to mid-game leads, and then taking over the map.
Similarly, while it's a great draft for G2 here, this was one of the ones we used as an example, the chronicler of how poor EG was drafting early on.
Not only that, but G2 isn't getting this draft anymore. Right? Like this is exactly the type of draft that there's no way G2 might get some parts of this, right? Maybe they get just the Wukong, maybe they pick up the Ornn, but like a combo like this that allows them to just out-team fight everyone, I don't think EG is going to opt into it anymore because they have actually shown that they've completely swapped over their strategy, put Danny on more comfort again, and then also this specific collection of picks speaks so much to the strengths of G2.
Even with that quote-unquote draft discrepancy, we can see the game was still close for quite some time until it kind of, completely exploded into G2's favor. But definitely a conversation is the fact that EG is on the rise. Definitely is a conversation the fact that EG has changed the way they're looking at those drafts and really relied to fall back on comfort from what we saw from them domestically. And it might be the time, for them to turn it on and snag that one win heading into the knockout stage.
I think it'd be kind of hilarious for them to go, like them to make it in first, but then go just winless completely against G2. That would just be like very hilarious to me, honestly.
It absolutely would be. And so let's see whether or not the fans think it's going to happen with our MasterCard fan predictions. Well in favor of G2 here with 79% of the vote. Make sure that you're hopping on Twitter to be a part of those polls as they happen, especially if you're out there in North America. Need to start representing.
It's a time zone, Dave. We know this. We've seen this the entire tournament.
I'm not sure it is either, because I think I'd still vote for G2 here and have an NA route.
You guys have no faith. I'm liking what EG has been showing.
That is a decade of international experience that has solidified
They
that
made
in our
it
bones.
through. I've made it clear how much I love this EG team.
Yeah, but it's not like we're not rooting for them. We're definitely rooting for them.
I know. I see the fear in your heart. I'm just sitting here like, this is looking good, and they're both like, no, they're not winning. It's not happening. No way.
Let's talk about one more time real briefly how maybe it does happen, less so from the perspective of team compositions and more so from the play itself. We've kind of talked a lot about how Caps being held down has kind of been the core to success for a lot of teams against G2, alongside JoJo putting up, a very solid performance throughout this tournament. Is that the same recipe for success that EG needs to follow in order to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I think so for G2, I really want to see super strong mid jungle from Caps and Yonkos, something that Caps can take over the game. From EG, it's a little bit more interesting because of the way they've had JoJo play on the Galio, even on the Ahri, as good of a game as he did have. That was more about EG team fighting as a whole.
Well, possibly the final EU versus NA clash here at MSI 2022 is ahead of us. So Medic and crew, take it away.
Dash, we are here. I am Medic. This is the crew. And Azael, I think I've worked out what we have to do this
We're
game.
just nameless goons.
Yeah,
We're just
exactly,
the crew.
right? You're just the crew.
We're just a squad. In the credits at the end.
You're the winner, and you're usually the one that gets knocked out in semifinals.
I got to semifinals.
But yeah, not too many stakes on this game. Obviously, EG can still get second place if they manage to.
You're forgetting about the most important stakes of all.
The 0-6.
Someone is going 0-6.
EG and TSM just shaking hands.
Or G2.
That's true. That's true. We get the 0-6 meme.
And which is the more damning, the 0-5 against G2 or the 5 straight losses from G2?
I mean, because G2 have lost 5 in a row, I would say the 0-6 against G2 would be more damning for you guys. Like, PSG beat this team as they're already out.
I gotta say, though, that if the G2 0-6 just stings a little bit more, just because of how well they started off the Rumble stage.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me how much it stings. Trust me, I know,
the good news is they're through to the semifinals, so the streak can continue.
There we go.
They could get to 9. Yeah.
They could get to 24.
The dream.
Just matching it. Perfect balance, as all things should be. Let's get into the draft, though. EG on the blue side, G2 on the red. There's the Lucian ban. LeBlanc and Xayah removed as well by Evil Geniuses. Wukong taken away by G2.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where EG want to go with this one. Taking away the LeBlanc, you know, getting caps off those high prio, high activity mids that the desk was just hitting on.
Smells like Gwen.
Smells like Gwen in the top side. Be interesting to see what else Broken Blade would play. We obviously have the GP, which has been the go-to, and obviously more high volatile top laners, but straight up Galio pick.
Really interesting. This is very interesting. So now I'm kind of curious if they will, in fact, actually, you know, just go Gwen blind, because then you'd be double AP soul laners. Of course, you know, going to be very likely on a physical damage jungler. That's pretty much all anyone plays these days. But Gwen will get taken away. So now my question is, will Impact go back to the Jax, or will he just go GP? Because he played Jax in this matchup before. The lane phase actually went pretty poorly, but it did end up getting them a win in the later stages. I would be more preferential to the GP, but Jax gives a way in and allows you to play very heavily through sides because you do have Galio. That said, we have Nocturne on the other team, and that also is a big focus on side lane. So it's really interesting because it could be a huge focus towards top, potentially.
I think it's really interesting as well because I'm kind of expecting Caps to maybe go with the Sylas pick up against the Galio, which could make it even rougher for Impact depending on what he wants to go in a side lane. But regardless, I feel like GP maybe would be a bit better since you can always be useful. You have the Cannon Barrage. He had a standout performance the other day.
The Anivia hover from JoJo. I love it.
Anivia. Obviously, Anivia was the champion Caps played in the first game between these two at MSI in the group stage.
Where JoJo got absolutely obliterated. Has been very good since, though.
Definitely.
I think it's been fun to watch. You know, obviously a lot of people are talking about Danny, but Impact Inspired and JoJo, I think the top side of the map have been very strong for EG, especially in the Rumble stage.
And this is a pick that, you know, I feel like Impact has had some standout performances up on the Tryndamere, so really cool to see, you know, it locked in for the side of EG.
It's also potentially flex. We have seen in the past, like Vulcan has played, you know, Galio support in the past, and JoJo does play Tryndamere mid. We have seen more teams trying to do like surprising flexes against G2. We obviously saw Gwen, you know, move to jungle earlier today against them. I am expecting that it's just Galio mid and it's not anything too crazy, but I think it's worth keeping in mind because more and more teams, I think, have been trying to take advantage of G2 through these flexes. But G2 getting a lot of comfort here, you know, getting the Gwen, you know, one of the most played for Broken Blade, getting the Kai'Sa for Flackhead has been his best performing champion, and something that is going to suit a dive comp very, very well.
Oh, and kind of surprised at EG banning out supports. I thought maybe they would want to target mid lane takeaway. Sylas, something I hit on earlier, and maybe even something like a Zoe, which is what Caps has had some like crazy standout performances on so far.
It's so interesting to see that he gets the Samira respect ban after the earlier game. I mean, because Samira was 0-4 going into that. Like, I don't think that Danny would really be reaching for that. We'll see if it is actually double marksman ban. So yeah, it is going to be double bans towards Danny, but of course there is still a lot available. Maybe they're trying to push him towards, say, like, hey, you're going to have to play Jinx and we're playing full dive. But of course, Tristana is still available, something that can play a lot more safely, has some of that self-peel. There is still Ezreal, but Ezreal's a very bad matchup into the Kai'Sa, so, you know, I wouldn't love to see Danny on that. So I'm kind of curious to see where he goes.
One of the things that the Samira does do is puts up that wind wall as well. So if you're looking for an initiation with something like a hook in the form of the Nautilus, then you can get rid of that. And even the long-range Prey Seeker or Void Seeker from the Kai'Sa can be blocked with it. So a bit of respect there. Obviously, Danny was an aficionado. Oh, that's not a word I can say right now about him. Who's a fish? Danny was a fish. An aficionado of the Samira in his amateur days. And I was going to say this. The Gwen is a flex for G2. Caps has played Gwen mid before, so now the Jax getting picked as well. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jax is also a flex, and we could see either of these just going into whichever matchup G2 want them into.
Yeah. Very interesting. I think you're going to try to, have the Jax against the Tryndamere, almost guaranteed.
100%. And I feel like, Gwen, you have a solid time up against the Galio. You kind of just both do whatever you want. You will win out in extended trade just with the auto tabs in your passive.
It is support. It is support, Galio. It actually is.
So both teams trying to big brain one another. Tons of dive on the side of G2. Now some Wombo coming out for EG.
This is so funny. I called that out, but I didn't actually think it was going to happen. It's just one of those things that I know. It seems like everyone's read is that G2, does not fare well in some of these disadvantageous matchups. Talking to some of the teams, talking to some of the coaches, it feels like people are thinking, hey, we can get some big advantages. It will, in fact, be the Ezreal, so disadvantageous matchup there. But with Galio support, clearly you are not drafting for a 2v2. They want to have Kennen, potentially up against this Jax. I do think Tryndamere is going to try to go mid. Now, the question becomes, are they actually going to just have this weird scenario where everyone's trying to scout out where the lanes are and try to really match lanes? Is Caps going to actually be willing to play the Jax, or will they just bring Broken Blade mid potentially to lane against JoJo? How wacky are we going to get?
And in the end, Pyke will be locked in for G2. I expect a lot of movement on this map early on, as you say, trying to match the lane matchups, but also Targamas's Pyke is just all over the map in the early game, especially when he gets that onboard glaive.
And EG are totally down to do these wacky lane swaps. They actually did this in the LCS, picking Lucian and actually putting JoJo playing the Lucian top into GP to try to have these more aggressive counter picks that he is more adept at than Impact. So it is a really interesting one. And we'll have to find out, if they are in fact going to look for that Tryndamere versus Jax matchup, or just going to be happy playing out the earlier stages here against Kennen.
And I feel like when we do have such wacky drafts, especially on the side of EG in my mind, where again getting Tryndamere back in the mid lane, having the Galio down in bot, I feel like laning phase could matter quite a bit. Champions, and maybe not even the champions specifically, but matchups you're not as comfortable with. And if either side can find a big lead, I feel like it will be very damning going into the mid game, especially G2's comp, which just has so much mobility with that piking Nocturne.
We'll see which team can get ahead in the early game. A battle for pride, perhaps, between these two teams. Both of them already qualified for the semifinals. EG, of course, can still claim second place if they win this and then win a tiebreaker versus T1 later. But so far, EG have not beaten G2 in Busan. They are 0-5 across 5 games. G2 are 0-5 across their last 5 games. One of those streaks will be broken. It is the most impactful game of the day, even if perhaps the stakes aren't as high as they usually would be.
Well, I'd actually argue getting second place is a pretty big deal because RNG looks by far the best team. So, yes, it is kind of a long shot, I guess, potentially. You have to beat G2 and you also have to beat T1, so that would be a long road. But if EG were able to get second and dodge RNG, I think that is a big deal because T1 looks so much more beatable. So this is an important game for them.
Yeah, I definitely think, especially for EG, if you got the second place and then maybe had to play T1 in a semifinal, a team that you have already beaten will give you a lot more confidence. EG so far going up towards topside, getting that topside brush, trying to set Impact up for a solid matchup so he can now ward for himself and, beware of Jankos. And Jankos' cheeky gank paths have been talked about quite a few times and what he's able to find early, especially when, like we said, Targamas maybe will be roaming quite heavily to enable him setting up these soul laners.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't expect him to do anything on the Nocturne, and also especially because Caps is not playing anything with gank assist. Generally when he is going for those kind of cheeky ganks, it is playing around the Ahri or the LeBlanc or the Zoe, something that has some sort of a setup here. If someone is really overpushed, of course, you can always look for the punish, but generally on Nocturne, you want to power to 6, you want to be just really efficient on your clears and trying to get that ultimate available here ASAP.
JoJo giving Inspired a little bit of a helping hand as he then dashes across the wall. Caps is going top lane into the Kennen. Now, they know right now that it's Kennen top, and they know it's Jax in that mid lane, so G2 deciding Gwen into Kennen is their matchup.
Yeah, I do think it's a better matchup. It's harder to punish, and really it's about, kind of dodging this matchup for the Jax. Jax is much more comfortable against the Tryndamere, and I do think especially in mid lane, it would be very difficult to actually punish this Jax.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be interested to see, how comfortable Broken Blade looks playing around mid. Something about like ward timings and gank timings, all these things do change a little bit. As we've seen this one before, Danny, when he did play the Ezreal into Targamas's Pyke last time around, it was a quick level 2 there for G2. He got first blooded. Of course, this time EG have the push. and are looking to improve on that earlier performance.
You can actually see Inspired starting at Razorbeak meant that EG could start in the bottom lane, so they didn't lose the level 2, which means they don't fall to that Targamas hook at level 2. And Danny now has the dash away. The Justice Punch available as well for Vulcan. They're looking for the damage here. He's going to flash away. Heal used as well by EG. Summoner's burnt, 2 on the side of Evil Geniuses, none for G2.
Really nice by Targamas as well. Waits for Vulcan, uses the passive, throws out the Winds of War. That's when he looks for the hook, knowing they can come out with the advantageous trade, and they are able to get 2 summoners from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is really big, and it just felt like EG not fully respecting that, I think. You know, I think maybe Vulcan thought he was going to be a little bit tankier than he was. He is, of course, playing Aftershock, so he had a really good buffer on his E to actually proc the Aftershock instantly, but realized very quickly, hey, if I actually eat this stun, I'm going to die. So good trade back onto Targamas, though. We'll see if EG can continue pushing him back.
It's actually really nice from Vulcan. So he gets hooked and then immediately buffers the Justice Punch to knock the Targamas out of the Ghostwater Dive, the Phantom Elemental.
And he's done it both times, right? So it shows knowing the matchup consistently, being able to execute the mechanics of it. And then they can find the winning trade on the exit from Targamas, as we saw from Danny. Very easily able to land those Qs and those Mystic shots on the way out. And it feels like, you know, we were hitting on the Pike earlier on and the impact that can have, but Vulcan can have a lot of roam timers and where he can impact, especially with such high kill threat lanes in a Tryndamere and a Kennen.
For the moment, we see camps being forced underneath this tower on the top lane. Jankos has gone a long way round here, and as you say, Vulcan has no flash. Justice Punch away, looking for Danny, the Fear Tether coming out. He will jump. The hook only hits onto Vulcan. Good taunt as well. The exhaust now used. EG will be able to retreat once again. Only 1 summoner burnt by them.
Pretty well played, actually, by EG. You know, I was thinking Vulcan was going to be dead. Danny actually kind of blocking for his teammate there. Smart stuff. You know, holds onto the E, doesn't need to use the flash. You know, he can tank those early abilities, buys time there for Vulcan. But of course, G2 are going to have much better reset as a result. They're going to shove this in. At the very least, it is a cannon wave, so EG won't lose that much. But their early buy, not much to write home about here. You can see it's just the tier for Danny. You always want to try to be able to farm that out a little bit longer. They're kind of hoping for that dream base of tier plus Sheen. But even a couple longswords does make a big difference here, because this is going to kind of put you on the very defensive side of this 2v2.
And I'm very curious to see now with, you know, the resets coming out, Targamas on the map, and we see Impact finding quite a nice lead in the top side. Of course, it's a matchup that wins out early anyway, having the summon area as well. But, you know, maybe Caps in a long lane, a matchup maybe he's not too comfortable with himself, it can be an area where EG can find a lot of impact, and that G2 might need to cover a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Caps, you know, obviously he's down on the farm, but post 6 with Ghost, you've also got to be pretty scared, I think, as Kennen with a Nocturne up there. You know, you want to be pushing in this matchup as the Kennen, trying to farm plates, trying to harass the Gwen under tower, but that makes you incredibly susceptible to that first Nocturne ultimate. You know, if you get Nocturne ulted at the G2 tower, you're likely going to get ran down.
And this is often the ebb and flow we see in the early game. Where the junglers are really dictates which lanes can get priority and which lanes push ahead. You see Inspired spend more time on the top side of the map. Impact isn't a winning matchup, but has also had his jungler nearby, means that he can play a little bit more aggressively. On the bottom side, Flackhead has a lead because Danny and Vulcan are being harassed and harangued by Jankos and by Targamas. So this balance is why the gold is still even though we see these CS discrepancies in different lanes.
Yeah, you know, we can still see G2 continue to index on that bottom side. Really great ward line down in River so far. EG can have no vision, no information of what's going on. So it really feels like Inspired is going to have to just pivot and keep playing up towards Impact. And G2 just going to get, you know, a Drake because of all the setup they've been able to get so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're winning the 2v2 very heavily, so you can just kind of trade cross map. They're pinging on towards the tower, and it's an early level 6 here for Impact, so Caps kind of has to leave. He will have to back this up.
We'll get stunned with the Spectral Maw. He's going to be forced away, but Inspired, no Heartbreaker, even with Jojo Pyun coming up, just trying to force Caps away from the tower.
Exactly. It's about the denial here, because there's no TP on Caps. Impact saved his TP already ahead, so now down 20 CS. You have to base. You're going to lose 2 plates, 2 waves, and the wave is going to be pushing away from you. So Caps in a bit of a rough spot here, to be honest, as Jojo going to go for this all in.
Ghost Undying Mage, look with the trade, knows there's no Counter-Strike. Broken Blade does have the flash to get away. We'll use it across the wall, and that's the issue with using your Counter-Strike early.
Exactly, and that was really well played there by Jojo. When you try to go for that trade aggressively with the Counter-Strike, Tryndamere has the opportunity to look for these. Oh, fancy
I love watching Gallios do that. It's like, oh, I'm coming back towards you. No, I'm not. Just moonwalks his way out of that.
That was nice, but yeah, just well played there, getting the flash out. Yes, you trade your Ghost, but now Broken Blade quite susceptible for these next couple minutes here. No ult, no flash. Caps being put pretty far down. 23 CS with the wave pushing away from you. Not the position you want to be in. And Caps really has been the focal point of much of the success for G2, not just here, but over the years. Especially here, though, I think he's been the one guy that I feel like even when things were going bad for G2, it felt like Caps kind of was that spark plug. He was the hope in a lot of these matchups. You think back to the RNG game against Xiaohu, where it was really kind of more of a way diff than a mid diff, where Caps was winning out in that 1v1. So to have Caps down here early, they're not going to be too happy about that, and I can see Jankos trying to get up there and remedy that. It
is also why it's a little surprising they've moved Caps out of the mid lane. Mid and jungle have so much control over such a large portion of the map that to move Caps to the top lane, yes, you are getting a better matchup for Broken Blade, and it makes sense why they've done it. You just take away that catalyst that you were talking about.
Yeah, and I feel like another important point on that is not just, mid lane, but then how you communicate and interact with the other teammates, right? Because supports impacting mid is another way you can unlock your mid laner. It's like, okay, Broken Blade now having to be the one to work with Targamas just changes the dynamic completely.
And I think it does show a lot of trust in Broken Blade, though, right? Because you're kind of saying, hey, I'm taking the worst lane for me. I'm going to play top lane so you can dodge this matchup. Now put the pressure on Broken Blade to really make good on that, to be able to carry. EG, I don't think they're going to commit to this because Danny's still bot, but it could be 4v4.
Nocturno coming out Broken there with a great taunt, slicing Maelstrom onto the back line as well. Jankos already down. Riptailed was secured. Resets coming out as Inspired looks for the chase. Heartbreaker forward. Caps and Targmas flashing away. They will escape underneath their tower. Caps spot that ghost. Broken Blade there with a leap as well. Spectral Maw still hits Inspired. Looking for the damage. Blade the Ruin King into the reset. Jojo Pyun has the Undying Rage. The chase continues for EG. Slicing and dicing through them, but Jojo Pyun a little bit too deep perhaps. Caps able to escape. Targmas able to get the kill. Inspired underneath the tower. Looks for the reset. You still tank the tower while you do that. And Inspired will be met by Jankos in the end.
Very aggressive stuff there from EG. But they knew Kai'Sa was also on a reset, so they're down to take the 4v4. All things said here, it is the Herald going the way of G2. One extra kill for EG, though. Could have been a little bit better for them. I don't think Jojo was able to actually get his Q off as that ult expired. It was really well timed, from the G2 members, being able to immediately kill him off before he actually popped that heal. But not too bad. Pretty even overall.
Overall, I really like that EG actually opted to take this fight, right? Because I feel like G2's comp indexes way more to pick and finding numbers advantage. EG having these big abilities to lock people down. Huge taunt coming out from Vulcan. And then Impact with a beautiful slicing Maelstrom. And even as Broken Blade tries to get away, taking some of that damage as well. And EG realizing they have the ability to follow up. Jojo Pyun still having his ultimate, I think, gives Evil Geniuses the confidence to be able to look for this dive. Sadly, though, they're going to get a bit of kills, but are going to over-aggress a little bit for it. And Inspired going to end up in a bit of an awkward position, even though he does, find one more in the end.
Yep, Inspired gets the kill. It's kind of debatable. Is it worth it? You're getting the kill. You're giving one over there to Jankos. Overall, I do think it's a pretty even trade. EG continuing to play with confidence, though, and that's something that I do like to see from them. In the earlier game today, the Samira, I think, was a pretty good example. Not a pick I love, but they played it with confidence. We can see Jankos here waiting for the counter gang.
EG know that Jankos is here, though. They spotted him on the ward, and the slicing Maelstrom comes out immediately. Caps is down. Reset for Inspired, his third kill of the game. And Jankos, you were on vision the entire time, and EG get a double once again for Inspired.
That is massive because they're trying to get Caps back into the game. They're hoping to get a kill, drop Herald, take that tower. Look at the top diff here between Impact and Caps. Nearly 1,500 gold in the favor of Impact now. Caps getting sent back to mid lane so far, but we'll see if Broken Blade, can kind of be that strong member, can get up there towards that top lane and be that split pusher for them, because Caps is just having a rough one.
But that's one of the reasons I love the aggressive play from Inspired earlier on, getting that kill on Caps. It shuts down Caps, sets him behind. Kills on Viego as well are just so strong. If you can get towards your Sundra, Inspired now is at 4 kills. He is reading Jankos like a book in a lot of these plays, and EG can use his power to really pop up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and even just setting Jankos down on the opposite side, right? Playing a champion like Nocturne, a champion that really is no way out. You only go in is quite rough, but you guys already hit on it, knowing that Jankos was here. Again, just having some more of these tools to be able to take the fight. Huge slicing Maelstrom coming out from Impact, leaving Jankos in the 1v2. Very easy kill followed up for Inspired.
And now it's just that tough question, right? Like, do you continue to actually play towards the losing lane, or do you say, all right, good luck? Because on the other side, Vulcan has been moving. G2 is winning that 2v2. They did pick Ezreal into the losing matchup, very largely, I think, because they're saying, all right, Danny, it's not going to be about you. We're going to play about the other lanes. You can fall down. But this does mean Flacket is very strong. And they're going to drop Herald now bot here. They're going to look to push this in. Viego is moving, so I don't expect them to actually get the full tower, but they will get gold here onto Flacket. It's got to be a bit careful, though.
Danny putting a lot of damage down as well. Jojo Pyun coming up from the top side, but here comes the paranoia as they look for the chase. Broken Blade has the flash, will jump back with a leap strike to fear as well. We'll keep Jojo Pyun in spot for the moment, gets to the blast cone, but there's nowhere for him really to go. You can see Flacket coming up from the side as well. Targamas going forward, Jojo. Well, that's some very fancy feet. He will still die. Gold not gifted over the Ignite from Targamas, just to make sure he goes down.
He just accepts in the end, like, I can't do it. Jojo Pyun dancing, skirting around the fight so well. Blows the summoner.
Nice pick there, though, from G2, getting the kill onto Jojo Pyun, but honestly, well played to actually force out the summoner to be used there and sidestep the gold, so no bonus gold going across, not the extra bit from your cut. Again, Caps getting pushed out of lane here once more, though more plates going to go the way of Impact, and we can see, Jojo still pretty strong in this 1v1. He would have had that kill on Broken Blade, even with Nocturne there, if it weren't for the fear.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see now EG take advantage as Vulcan. Not going to be able to find anything. Because now you've blown your paranoia on Jankos, right? Have a bit of a window where if EG look for another play towards the top side, both Impact and Inspired have everything. Divine Sunder already built on Inspired as well. I feel like it would be quite an advantageous 2v2. Looks like Inspired is going to focus on, going back to his camps instead.
You can actually see now G2 have swapped their lanes back. Caps going towards mid lane. Broken Blade is now answering up towards that top side. Caps 40 CS down in the top lane matchup.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one for sure. But now that Jax actually has some levels and has some CDR, you can kind of start to threaten playing that matchup pretty aggressively into the cannon. You really can start to look to win that. Obviously has the CDR boots, has the early Kindle gem here. If Inspired is on that side of the map, you've got to play with respect, but you do have the ability to win out in that 1v1. And mid lane is just a safer lane. If you're losing, it's a shorter lane. It's harder to actually get punished, so Caps should be able to get more consistent farm. And I think this is a smart move here from G2. Plus, with all the gold in the pockets of Flacket, if he can really kind of call back to some of those earlier performances in the event, where he was playing fearless, he was taking over team fights. He has a huge CS advantage. He's being donated all the plates, all the gold from his team.
And I'm really curious to see what Flacket can do with that, because when you look at the champions that EG has, really only Danny is someone that Flacket has the ability to dive on. If you dive onto Jojo Pyun or Impact, it feels like the Kai'Sa will just get one shot. So it feels like 4G2's engage is going to have to be quite
I almost lost my mind there for a second. They walked past that bush like 6 times. Broken Blade walked into it, almost walked back out of it. It's like, oh wait, there's a control ward here. Been walking across it the entire time. They do clear it out in the end. But yes, as you say, how can Flacket impact the map, and how can EG play around the fact that Inspired and Impact are so big right now? Because they are very powerful. Next Dragon, third of the game for G2. If they get it in 2 minutes' time, that's where I expect the real crux of this conflict to start.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think it becomes very difficult to actually play. When you're playing Ezreal into Ocean Soul, your poke starts to really become very easy to shrug off. EG trying to make a play towards this second Herald up on top side. Should be able to secure it. Doesn't look like G2 is going to move towards contest.
It has been GG for their opponents a lot of the time recently.
I love that you can laugh at the struggle. That's how you get through the pain.
We just name EG to EZ, and it's EG.
EZ versus GG, yes.
But clear divide so far in terms of where the teams have been playing, right? G2. Since EG had just gotten the Rift Herald, is going to have full control over this bottom side. And this is what their game plan is going to be from now on, right? Enabling Broken Blade in that side lane, playing around him with Jankos and even Targamas to try and have him start winning out in that 1v1. Still doesn't have the Mythic quite yet. I would assume he's probably sitting on the backboard, maybe even already.
Yeah, I would think he pretty much has it. Or he's got to be very close at least. Probably has it on this base. But it's been a pretty slow game over the last couple minutes, which I do think favors G2 in this situation. Buying more time for the Jax, buying more time for Gwen to kind of get back into it here. But EG pushing mid with Herald, wanting to knock this down, setting up for the Dragon. They will have mid lane push and should be able to get this tower. We'll see if the G2 want to contest, but I don't think so with Targamas coming out of base.
Looks like G2 will just wait to catch the Rift Herald as it charges forward. Vision control though now for EG in the river. You can see where Impact is lying in wait. A single slicing Maelstrom could turn this game very much in EG's favor, and already they're 1,500 gold ahead as we enter the mid portion of the match.
And G2 are just going to give up the dragon, I think. I mean, Broken Blade's going towards top. He hasn't actually reset to spend his gold. So to me, this says they're not going to contest it. They're just going to give up dragon number 3, buy more time for Jax, try to trade for either the full tower top or at the very least some damage. They could, of course, TP him in, but it just wouldn't make sense to TP a no-mana Jackson who hasn't fought.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised, though, the fact that G2 aren't pivoting more up towards top side. They are finally doing it now, but it felt like if you knew you were going to give up the Drake anyway, start getting into the enemy jungle, get some vision down, see if any camps are up that you can take away from Inspired, and really enable Broken Blade. Not able to do it. An Impact will use the TP to make sure that Broken Blade isn't able to get any damage down on the tower, but mostly EG just get that dragon for free.
Yep, not too bad for them whatsoever. So, buying themselves a little bit more time. Danny, of course, trying to scale up. And to me, this feels like one of those games where a play is going to happen on side, one team is going to come out ahead, and things are going to start snowballing, right? If you're able to get a kill in side lane with the Nocturne plus one of your split pushers, or on the other side, with Galio potentially plus Jojo Pion, then you start having to have the map pulled apart, right? Extra people have to come and answer. That opens up the later game objectives, things like the Baron. And this is really kind of feeling that type of game, because I don't think either team is really super confident about full all-inning a 5v5, because it can be very, very dicey with these compositions.
Their fights are so swing. Does a Pike ultimate land, in which case G2 probably win the fight. Does Jojo Pion manage to get onto the backline and get a couple of crits, then EG probably win the fight, right?
A good slicing
motion just turns it on its head, right? And G2, over the last couple of days, have fallen victim to those swingy fights a lot of times in the mid game. So I'm not surprised they want to play a little bit more cautiously in this one. But you know what I am? I'm surprised. Comes out of nowhere, boo. Did I shock you guys?
I just love that it feels like we always get these.
We do have to say the thing.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, so I wanted you to finish, and then I'll say the thing.
He actually was surprised. He's
like,
oh.
You were shocked. Look,
he just thought you really loved the emote.
Well, no, I knew the emote was coming up.
He is passionate about this emote.
Don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize, get Prime Gaming emote so you can strut when you flash and turn a fight. Boo.
I gotta say, yesterday you actually did sound pretty passionate about the emote.
I'm very passionate about emote. It's a great emote. I think it's really cool.
It's hard to beat the thumbs up. It kind of just,
yeah.
You don't have to flash and turn and fight for the thumbs up. You could be inting it. You could be slamming. You could just miss a cannon.
I have mine bound to my mouse buttons, so every time I do anything in lane, it's a different emote. Sad crying dog, happy face.
I would mute you.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And I hope my opponents do.
Yeah.
I'm in their mind. I'm in their brain palace. As we look for a play down towards the bottom side, you said perhaps these sideline plays could be enough. Ultimate comes out from the Nocturne, Paranoia, perhaps a scare prize here for Jojo Pion, but he still has the Undying Rage. The fear into the ult will get him out. Hero's entrance coming back as Caps tries to dodge away. G2 reacting. Targamas keeping Danny busy off towards the side. Inspired goes underneath the tower. Flacket dives forward with Targamas, and that's one kill as Danny will fall. Impact did not have TP to answer this play.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that EG even tried to contest this, because as you say, no teleport on Impact. Jojo got out for free. That should have been the end of it. EG don't need to actually scrap there, but they decided to go back in. That kill was never going to happen from G2. Danny was caught in rotation trying to come back in and assist this. Vulcan is using the ultimate to try to come in and assist this. I think at the worst, you would have just given up your bot tier 2. Jojo Pion backs out. EG pushes mid. Impact is pushing top, and the play is washed.
It's tier 2.
Yeah, and I was going to say, overall, actually would be a win for the side of EG, right? You're getting more waves in, you're denying more CS on the opposite side. G2 committed 5 members down to the bot side to make that play. So overall, yeah, teleport. A bit of a misstep going over from EG to give a bit more over.
And that is where some of those aggressive tendencies, I think, can bite you a little bit. Where EG has been pretty down to scrap. I think it has been serving them well, and I would rather they be, a little bit too confident to fight than not enough, to be honest. But it can definitely hurt you, and Danny, falling further behind. Flacket does get another kill there. At the very least, Flacket did have to spend his flash and his ulti, so he will be much more vulnerable potentially here at this next fight, because flash is available on Jojo, on Vulcan, on Impact, and if Flacket is caught, that is going to be dangerous.
Just look at how quickly these ultimates are coming back off cooldown, though. Jankos is already back, 50 ability haste on that Nocturne. Yep. The Lucidity Boots, the Kindle Jam, and the Stride Breaker giving you 50 ability haste, and then obviously Runes and Masteries can give you even more. G2 have that option to keep looking for that play. You see Targamas with the Unbook Glaive trying to clear out as much vision as possible. That ward in the middle of mid lane is one we often see. And being used well by EG just to track some of the movements from G2.
Well, you can see EG getting a little bit nervous.
Impact
is G2 actually starting up any potential play here? An Impact on the flank here, waiting in the brush. Inspired moving up, and Caps caught on the wrong side of the map potentially.
Yeah, there's nowhere for Caps to go here. Danny can just jump across the wall, doesn't want to until Impact at least has some damage down. Caps could dash into Danny looking for the 1v1, but Danny waiting and ready to go.
That was so smart from Danny. If you E over the wall, he can go back the other way. So Danny just playing it out smart, not overcommitting there, gets the kill, and now EG will get a dragon off the back of this. So back-to-back dragons here from EG. Caps getting punished in the side lane.
I also just love the fact that Impact knew he didn't have to use his ultimate, right? Because
Yeah.
it felt like a waste of that ultimate could have been huge when right now, having the Shadow Flame now, he's going to do so much to the members of G2 who really have no magic resist built yet.
And I actually love this build. You know, when you're solo AP, stack the spell pen. Don't go Zonias, don't go Banshees, don't give me these Merc Trap builds.
Rift Maker
Rift Maker, Conqueror. You know, I think that it's the way to play it. You know, he's going Rocket Belt. He's has a lot of early spell pen here with the tier 2 boots plus the Shadow Flame. So if he can find that fight, it is going to be incredibly impactful. And of course, you know, coming up on this next dragon where there is very likely to be a contest, he should have stopwatch gold pretty easily. So yes, he won't have the Zonias, but is going to be in a good position to scrap.
And I gotta say, right, especially with them stacking up Oceans, and then if they can make their way to the Soul, like, sure, G2's comp is very all-in and wants, like, a very short, bursty fight, so they really shouldn't be looking to take too much poke. At least the contests over mid-wave are really gonna hurt for the side of G2 with Danny dishing out all that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if either team gets the Soul, it's very hard to win a 1v1 in the side lane against an Ocean Soul team. You have to really start to index towards that heal cut. Your itemization gets worse for the 1v1 as a result, and they're still going to be having quite a bit of sustain in there. EG trying to get these important item completions. Of course, you called out the Shadow Flame. Death Dance is through. Danny now finally has his Muramana there. So the big completions are coming in. But on the other side, Flackhead, you know, he, I feel like, is the big hope.
270 CS at 24 minutes in the game. He is being funneled
so
here. Alongside Broken Blade, he's got 210. EG start up the bound, as you say. Targetmas and Yankos could look for the steal here. Control ward into the pit means that the Paranoia can go in.
They're trying to force a fight around Impact. They're saying Impact is omega strong right now. You better TP Broken Blade or we're going to take it. But G2 calling their bluff, and rightfully so.
Yeah, you know,
Targetmas.
I'm surprised if EG were going to commit, they wouldn't want to commit a little bit more. Inspired was taking quite a bit of damage and getting low, but I still feel like they probably had the tools to be able to have enough threat to force a TP coming out from Broken Blade. But hey, in a game like this, when you're fighting for second, when you're fighting for a chance to not face RNG, I guess you don't even want to risk it.
Well, if you have a different marksman, I think they could commit more to it. But like Ezreal is just not the champion that really burns it down. JoJo's still just on the one item, so they are a little bit low on the DPS. Kennen, of course, big teamfight threat, but again, they just don't have a great Baron take, so I think it would have taken them a while. I do think it's correct to pull off. If you get low, any sort of damage is going to set up for Targetmas' ults, and that can be a game-losing play very easily. It's like, you might get Broken Blade's TP, but they might get an ace and a Baron, so...
And EG have aced enough people at Baron to know the opposite side of it.
Experience.
Yeah.
Anathema's Chains coming out for Yanko, second item. Really curious to see who he uses that one on. I would assume Impact, but with the amount of damage he'll be dealing out in these fights.
Yeah, we'll have to find out exactly what it is. I mean, I think Danny also makes a lot of sense, just having the additional CC onto him. The reduction in tenacity is something that I always really value very highly. With Nocturne, you get that longer fear duration. Danny is not playing Cleanse. He does not have QSS. There's no Mikhails. If you land a fear on him, he's probably just dead.
For another reason, you could do Jojo Pium, or for the same reason, because if he's feared when he's in the Undying Rage and he's just running away from you, it's like, cool, you're not hitting me with that axe.
There's too many options, boys, too many.
Does make him a little bit tankier as well, but we'll see.
I recommend Galio.
I don't.
As the unbiased broadcaster in this situation, you know...
EG just appeared to done. Azeo, check PayPal, please. Don't listen to them, G2. You can still come out of today with your heads at least a little bit higher than they were at the start.
Well, and let's be honest, you know, there's a lot of time for things to change for G2 between now and the knockout stage, right? They have some time. We know that they can play at an incredibly high level. We have seen that demonstrated here. And yes, we know that they can have some really rough games. They're on a pretty big downturn, but they can try to turn things around. And thankfully, PSG lost for them, so they are already through, and they really can focus, win or lose, on that knockout stage.
I also think the fact that they're one of the teams willing to be very creative in draft will obviously help them out so much in a best-of-5.
It would help them more if they started winning when they were creative with the draft. You can pick Bard jungle for you want. If it keeps losing, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the Riven, not
But it's
not
so
exactly.
cool.
That's true. He was named after the champ.
Like, stop being creative. Pick Ornn.
Yeah. Vulcan, though, perhaps a little caught out, has to burn the flash as the bone skewer was going to connect. I've seen Vulcan in that position a few times. The paranoia comes in. There's no way out. Death from below marks the spot as G2 now looks for the chase. Broken Blade TPing in. Caps coming in from the top side as well. Flanker with a good flank position. Heartbreaker out by Inspired. Impact coming in. Will G2 back away? Jojo looking for a bit of damage himself. Impact does have the flash, has that Hextech rocket belt as well, but he will be diving into
G2
5 members of G2. Voidseeker not quite going to connect. Good true shot barrage will chip away at G2.
Damage.
This is a little bit scary because Kennen still has flash and ulti, but I mean, no ult on Jojo Pion, no ult on Inspired, no flash on him. Vulcan's dead. This is a really hard contest. We'll see, though, can Impact get into the pit here?
It's on Targamas.
They should give it.
A really good job of stopping Zeus' cannon getting into a fight, and as you say, they should give it, and they do. G2 get the Baron off a single pick.
That is massive, and Vulcan has had a habit this tournament of getting called out, you know, looking for vision, didn't have Inspired with him. You know, it's okay. You have to do some warding, of course. You can't always be playing defensive, can't always be playing with perfect information. But in this case, get punished very hard. They get the kill. They force out these key cooldowns. And now G2 with the run of the map, up 3,000 gold. EG will move to Soul Point. But G2 could potentially extend this lead a lot here.
Paranoia again, it just keeps coming off cooldown. He's looking for the chase here. Danny there as well. No ult for Inspired. As you say, Heartbreaker still on cooldown itself. Stopwatch. Jojo Prim looking for a flank. Vulcan going in as well. Exhaust onto Broken Blade. G2, though, continue to advance. Vulcan now not in the best of situations. No flash for him. No way out. You feel the lock-in. Impact comes in. Only slicing mouse onto Jankos, who pops the Stopwatch. Inspired now pulled back. Jankos flashes away. EG looking to try and turn this fight around as Caps still pushing in the top lane. It's a 4v5 as Broken Blade falls. EG continue to advance. Inspired with the counter-strike. Gets onto Targamas. He flashes away. Heartbreaker for the follow. Caps on the inhibitor.
It's still good for G2. It's honestly still good for G2 because they're able to get that top lane tower and the inhibitor here. Really well played in the 4v5, keeping EG interested. Yes, they do lose one member, but they even get a second tower off the back of it.
I feel like G2 are just playing so well around this window where they see Impact on the side lane, and they're so decisive pulling the trigger. And they know that's when they win, right? That they spot one member, even only slightly disconnected from the rest of the squad.
Caps is stunned here. Targamas is on the way here as entrance as well. Caps is going to get locked up. Good hallowed miss. He manages to get one. Vulcan, though, going in with the taunt. Flank is going to cleanse away the paranoia coming in as G2 look for the turnaround. Can have been insignified by Flackhead. Flash across the wall. The kill onto Impact may have turned it in G2's favors, but Danny finds a shutdown, and now it's Danny versus the world, and the world comes down like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, no way for him to win that one. Flackett is so far ahead, closing in on a Flame Horizon here. Jojo out to the other side of the map. And G2 is just using their globals so well. EG is playing single teleport, so they're pulling Impact out to the side. They tax his teleport, and then they're using the Nocturne ultimate and double TP to create big advantages here.
1v1, both level 15. Jojo Pion against Broken Blade. Jojo Pion does still have the Undying Rage. Broken Blade wins. He is winning it right now. A couple of crits could change it, but the counter strike late enough. Undying Rage will time out, and Broken Blade can just dash onto the Tryndamere's face.
Yeah, once Jax has armor, it becomes really hard to actually win out with the Frozen Heart.
Frozen Heart,
exactly.
Too much.
You just live out. You can see that he was delaying the counter strike a really long time, knowing exactly how to play it out. And again, as soon as you see Tryndamere bot lane, that is the key thing. There's no TP on Tryndamere, so they're just going to go for the play.
Yeah, they're continuously just pulling the trigger at such good timings. They all in instantly, trying to find a way back with Danny not really touching the fight, but still G2 find their way on key members like Impact.
Yeah, I mean, that kill as well, actually getting that kill onto the Viego that early was critical. You know, if he gets the reset there onto Caps, the fight can look very, very different. So Caps, big play from him, able to finish off that kill. Lane was really rough from him, but G2 has done a good job actually keeping him relevant, buying him time in the side lane to farm it up. Well, Impact has just been kind of forced to group as the key member for EG. And you look, Caps almost has a death cap.
And I feel like even just looking at other items, right? We have a Guardian Angel on Jankos already. We have a Stopwatch still in Flackett's inventory. They can play on a knife's edge. They can play aggressive, and they still should be able to come out on top.
It's the ability of G2 just to dive in on a single target. So often EG are using a lot of cooldowns to disengage the fight, and G2 are just advancing and advancing and advancing. Yeah. And if EG ever manage to find a fight where they can be the ones making the proactive play, they're really strong. Like, Danny is 3 items on this Ezreal. If he can poke, he is in a great position. Inspired is now 3 items on this Viego, and we talked Impact's praises throughout the entire game. If he gets a good ult, things can still shift.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the huge thing, right? Is G2 continuously keeping Impact on side, so we haven't seen him able to find a huge slicing Maelstrom since the first Rift Herald fight, which was even before he was this big monster that he is right now.
Well, that's the thing, is that there's a lot of ifs. There are situations in which EG, I think, can win a fight for sure. A lot of them around how Impact can play, but G2 just don't have to take the fights, right? They spread the map. We'll see, though, if EG can get anything done here at this next Dragon. That is the big question, because that is playing for Soul. EG, of course, on Soul Point, but if you send too many people over there, double TP is available for G2, and 2 inhibitors are down. They could potentially just end the game, so EG have got to make sure they don't overcommit.
Yeah, I don't even know how EG get the map in a state where they can safely just, ignore waves, walk straight to the Dragon Pit, get vision set up. It feels like G2 will just be solidly favored. EG, you might even just have to give the next one up, keep trying to get more items, but it doesn't get any better with Jax just getting further and further ahead. I mean, Flakkid's almost full build as it is.
30 minutes in, 370 CS going along like the clappers there, and G2 continue just to control vision in the EG jungle. Don't really give them a moment to breathe as the waves continue to push in. 10 seconds on the Drake. Expectations are that Jankos will just go around, take that by himself, while the rest of G2 continue this unrelenting pressure on the EG base.
Yep, gonna be able to grab that up, no problem.
And here's the good thing, Azale. I'm a little happier because G2 are winning a game.
Yeah.
You can still be happy because EG are in the semifinals. Yeah. There's not this, like, NA greater than EU greater than NA, although I will say EU have won 6 of the 6 games they played against each other, so as much as things change, things stay the same, it seems.
Well, the real thing is, though, NA record, that's kind of less important. What was the record against PSG? That's really how you determine.
That's the Mbappe
That's
diff,
the mark,
okay? You can't beat Messi. It's just impossible.
There was an interview from Faker. He was talking about that's the bar, something Bay.
Don't worry, you guys can be
JoJo
fist bumping
him down.
as T1 and RNG are taking you both down in the semis,
Or
I mean, it's the 2019 storyline all over again.
TL went 4-6 in that group and then clapped the LPL.
Yeah. G2 went 5-5 and then won the whole thing.
There you go.
EG, though, trying to do something on the map here as they start up this Baron down to 7,000. Broken Blade can TP in. Paranoia going in as they look to isolate Impact off towards the tide. Caps forced off towards the top side. Broken Blade TP'd in the middle of the fight. Blackhead and Jankos are looking for Impact. They should be able to take him down through this stopwatch. Impact tries to get away. The Fear Tether doesn't quite hit. Hero's entrance coming in as EG. Danny now forced low. Cavs low as well. Blackhead goes on a killing spree as he kills off JoJo. Cavs chases down Danny. And EG, you said they tried to flip it. Well, the flip sadly came up tails. The Impact ultimate at the end has a little of it. Inspired will fall in the end. You can steal away Caps, but it's the closest you'll get to winning this game.
Yeah, huge coming out from G2. EG not able to connect the big wombo, the CC coming out from the Galio, Impact with a huge cannon ult, and G2 will just be able to push through the base, making it that 6-0 scoreline against EG.
Well, someone has to continue the 0-6 legacy today. It is EG's opportunity to do so. As much as things are the inhibitor respawns, and a great line coming up of the inhibitor respawns to stop it. EG, though, perhaps with this inhib respawn have time. 8 seconds on JoJo. Maybe I was a little bit too happy for them. As much as things change, they still stay the same. EU greater than NA.
Well, I gotta give it to them. They had our number in this event for sure. Not much I can say about that. G2 ending on a high note here for the Rumble stage. Congratulations to them. Of course, both teams making it through to the knockout stage. EG going to be happy about that, but definitely a disappointing performance against G2. But it's nice to see G2 able to bounce back, and I think playing the map really intelligently. The early laning phase, absolutely a struggle for Caps, but G2 just played the map very, very intelligently. They didn't kind of crumble under the pressure. They utilized double TP plus the Nocturne advantage to find plays, and it just felt like Impact was run all over the map because he was the key member. JoJo was never really in it. They played more towards topside. Danny's behind because of this matchup, and G2 did such a good job. Even in that final fight, the solo Nocturne all onto Kennen, and then even Flakkid coming over to push him out because G2 just know, unless Kennen gets a multi-man ult, there's no losing the fight.
It's Jax Gwen, right? Like, you just can't do anything against that.
The thing I love about it as well is it's kind of, right, that's been one of the through lines of history with, like, the European representatives, is how they can play out through side lanes, how they can play out through the map, even going back to, like, the Soaz's and X-Pekes and how they were able to do it. Nice to see G2 showcase that once again to end the losing streak, to show, you know, we were questioning, hey, maybe a bit tilted, maybe a bit down in the dumps, but able to bring it back. And again, everything will be different going into best of fives.
Yeah, I'm just really interested to see what the development is going to look for a lot of these teams, right? You know, who are they going to choose? Everyone is really, I think, expecting EG. Yeah. You know, I have heard that EG is doing very well in scrims against some of these teams, so maybe that plays into it. But of course, you know, G2 did take a game off of RNG. G2 has also done historically very well against some of these teams.
2018 living in RNG's heads.
It feels like almost guaranteed. You know, you're thinking RNG is going to pick EG. Yep. You're thinking it's going to be T1 and G2. And I think they should be very happy if they do get that matchup, because T1 has looked, you know, much less consistent than RNG. So it's going to be a really interesting, I think, final set of games.
Yeah, going to be really interesting to see how EG and G2 level up over the next few days as well, because EG have looked consistently better throughout the course of the tournament. And G2
except
obviously
against G2.
Yeah, except against G2. And G2 have looked consistently worse, except against EG, apparently.
Ah, they're not playing us.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We'll see how the Rumble stage rounds out with our final game of the day after this, RNG versus T1. Xiaohu flashes, the Predator, the chase. The winds of war find their mark, and inspired alongside Impact. 7-1. The best team at MSI, RNG, take down another.
그냥 패배를 통해서 좀 더 강해질 수 있고.
Gumayushi going forward, perhaps baiting in K with the flash across the wall, and incredible engage! You woke the beast, and the beast is angry!
그래서 오늘 이후로 이제 지지 않을 생각이고.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where G2 stops their lose streak by taking down EG for a 6th time. And what a rebound it is, in all honesty. A game before moving into the knockout stage for a team that was on quite the slide while they had already locked their position. This is the kind of victory you need to kind of remind people that you are a threat, a team that should be respected, reminding people of the level of dominance that you entered the tournament with.
No, Dash. Best of ones means everything. G2 was the best team, then they were the worst team, and now they're...
We slammed best of one so much today. It's great. I love it.
It's reacting to best of ones, but it had everything that like a traditional G2 game would expect. Had 1-3-1, really good side laning, and a pike. It's really all you could ask for.
Yeah, and I mean, I was watching this with Kobe, and I was the pessimist, and he was the optimist as soon as I saw this, because I was like, exactly like you said, this has everything that G2 wants. Even when EG were able to get ahead, I was looking at this composition, even with the early lane swap, which I thought was pretty interesting, how, you know, Caps got set back. Broken Blade took a while to get online, but, you know, that's still going to happen, and they were just able to take over in these team fights.
Absolutely. Really tough spot for EG to be in beyond a certain point within this game. As you mentioned, even with the small lead they had built, and arguably one of the better positions they've been in against G2 in the many games that they've had, but still not quite enough to push them over the table. I would maybe call into question the lack of, you know, engage and agency that they had. Of course, the Galio in the support position, but outside of that, really difficult for the Galio to get in there.
Yeah, because especially once G2 got to a mid-game point, like they win most of their side lanes, so they just continuously shove. And if you try to collapse, either you have a Nocturne, which really makes Vulcan's job a lot harder, and he's also support Galio, so less budget, less damage, less tankiness. And then there's also a Pike, right, which you can't always track. And with Umbro Glaive, it became really hard for EG to ever really respond to the shove that was there from G2.
Now, as we know, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Caps barely takes down Inspire, denying Viego resets and pulling G2 into a favorable position for this fight. Viego was, in large part, the big threat on the side of EG, with a lot of the early kills going his way, and so for Caps to be able to kind of secure this kill in the final moment before the reset comes through did wonders in terms of turning the fight.
Yeah, especially, I mean, anyone who's seen Inspired starting back in his Rogue days from last year, I remember they kept showing that one Viego fight, he's incredibly comfortable on this pick. Interrupting that was huge, and then, you know, G2 just take over from there.
Not a lot to be done, right? At that point in the game, we'd already kind of passed where I think EG could be comfortable, because I actually really liked how they played at the early lanes. Impact on the Cannon, actually getting a sizable lead in that Cannon versus Gwen matchup just wasn't enough.
Yeah, ultimately for me, the learning here is that a lot of this tournament continues to be determined by late game team fights, right? And it does feel like in that sense, EG drafted themselves into a little bit of a hole. I also got to call into question Viego priority. We have seen that champion struggle to find success here on the international stage, and a few teams have kind of leaped for it today, which I'm wondering where kind of the impetus for that has come from.
Oh, if you wait, it's fine.
Sure,
if
you're the best performing team in the entire stage, then you could probably pick anything you want. Now, for more on G2's victory over EG, Laura standing by with Broken Blade in the Verizon post-game interview.
Back to Busan, as G2 is still undefeated against the LCS BB. Thank you for joining me after this game. Congrats on taking them down a 6th time. You beat EG, get to knockouts. Sounds like a good day, right?
I mean, yeah, it sounds like a good day. I mean, we're on a rough losing streak, but NA always has our back, so I'm happy. Was a nice game to play. I felt really good playing, and even talking, communicating in the game, I was doing really good, I think. So I'm just happy we can end the Rumble
stage
with a win.
On a good note, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Feels good. Quick note on the lane swap also. What was that about?
The enemy thought they were really funny, and they were flex picking on us while we were flex picking on them. So it was like, oh, they pick Cannon. What should we do? You know. And I think it was a smart pick. It countered both Jax and Gwen. But I wanted to play against Trinimir, so I told Caps go top lane, and he didn't have a good time because of matchup. He actually didn't know how to play the matchup. But it was fine after all because, again, we all tried to help each other as much as possible. And in the mid game, I feel like we just really denied their comp. We never team fought really. We always played the map. We always played really well around counting TP, and they only had one, which was really easy, right? So if Kennen TP'd anywhere, we're like, okay, guys, just make a play on the other side. He doesn't have TP. So I was just happy how the game was actually played.
It was a much better looking G2 than we've been used to seeing for the past few days. Let's talk about, honestly, the Rumble stage and what happened after day 2. How do you explain the games?
The games that we lost?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was more of an adaptation issue. I think other teams adapted well and they improved well. And I think in this tournament where there's so many high-tier teams, you obviously improve every day. And I think we just didn't. Maybe it was because in the first days we also just went without any losses and we couldn't take much from these games. Now that we did lose, I think we are taking stuff from these games that we lost, and we are having a lot of good talks, which I'm really, really happy about, actually. And I think this actually might be better for us that we lost 4 games now and still are on the next stage than if you would have gone without losing again. Because I think we learned something from these losses, and our team, they really take these losses well, and I think it will just make us better.
You're talking about having good talks, not losing hope, basically. What allowed you to just stay positive throughout the losses and the learnings you were mentioning?
I mean, I think it's just our team. Every single individual is very similar in terms of working together when there's issues, or how we call them, challenges. And I really like it because it's something, it shows that everyone is really trying to win, even when things are looking not as good, or when you're not on a 24-game winning streak, right? But because we want to win, I feel like we have those talks, and we're still going to try to the very end, right? And see how far we can make it. Obviously, we want to win it, and I think we can. It will depend on how we take these days where we have more practice again to adapt in those matches.
I mean, looking ahead at the knockouts, best of 5 series, you don't have a lot of time to prep, actually. And I believe that with the new patch coming, I don't even think solo queue is going to be relevant again. Do you have any info maybe on how you're going to prep and what can we expect from G2 in the knockouts?
I do think that having prep or like scrims are going to help us more, because in these 5 days, I think it was, or 4.
Depends
5.
on which day you play, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we didn't really have time to scrim, right, because we had so many games. And I think having 1 or 2, even one day would be enough to have an idea of what you want to go with. So I'm very, very happy and confident to go on to the next stage.
Well, looking forward to seeing the G2 in the knockouts, BB. Thank you so much for the interview. And Berlin, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Flex picks upon flex picks, mind games into mind games. You love to see it in the draft, but ultimately G2 outmaneuvers.
I had the chance to talk to Broken Blade before the tournament started, and one thing he did bring up there and in this interview with Laura was that G2 are a good team, in his opinion, at learning from their mistakes. So with the losses, he even pointed out like how little time they have to in between games, right, to end up prepping for things. So now that they have more time, now that they will have scrims, I think that'll be really great for G2, considering how well they seem to learn from losses.
A moment for G2 to breathe, take everything in, and figure out how they want to change moving forward towards those best of 5s.
Yeah, and I want to take over for a little bit there.
Please do, yes.
You know, like I know.
Great, I'll lean back in my chair.
I have a little bit of freedom, and everyone. I don't know if you know this, but Emily Rand has a podcast, and you've been enjoying Emily's analysis throughout the entirety of the event. She's been doing a splendid job, very unbiased. Only team she likes is not even at the tournament or in the LCK playoffs. Sorry, Katie. And she and Travis Gafford will be responding to your thoughts on the MSI Rumble stage, and you can submit them now in the Spotify app. And the last episode of Rift Reactions, the reason why I'm doing this is because Emily hates praise, and I just wanted to give you all
I just love
Honestly,
a bit of joy.
I was expecting to be embarrassed. I didn't expect the KT knife to the heart in there, you know? Like,
More than anything, I just love how every single Rift Reactions plug has fallen on a day that Emily is on the desk itself.
Great. I love it.
It's really tough to have content that you're a part of be actively discussed in front of you.
Exactly.
So I know that feel greatly, but definitely check it out. It's a phenomenal podcast and get your voices heard on it. We have one game left ahead of us because of the result of that last one. There will be no tiebreakers at the end of the day. And so the standings are solidified, but it will be RNG and T1 going up against each other in the final game of the Rumble stage. Our top two teams, I wouldn't want it any other way.
Mayhem. That's what I'm expecting. Mayhem. I don't think that either team is going to show us anything new here. I'm expecting, things like Kaiser for Gala. Maybe we see Galio priority. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. And T1 is probably going to drive everyone insane. But the big difference for them, of course, is that they now actually play a little bit more free, and they play into the insanity that we've come to expect from them. So I think it's going to be a very fun matchup to close out the Rumble stage.
Yeah, I want skill checks from both teams. I want everyone going just constant fighting. If these two teams don't do that, I will feel very let down. So RNG T1, let's go.
I really hope it's a bloody one. I will continue to hyper-focus on that bot lane where Gala has looked near unstoppable, but expectations are still high for a player like Gumayusi. With that, we're back over to our trio of casters one final time to close out our Rumble stage.
I wasn't expecting the camera to cut to us as soon as it did. I was a little bit distracted, but we are here. Final game of the Rumble stage.
Did you notice? You didn't even get a name this time.
I didn't actually. It's just our casters.
It's just our casters.
It's gone from the three of us to just me and you two to now our casters.
Medic in the squad to...
You've been demoted.
The dudes. I mean, I don't blame Dash for demoting me after I just cast G2 beating EG. I can understand a little bit of perhaps...
It's EU production. They demoted you.
True. Let's get into the game, though. Final game of Rumble stage, and it is likely to be a banger. T1 currently 6-3, looking for their 7th win. Obviously lost to RNG last time these two teams faced.
And as much as it doesn't actually affect standings at all, I do think that there is a lot of pride on the line. These two regions really want to beat the other region, it feels like, and these two teams really want to beat the other teams. So I do think there's still going to be a very competitive game here that the teams are going to come out, take it serious. I'm not expecting troll picks and that sort of stuff. I do agree with the desk, though. You don't show anything new, but you definitely want to slam your opponent.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, even for that, I don't think RNG are the type of team who have this deep deck of cards they can pull from. I think RNG are going to keep it pretty standard, even going into best of fives. I think T1 are the ones who, we know with Carrier, right, the Rumble supports or Silas support, any sort of crazy stuff can come out from T1. But even that's just a normal day for the T1 support for Carrier.
T1 doing RNG a favor. They banned Volibear here.
Yeah.
Let's go! Wukong banned away by RNG. Jack's ban early on by T1 is kind of implying perhaps that Gwen as a possibility first pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought last time in the draft, but then, of course, it wasn't actually first pick. They went to the Viego in the EG case.
Yari also left through as well.
Yep, Ari, LeBlanc seem very important. There has been more and more priority in some of these junglers, though, so it'll be interesting to see where they do decide to go. Xiaohu losing the Galio, I think, is very intelligent. He has just looked way too good on it.
It looks like Faker will get the Ahri to kick off this game. Faker's Ahri, obviously, to be fair, every champion Faker plays, apart from perhaps Twisted Fate at the moment.
35 KDA on Ahri.
That's
not bad.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Is that just the MSI or is that
just
all?
Just at MSI.
I'm really curious to see which way RNG go to answer, though, because I feel like LeBlanc and Vex have been Xiaohu's two best champions all split long, especially when he wants something with some agency. For going a completely different way, wanting to stay on those champions, which can still impact sides, but no, going complete, help my side lanes, make sure Bin and Gala are having standout performances. And I think it makes sense for this tournament where we have seen Xiaohu struggle in some laning phases, but as long as Bin is stable and Gala is popping off, that's been RNG's recipe for success.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're going to want to see Wei getting involved. I'm curious, is Lee Sin going to be high prio here? It is, in fact, still Viego, which really does just seem strange to me. Based on what we've seen on stage, clearly it must be working in scrims, I think, a lot better than it's working on stage, because all the big teams seem to be performing a lot worse with the Viego. I mean, just out of the matchup we just saw, EG's 1-4 now with Viego, G2 1-3. Basically no one is doing particularly well with it.
Apparently, RNG may be the exception to that rule. 4-0 so far on the Viego. Obviously, having only lost one game, it becomes a lot easier to have a high win rate on your champions. So we'll see what the Viego can do here. There's the Gwen that was left open. T1 will lock it in for the top lane.
Yeah, now T1. I mean, you would assume maybe a jungler would come out here, especially with the fact that Viego already taken off the board. Your pool can be pinched quite a bit.
I feel like it has to be Lee.
Owner has been someone who's been willing to go with, you know, some of the more niche picks coming out, like things like the Poppy earlier on.
The Vi.
Yeah, Vi is something he's really gravitated towards. And yeah, it isn't going to go towards the Lee Sin. They are going to save that one, say, hey, Owner has enough left in the tank for us to just get the 80 carry that we want.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is interesting because you're for sure expecting RNG now to throw a couple of bans towards Owner and see if Wei can get an advantage in the jungle. Of course, you know, you said it. He's played a lot of different stuff. Even brought out the Kindred, I believe it was in the earlier stage, in the group stage. So there are a lot of options here, but GP becoming what is pretty much the standard answer it now feels like to the Gwen. Of course, Jack's already banned out, and that's kind of the second go-to.
And what happens in this sort of draft is you pick the Xayah. That means that RNG have to think, well, do we want to pick top lane here, or do we want to look towards an 80 carry out of our own? T1 now, because they picked the top lane, can pinch that 80 carry pool a little bit and put Gala on something perhaps he's not quite as comfortable on.
Well, honestly, I feel like they're going to struggle to because there wasn't a lot of bans towards 80s in the first round, right? So I do think it's pretty tough to actually push him that far down, especially when we know, you know, Gala is pretty flexible. You could do something like taking away the Kai'Sa. That is very true. Even if you ban out the Ezreal, there is Kalista, so like maybe you want to ban out the early aggressive ones. But there's always, even just out of those three, you're always going to have something that he's very comfortable on. Those are his three most played. And then, of course, even without those, there's still a Tristana.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you go deeper in the pool, right, things like the Aphelios is something he's already showed in the tournament. And even RNG now can just opt into trying to outrange the comp that T1 has put together so far, already having things like the GP, which do prefer to have the enemies running into it, making it easier to land those barrel combinations. And yeah, T1, I would expect, like you're saying, the Kai'Sa ban. If it doesn't come through, I'll be mind blown. But last year when RNG won that 5-game series against Stomp1, it wasn't banned once in that series. Luckily, T1 not going to go through that same experience, and now we're going to see where Gala goes.
It's so interesting that there's double jungle bans, but it's not Lee Sin. I find that really, really surprising that they're like, no, Vi. Vi is the problem here. And I'm more worried, it feels like, about pick than they are potentially about, you know, some of the early presence of that Lee Sin. Of course, Lee Sin can find pick himself, but it's a very easy point and click R onto the Gwen. Gwen cannot immune that. You are going inside the Shroud, whether she likes it or not. And it is, in fact, going to be the Aphelios. So RNG, you know, playing more towards the range, like you said. And it does make me wonder, you know, we saw 5th pick Karma last time around for Ming. You know, are they going to be willing to go towards a kind of more aggressive 2v2 with a range support? Assuming T1 goes for Engage, that's kind of what we're expecting. They grab Nautilus. You know, do we see something along the lines of the Renata, or is it just going to be matching Engage with Engage, going to like Leona, which is kind of the most obvious one?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Because RNG don't have a huge amount of Engage on the rest of their comp. You've got Gravita, Moonlight Vigil, you've got Cannon Barge into Chase.
And Rapid Fire Gold Card is going to be what you're playing around. If you don't draft an Engage support, you're basically just fishing for Gold Card and following a poke off of that.
I definitely wanted to see an Engage support come out because I feel like if you went for something like the Karma like you did earlier, it would just be so hard with Owner on the Lee Sin and how much pressure they can put in that 3v3 specifically. So we get the Alistar, we have some Engage, we have some Disengage as well, but buy space for Gala to be able to getting off his ults in these team fights. So for T1, I feel like looks very stock and standard. You have a lot of presence in the early game, strong mid-jungle 2v2, Engage coming out in the bottom side, just overall very well-rounded comp to where RNG, I think it is going to be a bit more about, again, kiting out the enemy, playing through sides with your double globals, but that's been where RNG has shined.
Absolutely. I mean, they're so good in the mid and late game stages. Even the Alistar, yes, it can be for the Engage, but also really strong with the Disengage. You know, punt Gwen back. One of the difficulties for Gwen is when you have your zone repositioned, it's kind of not your choice. It can expire very, very quickly. You can only move it twice, so if you drop it, you dash forward, Alistar punts you. That can dissipate and really kind of make you susceptible to some of that damage. So it will be interesting. You know, I do think they want to kite back much more than go in, unless it is an odd number fight. Whereas, you know, T1 on the other side, I think looking to play a lot more aggressive, a lot more all in, you know, have that Nautilus flying in, follow it up with the Xayah feathers, you know, try to have that chain CC charm, etc., and really look to kind of get in on those carries from the RNG side.
I think if there's one thing we know T1 can do, probably will do, and have done consistently, is find the early game lead, right? Yep. So I like that T1 have continuously indexed to their strength, because I don't really feel like draft would change too much, just them flipping Barons in mid-game or these issues coming through. So it's like, hey, just keep doing what you were doing in LCK to be such a dominant powerhouse.
I'm still sure the T1 flipping Barons is just the ultimate bait. You know, do it 5 times, then catch G2 out with it. Now everyone's like, well, are they flipping? Are they not flipping? Who knows? We'll see as we get into this game. T1 looking for some early game leads. RNG looking to play sides and get towards that more disengage-orientated composition later on. Once again, though, the 2 favorites for MSI meet on the Rift for our last game of the Rumble stage. RNG, well in a way, the top team in this portion of MSI, and will have their pick of who they play in the semifinals.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, they've just been so frightening. I think a lot of the questions that people had about RNG have been answered. Been, of course, people thinking back to their very messy game that they actually won against T1, the Camille game where he had, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 deaths.
Yeah,
it was a lot
upwards.
of very questionable deaths as well. After that, he gave an interview and he was talking about how, hey, like I decided I'm going to change up my builds. I'm going to play, a little bit more respectfully, a little bit more defensively, and depend kind of on the team. Play more around team fights, more around the macro style. And I feel like we've seen that reflected in his play, and he's been very effective with it. Even at times, bringing out the exhaust on the Gwen. Of course,
and the
that was
ghost
against
instead of the ignite.
Exactly. Like he hasn't been going ignite even multiple times now. He's kind of building more defensively, more respectfully. And I think that makes sense when you look at the carries elsewhere on your team, right? Like you don't have to 1v9 the game. As been, you've got Kala and Xiaohu.
And it's something that was very frustrating in their run in LPL, where it seems like they were trying to replicate their success from last year when Gala and Ming were having, especially a phenomenal playoffs in the LPL, but it was still a lot about Bin. I'm glad they came into this tournament and readjusted to giving Gala all the resources when he's playing so well.
Absolutely, and I mean, I can also see, from Bin's point of view, you think back to his run with Suning, right? Like, how did he have success? Well, he was playing like a madman. He was picking the Jinx and going right, or not the Jinx, the Jax, and going right at them, He has kind of made his career, at least in that early stage, made his name as this really aggressive player who would counterpick you, who would go at you. So it can be a big adjustment.
And looking on the other side of the matchup, Zeus is kind of in that portion of his career right now. We saw earlier today just being a little bit cocky, being a little bit greedy for extra fights.
A lot of bit cocky, maybe.
Yeah, a lot of it. But it's great to see this sort of dichotomy between the two, because Bing can still be aggressive and Zeus can still be passive, but at the moment they're kind of butting heads in the top lane.
And just the level that he's brought in, right? Because I feel like when people have thought about top lane carries the past few years, like barring people like Nuggery, it really has been all about the LPL. I'll pause Ming having the flash.
The Ignite was ticking on him. Terrier did get the hook on him as well. Now, Ming does have the Hex Flash, so it's not going to cost him too much, but it's still not the best.
I mean, there really is the power of the Glacial Augment. When you land that hook, it's even though he had a well-timed Pulverize, it's so difficult to actually walk it back to the tower. You're going to take so much damage on the way back there. And if Zaya actually got that third feather back and gets the root, then you could potentially die. So I think it was a pretty respectful flash. We'll put them a little bit down here, but I actually like the call.
And overall, I mean, right, RNG I expect to slow down the early game quite a bit, considering you do have that Alistar and Aphelios down on the bottom side, not too much you can do. GP, sure, you can do decently in the isolated 1v1. Your Q range outranges Gwen's Q. It's on a very low cooldown, all of this sort of stuff. Level 6 is really the mark we expect for RNG to start making plays. I think right now is when we'll see a bit more coming out from the T1 side, as Wade just going to shadow.
Faker knows Wade's here. Wade just cleared out a ward, or knows at least he's in the area, so Faker respectfully shadows the bottom side of the map, because when you know the jungler's up there, it's easy enough just to get out of dodge.
And we saw both junglers actually just playing around their laners resetting, right? This is not actually expecting to kill him. He cleared out a ward, he goes mid, he covers the push. Owner previously, as Zeus is pushing up top, he's sitting in that river brush just in case Viego is there. And that's really smart play, because it can be very dangerous. Otherwise, pushing it up, you're basically just flipping it if the jungler is there or not when you're low on health and mana.
Yeah, and it seems like even for T1, actually for Owner, not too many options really, with the fact that their bottom lane is pushing in so heavily. And Wei still not going for his reset just yet. Wei really wanting to find something on the map, but T1 just giving no openings.
Sometimes these more delayed resets can really cost you. It shouldn't cost too much.
Going, man.
He's still there.
Gravitum. I think it's the setup they're looking for. They're going to try to combo into Gravitum and bring him in. But maybe just worried about a potential lane gank from Owner as well, because it is a little bit bizarre they staying out this long.
Yeah, they're walking him all the way up the lane as well. Like, they're definitely expecting to do something. Okay, so Ming was trying a sneaky Hex Flash there, which you can do from one bush to the next without being seen. He just missed it, or he was just in the bush when Kerry was in the bush, so he's spotted. Means that RNG don't get the play they were looking for.
Yeah, I think overall it's pretty good for RNG as well, because since Owner had the reset, right, he already has 2 long swords in his inventory. Well, finally up upgraded to the Warhammer. It could have been really bad for RNG if Owner was there and there was a 3v3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still a little bit rough because T1 held the wave, right? So now you kind of have to decide, like, do you want to just base anyway? And they're actually deciding, no, we have to stay and push this in. We have to try to get it reset. But of course, is a dangerous situation because Wei is no longer with them, not shadowing them. It looks like T1 instead decided to just push it. So RNG backed up, faked that they were going to be basing basically. T1 look for the push on the reset. Now they will fast push here, just utilize their God, I always forget Dematerializer. Yep. Dematerializer on the cannon, so you get a fast push. And this can catch people off guard because generally you're going to base on the cannon wave, knowing that's going to take them a long time to shove that in. So that's often why people are just going Dematerializer on support. It's for these reset timings.
Yeah, and again, just gives you such a big window as a support as well. Now, with Ming getting his reset to look to make something happen on the map, but Owner going to be the one shadowing for Zeus right now.
Needlework coming out, Bin flashes away. Final Needlework from Zeus, doesn't hit. Owner is up towards this top side. Call this a die-hard gank as he comes up through the vents, up towards the top. And so the wave crashes in. Q does connect. Bing underneath the tower, trying to survive. Cannon Rush going down as well, but a great destiny from Xiaohu. T1 look for one. Owner able to flash away. Zeus escaping as well. Perhaps T1 can get out of this. Already got one kill. Wei and Xiaohu on the chase. Wei dives forward with the flash, gets one in response. Faker over the wall. The charm flashed away by Xiaohu. Faker now stun carded. Wei stolen away that Gwent. Can look for a little bit more, but no flashes on either side means that this is likely to fizzle out.
RNG getting a little bit greedy there. It felt like they were trying to go for both at the same time instead of just taking one guaranteed kill. It does end up costing them both their flashes on Wei and Xiaohu. If they'd just taken the one kill and backed off, it would have been a trade. But I think wanted to get more because Bin had already gone down, because they lost that first blood. They're looking for a little bit of a payback, but now it means they're going to have to be playing pretty defensively here because Xiaohu could be easy pickings potentially when Faker has his ult and flash back up.
I mean, especially with the fact that RNG were the ones who invested so much in this play, right? Bringing Xiaohu up, even Ming using his roam timing to come up to top side, which is beautiful by Owner to hit his Q, make sure they find that kill. And then, like you said, Azale, just both of them going to kind of head in different directions. Zeus able to buy a lot of time with his W, and that was the greed you were just sitting on.
And Zeus now can just chase onto Bin. Needle work not quite up, and Wei was waiting in the wings. Zeus would win the 1v1, but Wei is not having any of it.
It's never a fair fight up in the top lane. That's what you gotta learn. If it's looking a little bit too good to be true, it probably is. Great job there by Wei. But as you saw, in that replay, they wanted to get more because, as I was highlighting on the minimap, Xiaohu was dropping a wave. He didn't actually have push before he moved. He's not deeping up. He's not ulting up. Is actually losing quite a bit there to Faker.
I do love the fact that within the first 8 minutes of this game, we talked about how Bin is playing a little bit more passively and Zeus likes to be really aggressive, and then everything is topside and it's Zeus overstepping some of the time and Bin playing passively and waiting for his team to respond.
Wow, we're just so smart.
You guys are just such big brain, man.
And now I wonder, I was hoping maybe we'd get more with T1 going towards the Herald. Like, sure, RNG doesn't have key ultimates, but still very LPL thing to look for these fights. Instead, RNG gonna just look for the cross map. We see Ming hovering around Dragon right now as Owner finally does get the Herald.
And I've got to say, it's a way cleaner game than when they played last time, where both teams were honestly having a bit of a fiesta. We saw some crazy Baron flips back and forth. We saw, multiple objectives stolen by Gumayushi's Ezreal. We saw these, crazy fights at Herald as well.
3v3s and 4v4s from like 5 minutes in the game, and it just never slowed down.
Yeah, this is basically the polar opposite. It feels like a much more reserved, much more kind of serious style
Which
of
is kind of crazy when you think about the fact that that one had stakes and this one has... pretty much
they want to win, man. They want to win. And I think in that previous game, it just felt like once they started brawling, everyone just felt like that was the way to win the game, was you had to fight your way out of it. And I think compositionally, it's looking a little bit different, which I think is part of that. RNG, of course, want to play heavily through the 1-3-1, through playing the map, utilizing TF plus double TP, GP ulti for the global as well. And I think that's going to kind of lead you to play a little bit more slowly.
Yeah, and Owner now going to look for this invade. I want to highlight that Ming making his way from base once again, the closer support.
Destiny for the chase. Xiaohu not quite in range. There's the stun card, and Owner doesn't really have anywhere to go. Dodges away from the Heartbreaker, maybe just a little bit short, kicks away. Doesn't have a ward to jump to because he's got that Rift Herald, so no escape for the T1 jungler.
And just really nice play coming out from RNG. I mean, they set up with the Destiny. They're able to find the pick easily, but again, just Ming always constantly waiting in the wings as Faker. Really nice trade. I don't think T1 will be able to capitalize on this, even though Carrion now is also around the mid lane as well.
Yeah, with Ming covering, he should be fine. I mean, Faker's not playing Ignite. I don't think he's going to be able to actually burst him down without the Electrocute proc even up. But still, it's a good little bit of damage there from Faker. He had the push. He knows he's going to walk that way. Bin.
Zeus with the needle work. Does get Bin low. Bin put the cannon barrage down, and with only 208 health, will decide to walk away. And once again, Wei's up here. He's ready. He's like, hey, Zeus, you keep slapping my friend. I'm going to come and give you a stern talking to, as he has done 2 times before in this game.
Yeah, and now Zeus, having seen that Wei is in the area, probably just has to base. Yep. But at the same time, Bin didn't get eyes on that, so he's just going to base as well. Not going to be able to get any sort of a free push. Things staying very even up on that top side. Been very quiet down on the bottom, and I think that does kind of mean good things for RNG. Gala on this Aphelios, farming it up. Of course, there's great scaling on Xayah as well, but a lot of people are just feeling like Jinx and Aphelios are too punishable to play. So if you can kind of get a free lane, then I think you're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at the opposite side of the map as well, the GP and the Aphelios. Definitely feels like the longer this game goes, RNG have more of a safety net. But T1, I mean, still having decent scaling and still having great CC and pick potential. If any member of RNG is ever out of position, should be very easily to try and get a numbers advantage fight in your favor.
But with the Herald not up and 2 minutes on the Drake, I wonder if we'll see any fighting really beginning. You can see Ona trying to shadow the mid lane. They're getting control of this bottom side river, but Wei once again is in the right place at the right time to make sure that his mid lane is safe.
I mean, he has to use his Herald soon, so you'd expect to see some posturing coming out from both sides. For T1, I wonder where they're going to use it, really having no plates down in any lane. Looks like they have 1 down in the bottom side, but Owner pathing up towards top right now.
Yeah, I think he's probably just going to go straight towards top. I think it makes sense, getting the Gwen ahead, especially because Zeus has been punished. Trying to get some gold in her pockets is going to be a pretty big deal.
I think Wei and Ming might agree with you as they come up towards the top side. This roaming gank squad from RNG continually trying to answer, but as you say, Owner backed away, so he might just... Did he outsmart their outsmarting? Was he like, I'll path towards top side, they'll expect me to be putting the Rift out down top, so now I'll path towards bottom side, put the Rift out down there.
I think he outsmarted himself because he's going to have to drop it in lane. And those are always the really sad Heralds. I mean, they are top side, so we'll see. But, I mean, it's timing out pretty soon here.
Yeah, so you have to drop it right away.
Sprint into lane, drop it down. Ming yet to recall. This could actually be a really good timing for T1.
Yeah, I think especially with the fact that...
Ooh, they get zone Gala off, too.
Faker is pushing in mid as well, so it's not even like Xiao who can use his Destiny to go down and cover and maybe help out. Ming's still very far away. No cannon barrage, so really no tools to help out down in that bottom side.
They get full tower.
That's really well played by T1. I'd love to see if they spotted Wei and Ming on a ward or something as they work their way up towards the top side, because the play from the way the game had been playing for T1 was put more gold into Zeus, try and get him ahead. We've had so much topside focus, but now saying, well, if we use the Rift out bot lane, they're going to expect us on the top side. Very intelligent stuff as Bin tries to trade with Zeus. Cannon barrage going down, the needlework doing a lot of damage as well, and Bin maybe on the wrong side of this one. Flashes away, Zeus no flash of his own to follow.
Yeah. Really surprising to see Bin even look to go for the 1v1. I mean, he fully stacked Q when Bin was the one to commit for the fight.
He's on a ward, Gumiyushi, you can't back there. And because of it, you will be sent packing. Feathers come out, he almost gets a counter kill, but not quite enough damage on Wei.
Very close to knocking him down, but does end up dying himself. And yeah, I agree, very aggressive from Bin. Going in there, trying to actually find the 1v1. Not sure if he just thought he would have the advantage with the initial barrel chain, but didn't look like he was able to really connect on it. And a lot of these all-ins between Gwen and GP are very heavily based around that. It's a lot about using your auto-attack reset with the E, the timing to actually kill the barrel right as it's ticking down, so GP kind of has to guess, which can sometimes force you to use that early, but now looking for a dive bot side.
Baker caught up with the Moonlight Vigil, with the gold card, and with the Everfrost. No way for him to escape. Owner trying to come in to try and salvage something out of this situation, but it's only he and Carrier. Owner jumps across to the Dragon Pit. Smart moves by him to make sure he wasn't going to get caught on his rotation.
Yeah, well done by Owner, but a really well-timed play towards bot side, and great CC chain. I mean, that's an Ahri with flash and ulti up, and they just lock her down, take down Faker, and they're going to be able to grab that dragon off the back of this. So second dragon for them. Really nicely done, moving around the map here by the RNG team, and Ming committing the flash, I think, was needed, because if you give Faker any of that time to get out, he's going to create so much space.
Yeah, might even be able to take one down with him, but for RNG, I'm actually pretty surprised the way this game is gone as Keria.
What's the ultimate here? The root's going to come out now. There's a lot of damage reduction on the Alistar. As you can see, Gumiyushi unable to take him down in the midst of that through the Ignite, the depth charge, the hook. That Alistar ultimate gives you so much tankiness.
And now it just opens up a free Rift Herald for the side of T1, with Mink having to go back to base. I mean, you still don't even have ultimate on Bin or Xiaohu as well to be able to join in this fight very easily. So now T1, we're going to see what they're able to do with this, because I was going to say, I was a bit surprised that T1 haven't been able to get up to that same early game lead that they've been able to consistently, even against RNG the last time around. With all of that knife fighting going on, they were still the one with the gold lead, but RNG have not only been able to find all these ganks with the way up towards top side, but also the one making more intelligent map plays so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing really well. We do have to remember the gold lead lies to you a little bit because it is close and it's TF and GP.
TF and GP,
right?
yeah.
So about 4 gold per minion there, for TF. So about 600 of that gold is kind of printed for him. And then, of course, we don't actually know how much is from the parlay for GP. But it is very even if you are excluding that. So quite a close game, but I think the fact that you're up in gold and have dragons is not really how it's supposed to go. Generally speaking, you're kind of supposed to trade the dragons for the Herald, which is supposed to give you the gold lead on the other side. But Wei has had really good pathing, and the fact that he was able to get multiple kills on top side on Zeus and kind of shut him down meant T1 didn't really get to trade for anything.
Yeah, it just, every time we saw T1 trying to set something up, Wei was on the top side answering. We saw Xiaohu with a great first Destiny as well. Often you have to... The first couple of Destinies for TF really set the pace of the game for you. And if you can get a couple of kills there, you can start snowballing. We see now Xiaohu getting behind Faker, using that Everfrost. Rapid Fire Cannon on its way. He's got the stopwatch. He's basically unkillable if he just holds people at arm's length.
It always feels like that so much with a lot of these global champions. Same with Shen, with Nocturne, these champions that are Galio, exactly. These champions that are so ultimate based. You've got to be effective with those plays because so much of your power is in that. And T1 now just grouping, looking to knock down this tower. They still do have the Herald, but holding on to it. Did have the extra man there, so felt that they could just push in and take it without using the Herald, which I like quite a bit.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that, I mean, T1 not only used the earlier time where they chunked Ming to get Herald, but they also used it to prep the side waves to already be in a position to where now they can look to group up mid and find these timers. This has been an area where T1 has been really strong. And now Keria going for the dive.
Just full on dive him onto Bin. He's going to try and get away, but the cannon barrage is not enough. Keria tanks up a couple of shots. Survives with 27 HP.
Yeah, super close. Still love the aggressive play coming out from the side of T1. RNG trying to answer in both mid and bot. You can see right now Wei hovering around Xiaohu and bot side, and Gall and Ming pushing up mid.
Good charm from Faker, brings Xiaohu back up to the tower. Faker's going to have to try and get away. The Heartbreaker ticks again. Faker down to 58. What is it with T1 and surviving with double-digit HP?
Just barely getting out. Back-to-back plays. That is big for T1. But at the same time, they will push him out. Nice kick.
You can't get away from the kick. Gala locked out. Gumayushi on the board.
And Owner has just had some beautiful Lee Sim kicks in this tournament. I believe even against RNG in the last one. Great to see him come out once again. And it feels like T1 finally starting to look for these aggressive picks in the mid game that we were expecting.
I mean, big plays from T1 in all 3 lanes, back to back to back.
Oh, almost another one.
Don't know if Gary actually wants that fight if both of them are there, but
it's about asserting dominance. It's not really about whether you want the fight or not. It's about making them think you want the fight.
Guys, I stopped that tempo.
I mean, I feel like this game is about who gets the mental edge going into playoffs.
Yeah.
And I feel like that Chad energy would be the best mental edge you could have.
And at the same time, he was actually going down there, I think, largely just to delay the backs because T1 dropped Herald mid off that kill. They took tier 2 mid. So T1 really getting things going here. They were 1K down when we checked in a couple minutes ago. They have now catapulted a little bit over 1K ahead. But I think a lot of this is going to come down to the setups for this next dragon. I'm really curious, does RNG play heavily through for this 3rd dragon? And it looks like they do want to. They do, of course, have the option of just going towards sides and trying to get gold themselves.
Fight might begin here as the TP comes in. Keria looking for that front line. Gala towards the back today will keep himself alive. In the midst of the fight, Zeus is there, diving on towards Gala. Wei already down. Ming short to follow the Inferno coming out. Featherstorm used as well as Bin is rooted up. T1 advancing and RNG falling by the wayside. A double for Owner. The kick connects. A good pulverize will stop him with the stun card as well.
T1 just preempt the play. RNG trying to look for the setup, and T1 just hit the go button there, getting so many kills. Bin TP's in, but he's far too late. Only TP's in to die. T1 grabbing back-to-back kills. Going to be able to grab the dragons, stop the snowball towards Soul, and now have taken away really all of the advantages that RNG had.
Yeah, it's like the second we hit, like right around the 15-minute mark is when T1 just started outclassing RNG on the map. making all these aggressive plays on both sides, making it hard for RNG to respond when RNG have been responding. It's kind of like a roaming death squad with Wei and Ming. We're going to see here how it all starts out. Keria looking for the engage. No cannon barrage on the GP either. And I feel like Zeus actually does a huge amount in this fight, zoning out Gala from being able to have an impact. They get that first initial picture. Moonlight Vigil's able to return one, but it buys enough time for the other members of T1 on the other side of the fight to join in.
Yeah, I think so much of it was about the positioning of Zeus, and the Herald Mist there, has his Shroud down, is positioning between the two carries, pushing both Xiaohu and Gala back at the same time. Also didn't waste the reposition, so even after he pushes Xiaohu back, he still has one more reposition, gets in there on top of Gala and takes him down as well.
And the game just explodes to life for T1 from about 1,000 gold behind to now 2,500 ahead at the 20-minute mark. 2 items complete on Gumayushi. Faker building up towards his second as well. Death's Dance now complete on Ona. T1 in a very strong position right now.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of it has just been off the back of Owner. I feel like he's, again, had a terrific mid-game so far with the picks he's been able to find and create. And now T1, with this mid lane push, with the fact that they did take those 2 turrets earlier, like Azel said, can very easily push into the enemy jungle, start getting this aggressive vision down. It's going to be very hard for RNG to rotate from lane to lane to answer these pushes, or T1 can just find these easy picks.
I mean, RNG want to play through sides, but like, they have nothing. Like, look at the vision, right? They've got absolutely nothing right now. Their vision line is like here, right? Like, it's really hard for TF and GP to actually push out and look for plays. Instead, they're going to contest their jungle.
Keria, the one on the front line. Stun cards coming out. Ona onto the back. The damage onto Wei is there, but Gala's able to answer with Keria. Ona jumps onto Bin, but now T1 separated by that cannon barrage. Xiaohu with another good stun card. Zeus has to pop the hallowed path. Ona jumps across the wall, T1 retreating, but the Destiny behind them. Xiaohu's on a ward. Gumayushi puts the damage down. Feathers come out. Xiaohu with a stopwatch to try and help the rest of RNG answer. Good flash as well away from the charm. RNG get a kill. Do they turn their eyes towards the Baron? Instead, they say no. They'll reset and catch these waves.
Yeah, I feel like RNG, not the type of team in the LPL we have that goes for these kinds of crazy, risky Barons. They are not going to take a page out of TS's or V5's book. And I got to say, kind of sad for T1. Keria looking for the engage. Owner going in onto Wei actually kicks him away, so they aren't able to find the pick, and everything going in RNG's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the initial hook there onto Wei. Wei just buffers the ultimate, gets out. The kick comes through, as you say, from Owner, kind of punting Wei to safety. And then the GP ulti was just so well placed. T1 having to retreat back through that. And then Xiaohu looking for the flank, but it was, of course, warded out. The Gumayushi here acting as though he's face checking, walks up, starts hitting him. Xiaohu does play this well to survive, but still, that's your ultimate, your flash, and the stasis, all to survive.
Yeah, all tools that you want, in the upcoming engages. 2 minutes until Dragon, which is where I was going to say I expect to see the next team fight, but actually T1 have been playing so proactively and aggressively. I wouldn't be surprised with them now aggressively pushing into the bot side jungle, getting this vision down, to see them start making more plays around the bot side and around Zeus's Gwen against Bin's GP.
For the moment, though, we have a brief second of silence in the eye of the hurricane that has been the last few minutes. A blue sky for us to take a breath, reevaluate exactly how the game is going. 2,500 gold lead for T1, 4 towers to 1 as well. A Drake for them, 2 for RNG, means that RNG would be on soul point if they can secure this next one. It is only Cloud, although that's fitting for a game with T1 in it, I guess. If only Atlas were here.
I was going to say.
NA are the original Cloud Soul lovers.
That's true.
Let's not forget. He's a late adopter. They used to flame Cloud Soul over in the LCK. We've always been fans.
I'm sure RNG would be fans of getting it in this game as well. For the moment, though, T1 with control over basically the entire map. Look at that vision. A control ward by RNG's blue buff. A ward in the pit that's being disabled by a control ward from T1. And that's about it for RNG. They have to walk as 4 together to try and gain some vision control back.
Yeah, we can see right now, even just the observers toggling, right? No vision down towards the bot side either, so Bin not able to safely push out. It just goes back to, right, if you're a comp that plays through sides and your solo laners start to fall behind like the Gangplank has, right, Zeus having a bit of an advantage. Sure, he makes up for it, like you said, with the GP passive in terms of gold, so it is 2 items to 2 items. It just becomes a lot harder to play for the side of RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. And even this next Dragon, like I don't know that they can really approach it. It feels like maybe you're just trading vision in the Baron area for the Dragon, and that's about it, right? Which isn't a big prize by any means, but I don't think you can just walk in blind here. Bin even going to be pushed back out of his own jungle. They're looking for Faker on top side.
Faker pushed a little bit too far forward. Goldcard comes out. There's the root as well. Ming needs to get in range for a knockup, but Faker can just get back to the tower. Ming was not close enough, and Faker escapes with the Spirit Rush.
Ari just so safe in those side lanes because you have so much mobility. You know, even without a tremendous amount of vision and coverage on that side, and his team playing towards bot side, Faker knows, unless there's 2 people there immediately, like you have to have the CC layering or you're never going to kill Art.
Yeah, now for RNG, not even really able to trade any aggressive vision up towards the top side. They do have some. They did get, 1 or 2 wards down to at least spot out if T1 are up in the Baron area, but still after these resets, you expect T1 to come back with more control wards, re-establish vision on the top half of the map, and then once again look for those picks that we saw before, where actually it was Keria who got caught off, but still T1 definitely going to be favored if they are pushing aggressively into RNG's jungle.
Big item completion, though, for Gumayusi. Has the IE complete. That is absolutely huge. Really going to be in a huge power position now over Gala, who's going for LDR third. It's possibly just pit stops for Last Whisper and then chose to go to IE. But either way, he is super far away from that spike, and it's just such a massive deal for these crit marksmen.
Yeah, I feel like RNG are actually relying a lot on Bin's damage with the way that Gala has itemized so far, so he's going to have to really hit some massive barrel chains.
And it just feels very difficult for Gala to actually ever get in. Zeus has been positioning so well, using the immunity, just kind of standing in between Gala and the rest of the team. Even if Bin isn't, is able to hit some barrels, I think it's very difficult without the follow-up if Gala can't be evolved to really take down a fight.
Especially with the fact that T1 have been pretty good at, putting in Keria, Owner, and Zeus at the same time, to where Ming has to use his headbutt pulverize on a different member, so he can't, displace Gwen from the Hollowed Mist like you were talking about in draft. So I think T1, again, just doing a really nice job engaging at the same time, playing through these angles. And we can see here, RNG just being completely choked out from their own jungle.
It's really smart stuff by T1 as well. They push their vision line up, deny any vision that RNG can get in this quadrant of the map, and then because of the time they've spent here, they know there are no wards behind them because they've all expired in the time that the T1 have been pushing forward their vision line.
I know what time it is now, though. This is where T1 flips Baron.
Oh,
this is what we see every game. This is past 25 minutes. They have the lead. This is the Baron flip time.
That ward, though, is really, really smart because with that ward placement, you actually have to have a control ward both inside and outside the pit. Yep. T1 does not. They only have one in the pit. So RNG full vision on this, which allows them to approach because otherwise you couldn't, knowing that there could be a face check.
Keria's going to land the hook onto Xiaohu. Faker going in. Charm just short, stopwatch used on either side. Everboss for 2. Ming with the unbreakable will gets a double knock as well as Keria is low. Owner dives onto the back, kicks in Gala, but Gala's able to flash and get himself away with the Gale Force. Owner low. Xiaohu first to fall. Owner will fall as well. The Inferno coming out as this fight really begins. Wayne looking for the resets. Been hooked by Keria. They turn back around. Faker dives back forward, but the charm goes wide once again. 3v3 now. Gumayusi, Faker, and Zeus against Gala, Bin, and Wei. Perhaps for the bragging rights to the end of the Rumble stage.
Oh, that sidestep on the hook was so big from Gumayusi. If you get hooked there, you're definitely dead with no summoners, no ulti. And it could have meant RNG.
TP.
For more, but yeah, Faker coming in. He doesn't have his ult, though. We'll see how much he can actually get.
Zeus has TP as well. Faker looking for something.
Nothing.
Gala and Bin have retreated. Gumayusi pushing forward, trying to steal away a Krug. He won't get anything out of that either. And the fight was so darn close.
Yeah, I feel like the positioning from both AD carries was so key in this fight. As they already highlighting the ward to make sure that RNG know this is happening. Looks for the engage. Great stopwatch to buy time for the rest of his team to come in. And Main critically trying to put himself between him and the enemy team. But it's going to be Owner here who finds his way onto Gala. Things started to look dicey with Faker coming in as well. Wonder if no charm was up in that instant because Gala able to get the flash away. Some kills traded back and forth. Moonlight Vigil hits, and this is where I thought RNG were going to take over with Wei getting in, but Zeus being safe enough to not go down.
Well, and Zeus, I think, actually stepped forward and dodged the ultimate damage there from the Viego. So very narrow margins here. Avoiding that would have meant a lot if he goes down. And then again, a great sidestep. Really nice play back and forth here. Tiny things making the big difference. That charm being down for Faker meant that Gala survives, meant that RNG had a chance.
And I'll be honest, after the first time these two teams met and it was so hectic and so bloodthirsty, I was feeling a little bit let down. Because I was like, where is the RNG T1, absolute macro geniuses, 5 head level play, these team fights that go back and forth, and it's delivering, and this is only Rumble stage. We still have playoffs left to go.
Well, and it's great to see Gumayusi having a good game, because I think he has deserved some of the criticism that he's been getting, and he has not really been playing to the level that is expected. everyone was looking at him and Carry as best bot lane in the world, you know, and in regional play, I think it's really hard to argue that. They looked incredible, but Gumayusi has not been able to live up to his own standards whatsoever, and now having a great game here, in position to really take over and carry this one for T1.
And I gotta say, the dichotomy between the two games we've gotten from these teams just makes me even more excited for a potential best of 5, because you know you can get the crazy
to a team that can do it all.
Exactly. Well, you don't know what to expect, and you also know to expect everything. It will be a beautiful moment if it happens. No, I don't want to say it'll happen for sure.
T1 at the moment get the tier 2 in the bottom lane. Zeus was able to push that one up. Xiaohu was pushing towards the top lane himself. He's going to continue his advance. Actually does have the TP. Zeus in a good position against Bin, a level up, and 50 CS to the good with Demonic Embrace now complete on that Gwen. Very difficult to deal with in a side lane. T1 will back away to get their third Cloud Drake of the game. Destiny popped here by Xiaohu. Where are you going to go?
Running
Faker is
home.
there. Destiny's out. Faker's not going to Spirit Rush Charm. Doesn't think he can get there in time.
Yeah, just very reminiscent of last year's RNG, right? Because that was their big strength, was how well Xiaohu can play sides. Sometimes I feel like even over-indexing to a fault of how much he'd be willing to give up. Bin.
Zeus onto Bin.
You're dead.
Oh
my god.
Holy. Put him in the trash. His name's Bin already. That's what Zeus has done.
Gwen may be immune, but GP apparently is not.
Yeah, that one, I mean, Bin definitely having a much more stable, like, laning phase we've seen in the second half of Rumble stage. Definitely having a rough time in this one, and T1 going to go straight towards the Baron.
No Destiny available for Xiaohu, remember. Baron started, Wei can, of course, Heartbreaker in, can look for that smite. Xiaohu, no smite off the unsealed spell, but Wei pinged with Sonic Wave. Carrier looking for the flank position here. Zeus goes immune. Carrier going in with the depth charge. Faker coming in from the side as well. Ming goes in. The Heartbreaker as well. But secured by Ona. And now Wei and Ming are in the pit. Amidst 4 members of T1. Faker diving forward as well. Looking for that Everfrost. Ming will fall to Zeus and Gumayusi down towards the bottom side. But the hook's going to hit as well as Gala is kicked back. And Gala is shut down. Faker continues to chase. And RNG are left wanting.
I just love T1 going for the Baron. Zeus the one to set up the pick. He's been the highlight member for me in T1 this tournament. And T1 now able to barrel down through the base.
Yeah, really well done there by T1. This one, even if it was stolen, they were always going to win the fight. They had the pick on bot, no hesitation, immediate TP. They're looking to end here. T1 with a huge win after what has been a disappointing group stage for them.
A statement performance for T1. Many wondered if their form was temporary. Well, it seems like the Giants have awoken from their slumber. T1 destroy RNG.
Form is temporary, but class is permanent. And T1 coming out on top here. The Busan crowd coming alive for this one for sure. They were expected to be heavy favorites. They lost to the big 2 in their first round robin, and a lot of questions started to be posed. But T1 now, I think, showing us their best game here, you know, of the event. We're against a really high quality opponent, looking very clean, very decisive.
Overall, just amazing performance again. Zay is stepping up to be the guy that, like Chronicler said at the start of the day when Dash asked him who do you think is the best performing player in the tournament, his was the name he put out. And I definitely think, again, just extraordinary so far. Owner with an amazing game as well. But I just got to say it again. Just seeing the 2 games, I just want the best of 5 because it will be insane.
I'm sorry, though, because RNG can't pick T1, so we know that then both not getting to the finals.
Yeah.
Well, I know we're getting the EGG2 finals, like you guys said.
It's 2019 all over again. It's going to happen. But yeah, great performance by T1, especially since domestically they won in the early game and then they carried that form through the rest of the game. Here, they were behind in the early game. Like RNG were in a very good position. Even compositionally we were saying we think RNG is good in this game, and then T1 were able to find just that sequence of events, that sequence of picks to get themselves ahead.
And I think people were really critical of some of their drafts. You know, you look back to the game against G2, the blind TF was heavily punished. This time, you know, finding some really good answers. I think that Gwen was so critical. You know, Zeus, yes, he got put down a little bit early, but was amazing in the team fights, finds that pick in the side lane that really leads to the Baron. I felt like he was the major difference maker here for T1.
Yeah, just their ability to like use one small advantage that a player can find and then turn it into like 3 or 4 towers, a dragon. That was really the thing T1 did in that like 15 to 20 minute mark that just made the game start ballooning in their favor.
And it's what T1 of old did as well. Some flashbacks perhaps to the glory days for T1. This concludes the MSI 2022 Rumble Showdown, and an interview with none other than Faker awaits you after this break. Stay tuned.
world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to MSI Cooldown at the conclusion of the 2022 Rumble stage. It was a battle between two titans here to close out the day, and it's T1 who take the final victory. Honestly, kind of love to see it, just in the sense of competition moving towards the knockout stage and seeing our two top teams trade 1-for-1 ultimately in the head-to-head.
Super fun game. I don't really feel, as we have established many a time, especially when Emily on her desk, is that this best of one, neither team was really going to reinvent the wheel, going to give anything away, especially considering the odds that they will face one another. Although, 2019 has taught us that nothing's set in stone. But just a really fun game where you see like Gumayushi continuing the form growth that he's had for the entirety of the split. Zhao, who having amazing cross-map plays all across the early game. Just really both these two teams kind of personified. And Owner being just the best.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a slow burn at first, Emily, but then it eventually did open up, and we got to see plenty of action-packed team fights between the two squads.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that is where you see T1's actual composition kind of come to fruition, because I know they made a call on Cast, the return to TF. That's been a super strong pick for RNG because of the way that Xiaohu knows side lanes like so well, and those cross-map plays that kind of characterized their 1-3-1 last year. But yeah, this is just, I mean, I love these two teams. I would love to see more games between these two teams, make no secret about that, just because of the mechanical skill and prowess you see in these team fights. And also, shout out in draft, we had the trade of bans. You ban out Waze Volibear, and then you ban out Owner's Vi.
I mean, Vi is the strongest champion in the game, so it makes perfect sense to me. If we do want to see more games between these two squads, given that they're first and second seeds, they will both obviously have to make it to the finals. We do await RNG's selection as the #1 seed for who they will face. They do have 2 hours to submit that, though, so for anybody who's curious, we'll wait up to that amount of time in order to figure out who they would pick. I think, as we take a look at the standings, that we all generally have a sense of who we would expect them to pick, given the fact that the 2 drop games they have, one is to G2, one is to T1.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot, but I do think G2 have a much better matchup into RNG stylistically than Evil Geniuses does. So, regardless of if EG had happened to win that game against G2, if I was RNG, I would still be picking EG just because, better stylistic matchup for me, in my opinion.
And if it does end up happening, I'm of course always going to have faith in T1, but that's matchup against G2, even with, the couple of losses that they got back-to-back, is never going to be a matchup where you're going to be really comfortable going into a best-of-5. This team has shown time and time again that they can bounce back. So that should also be, if that ends up being the semi, one that I'm really looking forward to.
Without a doubt. Let's put a little capper to the Rumble stage by talking about an individual player from each of our top 4 teams as we look towards those best-of-5s. I'm calling this key players, not necessarily identifying the best performing. So that's not our goal here, but to talk about players who either are the difference maker, for better or for worse at times, and those that we'll be putting a spotlight on as we move forward. Here we have it. We've got Gala for RNG, we've got Owner for T1, Jojo Pion for Evil Geniuses, and then Targamas for G2. Let's start at the far left of the list, Gala, RNG. We've said his name many a time, and I have a feeling we're going to keep throwing his name out there as the tournament rolls forward.
Yeah, I feel like I need to do my best Alex impression with if Gala has 1 million fans. But yeah, Gala, I just want to continue to highlight his improvement from where he was at last year with RNG on that MSI championship roster to now. I think he's a much more well-rounded player. I think you can see him on a much wider variety of picks. His team fighting, I think, has only improved with the team itself. And if RNG are going to continue going on in this event, you know that Gala and his team fighting are going to be a massive part of it.
And we saw it in the previous game as well, right? Where Gala was in a matchup that I have to say, obviously the Lethality Xayah matchup was extremely favored into Aphelios, but here it didn't look necessarily super comfortable. And if he can't find the type of leads that RNG was able to find in many of their games, they are a little bit less explosive, and it was that explosiveness, you even saw it in one of the replays there, was also what got them their first win against T1.
It is scary to me that you describe Gala as better than his previous self when they were, at the time, the best team in the world, defending MSI champions. We'll see if he can keep that momentum rolling forward. From there, we jump to G2. We're talking Targamas on this one, and I think that's an interesting pick because, by all accounts, not the name that we've spoken the most about on this roster.
And a name nonetheless that I think performed above expectations. And this is of course coming from the perspective that I heard of Targamas within the ERLs. That was a name that was often mentioned as like, this guy has to go to LEC at some point, right? And seeing him perform in the win against T1, him being able to deny Zeus the playmaking potential on that cannon, I think was the key difference maker, even with how well Caps and Jankos played.
And I love when they do put him on the picks like the Pike, stuff where he can get early roam timers. We've talked about the strength of this G2 lineup being Jankos kind of being able to track in between timers where he can go early. Once Targamas is roaming, he can sync up with Jankos and do that exact same thing to kind of disrupt the map early. And then his team fighting has also been really great. So
got a lot of love for this next name for many a reason, both his social game and his in-game play. It's EG's Jojo Pyun.
Yeah, so I'll take this, I guess, as the other NA person on the desk. I love JoJo. I interviewed him before he ended up starting in LCS this year, and his big thing is like, he's like, I don't know why you would not want to be confident in yourself, because confidence will always serve you really well, right? I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said something to that effect in an interview with me. I think the most interesting thing for people who may not have heard of him coming from NA Academy to this team and wondering why the focus was on him, he's not someone we think of as like, oh my gosh, he's going to take over the game with like these massive carry picks. But the way that EG play around him is, again, having inspired and Vulcan kind of setting him up on the map for set plays on stuff like the TF, on stuff like the Rise domestically, and then now in this tournament we've seen like Ari, the Galio, things like that. I think if EG are going to make it any further in this event, JoJo is certainly going to be at the center of that.
And at the end of the day, youngest player in the entire tournament. Yep. Not everything's a hit, right? There's been hits and misses for him, but largely impressed with just his overall showing at such a young age. That leaves us one final player on the side of T1, and we're heading to the jungle for this one. It's Owner.
And I already talked, if you count the opening day, about how this player was not only a key difference maker in seeing T1 go from the team that they were last year in spring and the early summer, where there were so many issues, where the roster wasn't set, they couldn't find the cohesiveness that they were looking for. And he brought kind of the stableness that they really had been lacking up until that point in time, got the spring finals MVP, out-jungling Canyon, which is in of itself like as much, and Peanut as well, but Canyon to me is always the most impressive part because that was basically the entirety of the team, right? For Damwon, as the rest of the team was having a really, really rough time. And then in addition to that, as Lee Sin has risen in priority throughout basically the last couple of days of Rumble, we also see him kind of get back the confidence that I was kind of lacking in the early days.
Yeah, there was plenty of discussion, and a number of the pro players on the MSI stage were quick to remove Lee Sin from the equation and their pools on the outset of play in this tournament. But more and more creeping back into the conversation and becoming a playmaker. We even heard the casters themselves talking about it in this game. Hey, you know, in a late game team fight, as much as you can argue that Lee Sin does not scale, you still find that right angle, and you can be as effective as anyone else out there on the map.
And we just saw it in that replay, right? With him from this previous game being able to just get immediately onto Gala, feed Kumeyushi another kill, you know, being able to target the enemy AD carry who doesn't have as much mobility. Perfect. And I mean, I'm just glad that obviously it took a little while, but I'm glad that to see that pick coming out from a lot of these playmaking junglers we still have left in this tournament.
Now, what about holistically? We move from the individual players to the four teams themselves. For example, where are you now? How do you reflect on T1's overall Rumble stage performance?
Slightly less than expected.
Okay.
I personally also said at the beginning of the week, I wouldn't be surprised if T1 dropped games left and right. Like this team loved games to Hanwha Life, which don't have Chovy anymore, so they're not very good. And in best of ones, you're always going to get that. I think the players themselves also clearly had way too high expectations, way too much pressure on themselves. And as that has kind of dropped, I think they're closer to the form that we expected, and this final game against RNG should be a really good indicator of their level going onward in the tournament.
Fair enough. We'll bounce right back here in just a moment to talk about the rest of the teams. For now, Faker took down his mid lane rival in Xiao Hu, and the GOAT himself is now standing by with Lore in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to Busan for the final interview of the Rumble stage. Faker joining me right now after beating RNG the second time around. 안녕하세요. Thank you very much for joining me. How do you reflect on today's performance against RNG?
인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다. 방금 RNG전 어땠나요?
저희가 할 수 있는 플레이들을 다 할 수 있었던 것 같고 또 팀원들이 다들 잘해서 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I think we were able to pull off all the plays that we could try, and I also think our teammates were doing a fantastic job, so we were able to get this victory.
It was an amazing victory indeed, but it's been a challenging Rumble stage, I feel, for T1. Tell me about the process of solving the issue you've been through.
사실은 럼블 스테이지가 T1에게 쉬운 과정은 아니었어요. 어떤 식으로 조금 문제를 해결해 나갔나요?
저희가 문제점을 좀 다방면으로 이야기하기 위해서 다 같이 의견을 냈고 그런 것들을 좀 잘 조율했기 때문에 좋은 결과가 있었던 것 같습니다.
So everyone kind of participated in the communication to solve the issue, and we were able to find great outcome.
That is amazing. Would you say that this hard time are behind you now, moving forward to the knockouts?
이제는 이제 어려운 시간은 다 이제 뒤로 하고 앞으로 노크아웃 스테이지에 잘 진행할 수 있을 것 같나요?
충분히 잘 진행할 수 있을 것 같고 저희가 스프링 때 좀 보여준 모습을 이번 럼블 스테이지에서 많이 못 보여준 것 같은데 4강과 결승전에는 확실히 좀 보여줄 수 있게 하겠습니다.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we were not able to showcase the spring T1 during the Rumble stage. So I'm looking forward to showing the best T1 throughout the knockout stage.
No doubt that during the best of 5 T1 will be a different beast. But now more about you, Faker. This is your first international event in Korea. T1's legacy is often mentioned in your videos. What does this MSI mean to you personally?
그럼 이제 페이커 선수 개인적인 부분에 집중하고 싶습니다. 이제 처음으로 한국에서 열리는 국제전에 참가하고 계신데 T1의 유산에 관련된 내용을 항상 보면 이제 페이커 선수가 빼질 수 없고 페이커 선수도 그런 부분에서 항상 T1의 유산에 대해서 항상 같이 언급하게 되는데 이번 MSI는 그런 어떤 의미가 있나요?
한국에서 개최하는 대회인 만큼 또 팬분들도 많이 오시기 때문에 그만큼 더 열정적이고 재미있는 것 같고 그리고 그런 팬분들을 위해서 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다.
Yeah, because it's happening in Korea, so many fans are showing up to support us. It's more energetic. I get so many energy from them, so it's more entertaining as well. So I really wish we can win the trophy for them.
Amazing boost from the fans, no doubt. Well, Faker, 인터뷰 감사합니다. 화이팅 하세요.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much for the translation. And Dash, back to you in cooldown.
Thank you so much, Laura. Faker and the rest of T1 delivering a victory as the final game in front of the home crowd. That's got to feel good for them and be a big boost moving into that knockout stage.
Yeah, it's easy to forget, but T1 haven't been able to bring home a trophy in front of the South Korean crowd, right? So that I think it's cool that he mentioned that, and you know, it would obviously mean a lot for him and T1 to be able to do that.
When you've won so much that people make just assumptions, right? Like you would have assumed that at this point he has done it in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, I heard that stat and I was like, that can't be true. And I was like, it is.
Pretty wild to say the least, and they do it again, all right, pushing into the knockout stage by taking down the #1 team in the standings in RNG. And so RNG, all right, slipping up at the final hurdle, but still squarely in solid position. Let's just real quick, what's the word I'm looking for? Summarize how we feel about RNG's Rumble stage performance.
Effectively the same, right? Like they had an incredible run. The consistency is something that I think LPL teams struggle generally more with than LCK teams. LCK teams, especially if you look at like Lost Worlds, for example, all did extremely well in like the best of ones because generally they're very stable teams. And RNG always has been kind of like the different, compared to the rest of the LPL teams, they've kind of been the weird one out in many a way, but I would still not be shocked, right? Like we've seen how incredibly strong this team is, and I expect their eventual opponent in semis to have a really tough time.
Speaking of, a reminder before we close out our show that you will find the semifinal matchups and schedule within the next 2 hours on our socials at LOL Esports. We all wait on bated breath to find out exactly, even if we think we know, the way it's going to go. The semifinals, they start on May 27th, so mark your calendars. We're going to shut this studio down. We're going to go get some rest, and we're going to prep for those very sick best of fives. What was that? You don't want me to shut it down? You want to hang out a little bit longer?
Tiebreakers.
That's fine. I'll chill with you. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody in that control room over there wants me to close this show. They've been here just as long as we have. It's been a long but epic day to close out our 5-day stretch of the Rumble stage. Thank you all so much for coming along the ride with us. Until we see you on May 27th, stay safe, stay healthy, and be good to each other, all right? Good night. Thomas due with a collapse. 2 spots. 3 teams, all carrying the hopes of an entire region on their shoulders.
Well, there's the flash crash down. Does get the Featherstorm out immediately. Bitaki, where's the follow-up? Blade Caller just tears him to shreds. It's a double kill now for Unified.
Wade's gonna try to steal this.
He's in there. There's no smite around, right? He can kind of solo this one, but his health bar is going to be low. He's going to get it. It went to 5 health, but he ticked it down. Wade finally secures an objective.
Xiaohu Wei continues to look for the fight. It's 3v2 right now. Xiaohu flashes the predator, the chase. The winds of war find their mark and inspired will fall.
Bye-bye.
And they can can chase Caps while sending Tristan to mid. Johan, big damage, sidesteps that one. The flash followed Caps, but here we go.
Now the full commit on the bottom side. Guma already so incredibly low. Unified stepping forward, and what is happening? T1, it was so perfect, it was so controlled, and now it's just a mess.
Get him out of the way of the stun as Carrier goes in. Now it's his turn to try and find that engage. Decent knockback there onto Zeus, but he's going down low. Double kill for Yeagles already in the team fight.
It is huge for G2 Atlas.
A messy fight, but EG, 4 members standing strong as Froggy and Hostet are on the retreat. About Shogun as he falls. DJ also falling on the backside. Inspired stronger in the 1v1 overall. The absolute BM. Vygar, no more cage to keep him safe. Big shutdown to the side of Impact. This bottom side play with the dictation down. Kick back. Big. Oh, Nautilus lift. No way. I mean, I'm losing it.
And everything is left to be decided here on our last day.
Well, they burned down Baron. Looks like they're going to try right now. Inspired. 2K Help Smite. It's going to go to Evil Geniuses. And I've seen this before. Evil Geniuses in the North River taking down the enemy team. He's burning. He's blinking. Please stand one of hero. Has to be careful. Going right back in. Will Cock the knockup on the one. Southwatch burn. And G2 off the floor with RNG.
GG looking for a little bit more. Vulcan going in with the hook. He's going to get him. Follow up for
The Evil Geniuses have scaled their way straight through the Rumble stage. Matter of fact,